4:45. When they reached a lake, Chen Pinggan stopped rowing and put down the bamboo shoots. He took out some dry food from the nearby objects to fill his stomach. Liu Larocheng suddenly asked Chen Pinggan if he liked fishing. There were 3 unique dishes in the lake, all of which were the delicacies at the banquets of the Zhuiying dynasty. Among them, there was a kind of fish caught in the winter. The colder the snow, the more delicious the fish called winter carp. Liu Larocheng pointed to the bottom of the lake and said there were some in this area. Without waiting for Liu Larocheng to say anything, Chen Pinggan had already taken out the fishing rod that he had never had a chance to use on the purple bamboo island and a small jar of distiller's corn. Liu Larocheng did the same. His movements were skillful, but the bait was slightly different. The fishing rod was a special green bamboo that overflowed with spiritual qi. In the end, Liu Larocheng caught 3 palm-sized winter carp and Chen Pinggan caught 2. They put away the fishing rod almost at the same time. After that, the 2 sides showed their skills again. They had chopping boards, stoves, pots, firewood, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and so on. One was at the bow and the other at the stern, cooking the fish separately. The 2 sat cross-legged, holding chopsticks in one hand and wine pot in the other. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. They began to chat while eating. The intrigue and killing intent were all in the conversation for the time being. After chatting and laughing, just as they put away the stove and pots, Chen Pinggan patted the blade-strengthening gourd and the 15th flying sword flew out. Chen Pinggan said in front of Liu Larocheng, "Go to the Verdant Gorge Island and tell Liu Zhimao that I am with Liu Larocheng in the Gong Willow Island and ask him to open the mountain guarding formation. I will go ashore alone." Liu Larocheng asked, "Just giving orders and not making up an excuse? Otherwise, won't Liu Zhimao be suspicious?" Chen Pinggan replied, "If we talk too much, he won't dare to open the formation." Liu Larocheng nodded, being straightforward and either frightening the opponent or falling out with them is suitable for people like Liu Zhimao. We can't give them any room to maneuver. Chen Pinggan's eyes lit up. Liu Larocheng smiled and said, "Why? I just casually mentioned it and you got something?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Previously, I only had a vague idea of what I should do, but it wasn't as thorough as Island Master Liu. Yes, it's like Island Master Liu had placed a ruler in front of me. In the past, I pursued not going to extremes when dealing with people like Liu Zhimao. However, Island Master Liu taught me to do the exact opposite when dealing with people like Liu Zhimao." Liu Larocheng nodded his head in agreement. "At the same time," he said, "when talking with others, you can't throw away your whole heart. You and I are still enemies. Since when can we be so loyal to each other? Did you misunderstand something?" Chen Pinggan propped himself up on the bamboo pole. "It's 2 different things. If I wanted to fight to the death, I wouldn't have to come to Gong Willow Island at all. At the end of the day, I still hope that both sides will be happy. Island Master Liu will still be able to obtain the great benefits. I just want to be at ease. I won't fight with Island Master Liu for money." Liu Larocheng didn't comment and drank slowly. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "When I was learning to play chess with others, I really didn't have the ability to understand. I learned everything slowly. I could ponder for a long time on a set that had been fixed by the predecessors, but I still couldn't grasp the essence. So I like to think blindly. I wonder if there's a chessboard where everyone can win. It's not only about winning or losing, but also about winning more or less." Liu Larocheng shook his head, "Don't talk to me about chess. It's a headache. I never liked it. The level of chess skill has nothing to do with whether you do good or bad things." Chen Pinggan was about to say something, probably because he still wanted to argue with this old cultivator. Anyway, Liu Larocheng himself had said that when one was free, he would be the master of the country. The reason why he insisted on sailing slowly back to Verdant Canyon Island this time was that he wanted to know more about Liu Laocheng's character. Although the success or failure of the plan was greater and higher, Liu Larocheng raised his hand, "Shut up. Don't push your luck. What kind of school teacher are you? At most, you're just an accountant with a pretty good plan. The ferry boat is only so big. Even if I don't want to, I still have to listen to your nagging. If I want peace and quiet, I can only slap you into the lake with one slap. With your current physique, you can't stand any more torment. Now you're relying on one natal aperture acupoint. If this mansion is broken, your longevity bridge will be broken again. By the way, how did you break your longevity bridge before? I'm a little curious. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, in the alley of my hometown, I was broken by a female cultivator on the mountain. But she was still tricked by Liu Zhimao. That disaster was very thrilling. Liu Zhimao also did something to my mind. If it weren't for my good luck, I and the female cultivator would probably die without knowing how. It was a muddled fight. You immortals on the mountain, in addition to your great power, also like to kill without spilling blood. This was the first time Chen Pinggan told Liu Larocheng about his family. It was a show of sincerity. Otherwise, Chen Pinggan was really worried that he would have angered the unpredictable old cultivator before reaching Verdant Canyon Island. Liu Larocheng seemed to be touched. The cultivators on the mountain are very afraid of being tainted by the mortal world. In the Bookslip Lake, I should be the most qualified to say this. That's why military cultivators are envied by other Qi cultivators. No matter how they kill, they don't have to worry about karma. Therefore, compared to legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, Shong and school of agriculture, they prefer to stay at the foot of the mountain to cultivate. Sword cultivators are also comfortable and have fewer restrictions on the troublesome ghosts of the Four Mountains. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, I've seen the legalism cultivators and the Taoists of the Saber Division. The only one I haven't seen is the school of Moism. Liu Larocheng sneered, I advise you not to provoke the school of sword cultivators. They're the most troublesome ghosts. They're simply the guards of the King of Hell. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, I'll keep an eye on them. The journey was long and there was an end. The ferry passed by several vassal islands including the White Scale Island and arrived at the boundary of Verdant Canyon Island. As expected, the mountain and river formation had been activated by Liu Zhimao. In Liu Zhimao's view, this would certainly make Liu Larocheng unhappy. However, he and Chen Pinggan were in the same boat. Once he rejected Chen Pinggan's request, he would have to bear the corresponding consequences. He could only choose the lesser of two evils. Moreover, although Liu Zhimao couldn't figure out why old ancestor Liu was willing to accompany Chen Pinggan to return to Verdant Canyon Island by boat, Liu Zhimao kept telling himself that Chen Pinggan liked to do things by the rules. No matter what Liu Larocheng wanted to do, he was brought by Chen Pinggan. He might not be able to settle everything, but at least he would solve this mess together with Verdant Canyon Island. He would not stay out of it and just leave. This was the invisible influence brought by a so-called good person. It was like the spring breeze sneaking into the night, moistening everything silently. Even a villain like Liu Zhimao who was full of evil had to admit it. Liu Larocheng kept his promise. He rode the wind and hovered above the lake outside the ferry. Chen Pinggan tied the ferry rope and went to the mountain gatehouse. After a while, the jade tablet stopped absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from the lake. Chen Pinggan went to Zhuxian Mansion, but when he returned, he did not take Hong Su with him. He went back to the ferry alone. Liu Larocheng frowned. Chen Pinggan said, I don't want to see Hong Su die beside me. I can only do nothing. This is what I'm most afraid of. Liu Larocheng laughed heartily. He gave Chen Pinggan a thumbs up and flew into the air. He turned into a rainbow light and returned to Gong Willow Island, making a series of rumbling sounds like winter thunder. Chen Pinggan stood at the ferry for a long time. When Liu Larocheng was completely gone, he lifted his hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead with relief. Liu Zhimao came to the ferry and said with a wry smile, Mr. Chen, can you tell me the truth? What's going on? Chen Pinggan said, on the way here, I've been chatting with Liu Larocheng and probing each other. I've come to the conclusion that Liu Larocheng has never met the Dali General Su Gaoshan. Liu Zhimao's expression changed slightly. Both of them were smart people. When the speaker spoke, the listener understood what he meant. Su Gaoshan, the commander of the Dali cavalry, who had already reached the capital of Shihao country, was a mountain that even Tan Yuani of Grain Island could not surpass. When the three of them discussed the alliance in Hengbo Prefecture, they all felt that Liu Larocheng had already connected with Su Gaoshan, so they did not bother to discuss important matters with Tan Yueni, the spy leader of Green Wave Pavilion. It was Gong Willow Island that directly received some kind of reply from the central government of Dali through Su Gaoshan. That was why they acted so arrogantly and completely ignored the conditions offered by Liu Zhimao and Tan Yueni. If so, Liu Laocheng's current position was roughly equal to Su Gaoshan's. Now it seemed that the three of them had guessed wrong. They still underestimated this cultivator of the upper five realms. Liu Laocheng did not even take the general Su Gaoshan seriously. Gong Willow Island must have a higher and more hidden line. Maybe they could directly talk to the Song clan or even the Dali imperial tutor. Liu Zhimao's expression became more bitter. Mr. Chen won't judge the situation and abandon Verdant Gorge Island to Gong Willow Island, right? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, if I really did that, I wouldn't be talking to you about this. What's more, Island Master Liu has a unique insight. He must be able to see that although Liu Laocheng and I seem to have a harmonious relationship, it's actually not as good as the cultivators of Book Lake imagine. It's not like we hit it off at first sight and regret not having met earlier. I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me, but if it wasn't for that jade pendant that made Liu Laocheng wary, Gong Willow Island would have been my burial ground. Liu Zhimao smiled and said, then I'm relieved. If Mr. Chen chooses to join forces with Liu Laocheng, I'm afraid that I won't be able to walk out of Book Lake even if I have 2 more legs. Chen Pinggan joked, after the new year, I might leave Verdant Gorge Island often after spring next year. I might even leave the boundary of Book Lake. Island Master Liu, you don't have to worry that I'm sneaking around behind your and Tan Yueni's back. But I might really run into Su Gaoshan along the way. Island Master Liu, you don't have to worry. I'll only value the alliance with Hengbo Prefecture more than the 2 of you. But let me say this first. If one of you changes your mind at the last minute and wants to back out, just tell me. It's still something that can be discussed. If either of you betrays me, I don't care what the reason is, I'll make sure that you're in big trouble. Liu Zhimao smiled bitterly and said, I can only promise that if I change my mind, I'll tell Mr. Chen in advance. As for Tan Yueni, I'll pass on your message to Grain Island. Chen Pinggan nodded. Liu Zhimao did not deny it. When Liu Laocheng accompanied Chen Pinggan to Verdant Gorge Island, the more straightforward Chen Pinggan was and the more he tried to distance himself from Gong Willow Island, the more uneasy Liu Zhimao felt. Because that was a what if. What if Chen Pinggan had another choice based on his courage and indomitable spirit? What if Chen Pinggan decided to betray him? What if he was more ruthless than Liu Zhimao and Tan Yueni? One had to know that he was very clear about how that insufferably arrogant little loach had jumped into the fire pit, how it had suffered, and how Chen Pinggan had cleaned up the mess. Suddenly, Liu Zhimao felt a little regretful. Should he not have walked into Chen Pinggan's rules? Could it be that when things came to a head, he suddenly realized that he had ended up in the same miserable state as that little loach? Chen Pinggan folded his hands in his sleeves and looked at the lake and mountains in the distance. He smiled and said, Island Master Liu, you don't have a choice. Don't be distracted. Otherwise, you'll only add to your troubles. This is not the state of mind that a nascent soul cultivator should have. Liu Zhimao sighed and said, you've enlightened me. I've learned something again. Chen Pinggan joked and said, you flatter me. I'm not a teacher. I'm just a poor accountant on Verdant Gorge Island. I'm living under someone else's roof. I still need Island Master Liu to take care of me. Liu Zhimao also joked and said, sometimes I have evil thoughts. I wonder if it would be better if Mr. Chen was killed by someone with a punch one day. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, same to you. After Liu Zhimao left the ferry, Chen Pinggan returned to the house. He took off the sword deity and hung it on the wall. He took off his golden robe and wore only a thick cotton robe to resist the cold. He threw some charcoal into the small charcoal cage and lit it. He carried it to keep warm and paced around the house. Zheng Yi knocked on the door to greet him. After Chen Pinggan opened the door, he asked about the details of Zheng Yi's cultivation progress. After chatting, Chen Pinggan was quite satisfied. He estimated that Zheng Yi should be able to use his own body to carry the spirit of the otherworldly item and walk freely in the world of the living. At that time, Zheng Yi could rely on this superior secret technique and his own special foundation to practice and improve his cultivation. Perhaps the speed of his breakthrough would be very fast. It would be faster than the insidious sects of Reed's Moon Island. He could become a cave realm cultivator who crossed the first big threshold of the 5 middle states earlier. Seeing Zheng Yi dilly-dallying as if he was unwilling to leave, Chen Pinggan asked, "Do you want to ask why you and Liu Larocheng can visit Bookslip Lake together like friends despite the difference in age?" Zheng Yi was a little embarrassed and nodded. Even though he firmly remembered to see more and think less in Verdant Canyon Island, this tall teenager was really curious and couldn't hold back. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's a little complicated. It's not something to talk about." Zheng Yi quickly got up and said, "Mr. Chen, I'm going back to cultivate." Chen Pinggan said to him, "When you can talk about it, I'll tell you when you buy me a drink." Zheng Yi gently closed the door with a smile on his face. He happily said through the last gap of the door, "Mr. Chen, it's a deal." After that, many islands in Bookslip Lake ushered in another heavy snowfall before the snow had completely melted. It's really strange. What's going on this year? It hasn't been long since there were 2 heavy snowfalls in a row. However, no one was unhappy about it. This meant that the spiritual qi in the entire Book Lake, which was already abundant, would be replenished. This was called the heavens giving them food to eat. In recent days, almost all the cultivators were talking about the accountant of Verdant Canyon Island. Even the 4 lakeside cities such as Kaishui and Yunlu were no exception. For the first time, Yu Hui took the initiative to visit the mountain gate of Verdant Canyon Island. He sat in Chen Pinggan's room for a while and made a small business deal. He sold Chen Pinggan a superior spiritual weapon that was only a hair's breadth away from being a magic weapon at a low price. Its function was similar to that of the Yama Palace in the prison. It was a pavilion that was modeled after the glazed pavilion of White Emperor City in the Central Plains. Although there were only 12 houses that could house ghosts and spirits, which was far less than the Yama Palace from the secret vault of Verdant Canyon Island, the condition of the houses was much better. It was more than enough to house the Yama Palace that was carefully cultivated by the ghost cultivators in Verdant Canyon Mansion. Chen Pinggan was a little helpless. It must be something good, but he didn't have the money, so he could only buy it on credit from Crescent Island. Yu Hui was amused when he heard that. He said that Mr. Chen was not loyal. How could he have the nerve to sign an IOU at such a low price? Chen Pinggan smiled and said that he had the nerve. He didn't need to be polite with Island Lord Yu. Yu Hui was even more amused. Friendship was friendship. Business was business. He dragged Chen Pinggan and asked the owner of the secret vault, Zhong Yi, to sign an IOU in the name of Verdant Canyon Island. Otherwise, he would be worried and asked Mr. Zhong to keep an eye on Chen Pinggan. By then, Yu Hui and the secret vault would be a pair of brothers who went through thick and thin. Zhong Yi smiled and nodded. He didn't lend Chen Pinggan money to pay for the lapis lazuli pavilion. After all, Chen Pinggan owed a lot of money to Verdant Canyon Island. But Zhong Yi promised to write an IOU. Yu Hui was satisfied. He also invited Mr. Zhong to visit Crescent Island when he was free. Zhong Yi nodded and agreed. He didn't force it and directly arranged a time with Yu Hui. In the end, Chen Pinggan was like an outsider. The island lord of Purple Bamboo Island was jubilant. He took a spirit vessel ferry and brought Mr. Chen 3 purple bamboos that were ancestors of the island. He was happier to give money than to receive money. When he arrived at Chen Pinggan's house, he only drank a cup of hot water without tea leaves and left. Chen Pinggan saw him off all the way to the ferry and saw him off with a fist salute. There were many people who had been rejected by Chen Pinggan before or had no island lord to show up. They all paid a visit to Verdant Canyon Island as if they had made an appointment. The heavy snow stopped. Liu Zhimao came to the house at noon. He knocked on the door but didn't enter. Chen Pinggan walked out with a charcoal cage. He looked tired. The 2 of them took a walk together. Liu Zhimao was gloating. "Do you want me to help you keep those guys out? Just find an excuse and say that Verdant Canyon Island is going to seal off the mountain." Chen Pinggan shook his head. "No need. I find joy in my misery. Actually, I can learn a lot from interacting with these island masters, but it's really tiring. Exchanging pleasantries with people has always been something I'm not good at. I'll just treat it as making up for my shortcomings and cultivating my inner strength to deal with people. Liu Zhimao smiled. Actually, everyone has to go through this day. When you have your own mountain in the future, you'll have to take care of everything. It'll be more tiring. It's good to get used to it early. The two of them had walked a long distance away from the house. Liu Zhimao looked back and tried to hold back his laughter. Chen Pinggan, your aunt left Spring Court and came to see you. If I remember correctly, this is the first time she came out to see you after you moved out of Spring Court. Do you want to go back? Chen Pinggan shook his head. Let's walk a little more. Liu Zhimao nodded. If you're as hard-hearted as us cultivators, you don't have to go through all this trouble. Chen Pinggan carried the charcoal cage and smiled. Let's try to part on good terms. Even after the incense is gone, I'll still hope that the other party can live a better life. Liu Zhimao said, it's hard to be a good person when it comes to some half-baked family affairs, whether it's a house in a shabby alley, a mansion of a rich family, or a big mountain like our verdant canyon island. Chen Pinggan, let me give you another piece of advice. Maybe after a few years or 10 years, that woman won't understand your current good intentions. She'll only remember your bad. No matter if she's living a good or bad life at that time, it'll be the same. Maybe if she's living a bad life, she'll remember your good points. The better she's living, the deeper her resentment will be. Chen Pinggan looked indifferent. Does that have anything to do with me? Liu Zhimao laughed. That's true. Liu Zhimao suddenly smiled playfully. Do you think Jiyu Kan's mother brought 1 or 2 maids with her this time? Liu Zhimao quickly said, she's definitely not fanning the flames. Chen Pinggan thought for a moment. Is it possible that she brought the maids halfway and felt that something was wrong, so she sent them back to Chunting Mansion? My aunt is very smart. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for her to raise Jiyu Kan in Mud Bottle Alley. But, there's no buts. She's really done her best in Mud Bottle Alley. Liu Zhimao clicked his tongue. Amazing. Chen Pinggan smiled. Did I really guess it right? Liu Zhimao nodded. When we walked out of Spring Court Manor, we even brought 2 of our most obedient maidservants with us. We didn't walk too far before we realized that this wasn't the attitude of someone pretending to be pitiful and begging for help. Soon, we had the maidservants return with the valuable fox fur coat on them. So, if we continue walking, she will definitely be shivering outside the door and her lips will be blue from the cold when we return. By then, she will probably be unable to speak properly when she enters the room. So, should we turn around immediately and not give her this pitiful chance? Chen Pinggan said helplessly, let's go back. Liu Zhimao smiled. Actually, it's harder than I thought. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, anyway, I already know everything. Why should I let her suffer? Sulking is the most boring thing. Liu Zhimao asked, or should we go back together like last time? Chen Pinggan said, there's no need for that this time. I don't have the honor to trouble Island Master Liu every time. I don't deserve to be Qing Xia Island's consecrator. Liu Zhimao didn't insist and disappeared in a flash. Don't worry. I won't eavesdrop on your conversation. I can guess what she'll say anyway. Chen Pinggan returned to the house. The woman was frozen like a quail. She hugged her shoulders with both hands. When she could see Chen Pinggan from afar, she hesitated for a moment and immediately let go. As a woman, she could already see Chen Pinggan. Of course, Chen Pinggan would see her earlier. Sure enough. Chen Pinggan approached the mountain gate and quickly walked over. When he saw the woman, he handed the charcoal cage to her. He opened the door and said, "Why are you here, Auntie? Let someone say hello. I can go to Chunting Mansion." The woman entered the house and sat at the table. She put her hands on the charcoal cage and said with a forced smile, "Pingan, Little Loach is dead." Auntie doesn't dare to say anything. But Little Loach has been with us for so many years. Without it, not to mention Chunting Mansion, even the thatched cottage on Qingxia Island would be dead. So, can you give Little Loach's body back to us and find a place to bury it? If this request is too much, Auntie won't say anything. I won't blame you either. Just like what Ji-Yu-kan has been nagging for so many years, other than me, his mother, you're the only one who truly cares about him. You've been in Mud Bottle Alley for so many years just to earn a bowl of rice. You've helped us so much, big and small. You've done everything that we've seen and not seen. At this point, the woman covered her face and sobbed, it's fate to end up like this. Auntie really doesn't blame you. Really? Chen Pinggan listened patiently. He waited until the woman was sobbing and didn't say anything else. He went to the desk and quietly took out the big stove under it. Then, he went to the corner and opened the big bag of charcoal. He added charcoal to the stove and lit it with a special match. Then, he squatted on the ground and pushed the charcoal under the table so that the woman could put her feet on the edge of the stove to keep warm. After doing all this, Chen Pinggan sat on the bench and didn't say anything. The woman quickly wiped away her tears. Under the table, she gently lifted her feet and stepped on the edge of the stove. She said with a sad face, "It doesn't matter if you can't." Little Loach came from the water. You don't have to be like us, who don't care about burying dead people. Chen Pinggan's eyes were in a trance. He vaguely remembered. Back then, he protected her in the alley. After quarreling with those long-mouthed women, the two of them sat on the steps at the gate of the courtyard. She just cried silently and clenched the corner of the sewn clothes with her hands. She didn't say a word. When she saw her naughty son swaggering into Mud Bottle Alley, she quickly turned around, wiped her tears, tidied her clothes, and combed her hair with her fingers. Even now, Chen Pinggan still felt that the aunt back then was the best mother for Ji-Yu-kan. She asked softly, "Pinggan, I heard that you went to Gong Willow Island this time and met Ancestor Liu. Was it dangerous?" Chen Pinggan clenched his fists and gently placed them on his knees. There was no more sadness in his heart, only helplessness. It was ominous to see the abyss fish. Chen Pinggan took a deep breath and loosened his fists. He stretched out a finger and pointed at his eyes. "Aunt, we're really a family. In fact, there's no need to talk. We're all here. I saw it when you opened the gate and brought me a bowl of rice. After the quarrel, you sat at the gate of the courtyard and winked at me. You told me to keep it a secret from Ji-Yu-kan and not let him know that his mother was wronged and made him worried. I also saw it." The woman wanted to say something but stopped. Under the table, she clenched the bamboo handle of the small charcoal cage tightly. Chen Pinggan really wanted to tell her. "Aunt, you probably don't know, but when I was in Mud Bottle Alley, I knew that you wanted me dead because of that little Loach. Aunt, you hoped that Liu Zhimao could kill me. Aunt, you probably don't know either. That night when you invited Liu Zhimao to Chunting Palace and asked about me, Liu Zhimao didn't drink the tea but took the water in the cup. In fact, he used the mountain's secret technique of echo water to collect the tea and put it in the bowl. He then placed it on this table. It's just that I shattered the lingering sound ripples of your conversation. Auntie, you don't know either. You took off the fox fur coat, the maidservant returned to the manor, and even the little action of letting go of my hand as soon as she saw me at the door, the scheming behind it, and the words she said when she entered the room, I know everything. I know everything clearly." However, Chen Pinggan swallowed all these words back into his stomach. In the end, he only said, "Auntie, Book Lake might be different in the future. Auntie and Ji-Yu-kan won't have to be so afraid anymore. There might be a day when we can't protect our family business, and there might be a day when assassins come for revenge and Ji-Yu-kan has to kill them again and again. However, before that day really comes, I hope that Auntie can stay in Spring Court Mansion as much as possible." The woman nodded gently. Chen Pinggan looked at her and said slowly, "The Book Lake will be very different. When that day comes, I hope that you can be as careful as you were when you moved from Mud Bottle Alley to Green Canyon Island and see how you can help Ji-Yu-kan expand the family business in Chunting Palace. Since it's for Ji-Yu-kan's good, I think you've suffered for so many years in Mud Bottle Alley and the first 3 years in Green Canyon Island. In the future, for the sake of Ji-Yu-kan, you can also endure it. There was bound to be a day when he would succeed. Just like how he had raised Ji-Yu-kan all those years ago. The things that the little slug ate and wore were never worse than the other children in the neighborhood. Just like how his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley had turned into Spring Court Mansion. In the future, It might even become his own island instead of Hengbo Mansion, which was bigger than Spring Court Mansion, right? What's more, Ji Kan's father may come to Book Lake to see you at any time. The woman nodded vigorously. Her eyes were moist and slightly swollen. Chen Pinggan did not say anything else. The woman sat for a while longer and then left. Chen Pinggan walked her to the door, but the woman was unwilling to take the charcoal cage away. She said that it was not necessary and that the cold was nothing. She had suffered all kinds of hardships in Mud Bottle Alley and was already used to it. Chen Pinggan watched her leave and then returned to the house. The woman walked hard all the way but did not complain. When she got close to Chunting Palace, she immediately put on a straight face and moved her lips slightly. But when the maidservant ran out quickly, the woman quickly smiled. Chen Pinggan sat at the table and was speechless. He murmured, "It's useless, right, Chen Pinggan?" He rubbed his cheeks. "Then do something useful." Chen Pinggan lowered his head and bent over. He moved the stove and stepped on it. Still holding the charcoal cage, he lay on the table and took a nap. Half asleep and half awake, he felt like he had returned to his hometown. The barking of Shiba men dogs in the middle of the night, the crying of children that disturbed one's sleep, and the sound of an old woman's hunched figure playing with clothes. Many people would be annoyed by it. Chen Pinggan was the same back in Mud Bottle Alley. He could only endure it. In the end, it was just a small matter. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a small matter. Now that he thought about it, he missed it. With a bang, the charcoal cage fell to the ground. Chen Pinggan woke up, picked up the charcoal cage, and put it beside the bench. He went to sleep. When he woke up, it was already late at night. He was awakened by a knock on the door. Chen Pinggan went to open the door and almost cursed out loud. It was the master of Pearl Hairpin Island, Liu Zhongruan. Chen Pinggan opened the door but did not give way. Liu Zhongruan raised his eyebrows. "What, you won't even let me in?" Chen Pinggan asked in return, "If I let you in, how can I go to Zhuxian Palace to see Ma Yuanji?" Liu Zhongruan waved the porcelain bottle in his hand. "We're discussing such an important matter at the door." Chen Pinggan frowned. "You're doing this on purpose?" Liu Zhongruan smiled and nodded. Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "Master Liu, what are you thinking? This is not the rule of doing business, okay?" Liu Zhongruan smiled. "Don't reason with a woman." Chen Pinggan was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "That's reasonable." Liu Zhongruan walked into the house. Chen Pinggan did not dare to close the door. As a result, Liu Zhongruan lifted his leg and kicked the door shut. Liu Zhongruan looked down at the large bluestone slab, glanced at the bookcase in the corner, and the 6 halves of purple bamboo leaning against the wall. Finally, his gaze returned to the bluestone slab. "Mr. Chen, you've been hiding here all day just to fiddle with these sinister things?" Chen Pinggan nodded. Liu Zhongruan walked to the table and glanced down at the stove. "This thing is very rare." Chen Pinggan said with a smile, "The common people have seen the earth dragon in your rich and powerful sect. They think it's even rarer." Liu Zhongruan was a gold-core earth immortal who deliberately hid his strength from the bookslip lake. After sitting down, he put his feet next to the stove. "Oh, it's quite warm. I'll get one in the sparkling gem pavilion later." Chen Pinggan asked, "Have you thought it through, Master Liu?" Liu Zhongruan was still looking around curiously. He said casually, "Yes, I've thought it through. How could I dare to neglect a bookkeeper who can be personally escorted by Patriarch Liu? Do I want to die?" Chen Pinggan said, "Our business may need to be put aside for a while." Liu Zhongruan said angrily, "Chen Pinggan, are you playing with me? Who was the one who came to the sparkling gem pavilion to do business with me? Now that I've come to give you a personal answer, you're putting on airs with me? What? You want to raise the price now that you've got Patriarch Liu? Fine, name your price. I'd like to see if you have the face to say that you'll take both the man and the money." Chen Pinggan stared at the Princess Royal of the Fallen Kingdom. "If it weren't for the fact that so many people have come to visit the master of the Verdant Gorge Island, I wouldn't have let you sit here and scold me tonight. I would have really drawn a clear line with you. Do you really not know, or are you just playing dumb?" You could have waited patiently in the Pearl Hairpin Island. Your superfluous actions will only cause the Pearl Hairpin Island to fall into a whirlpool. Once I fail, the Pearl Hairpin Island will not be able to keep its current property, let alone move out of the Bookslip Lake. Liu Zhongruan, I'll ask you the same question again. What are you thinking? Liu Zhongruan said with a smile, I've survived the fall of my kingdom and my family. Now there's no more chance for the kingdom to fall. At most, my family will be destroyed. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Pinggan suddenly thought of something and looked at the door. Liu Zhongruan was slightly surprised. Could it be that Chen Pinggan was really a gold core sword cultivator? Otherwise, how could he have such sharp senses? Because there was an uninvited guest outside. He was sneaking around, like someone who often eavesdropped on other people's conversations. A man. Chen Pinggan winked at Liu Zhongruan and said coldly, Master Liu, I'll say it again. I won't take the female cultivator of the Pearl Hairpin Island as my personal maid. It's not a matter of how much money you have. However, Liu Zhongruan didn't respond at all. Instead, he complained, I didn't expect you, Chen Pinggan, to be such a heartless man. I was wrong about you. Liu Zhongruan suddenly stood up, opened the door, and rushed out. Chen Pinggan was dumbfounded. Bracing himself, he stood up and went to the door. After a while, the ghost cultivator of the Vermilion String Mansion, Ma Yuanji, walked over with a smile. Chen Pinggan wanted to explain, but Ma Yuanji's face was full of surprise and joy. He patted Chen Pinggan's shoulder hard. No need to explain, I know. Her Royal Highness deliberately angered me and wanted me to be jealous. Chen Pinggan, I owe you this favor. In the future, when Her Royal Highness and I become Dao companions, you will be the greatest contributor. Ma Yuanji rubbed his fists and left with a big smile. Chen Pinggan stood where he was and said to himself, that works too. Chen Pinggan was amazed. Walking to the shore of the ferry, he squatted down and made a snowball. After thinking for a while, he made a snowman and inserted a few charcoal as the nose and eyes. He clapped his hands. Chen Pinggan thought for a while and made another one at the side. It looked slightly slimmer. Only then was he satisfied. In the past, Chen Pinggan really did not understand the principles of love between men and women. He could only do whatever he wanted. Even though he had traveled twice, one of which was 300 years in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, he was even more puzzled. Especially that Zhu Fei of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, and now Jiang Shangzhen of the Jade Gui sect, made him even more puzzled. Why were so many beautiful women of the Spring Tide Palace in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land willing to be so unswervingly loyal to such an affectionate man? Now, he somewhat understood. It was like one method could lead to all methods. If the people beside you were unreasonable, and the people beside you had the strength to bully outsiders, they would be especially at ease. In the streets, in the halls of the Jianghu, in the mountains and under the mountains, from ancient times until now, there would be many such people. The Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Zhu Fei of the Spring Tide Palace, was notorious in the Jianghu. This was one of the reasons why he could make so many women unswervingly loyal. The people of the world both hated and worshipped the strong. This was one of the foundations of human nature. It was not to say that all women in the world were like this, but only those women in the Spring Tide Palace. There seemed to be a faint echo in the depths of their hearts that constantly reverberated outside their hearts. The bewitching voice was like the most devout monk chanting sutras, like the most diligent scholar in the world studying. That voice constantly told them that as long as they offered their one wholeheartedly to Zhu Fei could actually seize even more one from other places. In fact, if it was only in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, where the bottleneck of martial arts was not high, the truth was exactly so. They were indeed right. Even if the Spring Tide Palace of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land was moved to the Tongya continent, and Zhu Fei became Jiang Shangzhen, it would still be the same. Unless Jiang Shangzhen really provoked the likes of Du Maro or someone else. Just like Ji Yu Kan's actions, she could completely convince herself, and even those around her. Ji Yu Kan's reasoning was flawless on his side, so even Chen Pinggan, the person Ji Yu Kan cared about so much, could not convince her. Until Ji Yu Kan and Little Loach met Liu Larocheng of the Gong Willow Island. If you like to be unreasonable, You may be able to live a happy life within certain rules. However, the path of the Tao is long. There will come a day when no matter how big your fist is, there will be someone even bigger than you who can casually beat you to death. Chen Ping'an's encounter with Du Maro was coincidental, but also inevitable. Ji Yukan's encounter with Liu Larocheng was inevitable. It was just that Liu Larocheng appeared early that time, so early that Chen Ping'an was caught unprepared. However, no matter who it was, as Liu Larocheng said on the ferry, no one knew whether their fate with others was good or bad. If Ji Yukan's encounter with Liu Larocheng was inevitable, then, wasn't it inevitable that Chen Ping'an came to the Bookslip Lake and fell into a dead end and asked for trouble? It was the same. Even in the future, there would be all kinds of inevitability waiting quietly for Chen Ping'an to face. Some were good, and some were bad. This was the so-called Taoist saying that there was no door to fortune or misfortune, but only man's call. It was just about the complicated matter of being reasonable or not. Chen Ping'an only understood it recently. It was only after he knocked the bowl and chopsticks in the middle of the lake that he thought it through that day that he figured it out. That was, the most interesting thing in the world was that the people with the biggest fists were the Holy Master and the Sage of Rites. The two of them happened to be the most reasonable people in the world. At that moment, even though Chen Ping'an was greatly disappointed in the human heart after arriving at the Bookslip Lake, and then a little bit of hope, he didn't care about that. At that moment, Chen Ping'an suddenly liked the world a little. He thought that one day, if he had already been to the North Continent, the inverted hanging mountain, and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he would definitely go to the Central Divine Continent and meet the Sage of Literature again. He wanted to talk to him about what he had seen and heard after they parted. Next time, he would definitely have a good drink with the Sage of Literature and not let him drink alone. He even wanted to pluck up his courage and ask the Sage of Literature if he could meet the two older sages. Of course, he could wait until the two sages were free. At the thought of this seemingly impudent and rude idea, a smile appeared on the young accountant's face. What was the good and bad of the world? Was it important? Very important. Was it that important? Not necessarily. In the night, Chen Ping'an squatted down and looked at the two snowmen side by side. He smiled brightly and made a face at them. Isn't that right, Chen and Miss Ning? Hey, say something. Don't just whisper sweet nothings to each other. I know you two like each other very much. At the end of the year, it was close to New Year's Eve. The accountant of the Verdant Gorge Island brought a tall young man named Xingyi on his third journey. And they directly left the Bookslip Lake, passed the southern pass of the Stone Hare country, and headed north. That night, they stayed at the Lingguan Temple. Sword Kamaseref equals https://apps. Arshenshenshen. Aliunks. Com download index. HTML strong style equals color. Read the new version of the Quick iBook app has been officially released. It includes a large number of books from the library for readers to read for free. The books are updated at the same time as the major platforms, and there are also many high-quality sources to support it. Hurry up and download it. 446. Sorry for the long wait tilde. It was especially cold when the snow melted. Either the official road was muddy or the secluded path was covered with thick snow. Stepping on it made a rustling sound. Moreover, according to the prediction of the few Earth immortals of Slip Lake, there would be an even heavier snow at the end of this year in the vast territory of Slip Lake. At that time, apart from Slip Lake, the heavy snow that was rarely seen in 100 years would also include the Shahao Kingdom and a few other vassal states of the Zhuying dynasty. Naturally, the cultivators of Slip Lake were happy to see this happen. However, the vassal states might suffer. It was just unknown whether the 3 heavy snowfalls at the beginning of winter would imperceptibly slow down the speed of the Great Li's cavalry moving southward, giving the Zhuying dynasty, who adopted the scorched earth strategy for the first time since the founding of the dynasty, more time to breathe. However, the general trend of the world did not seem to have much to do with the daily lives of the cultivators. After all, the world was divided into the top and bottom of the mountain. In the main hall of the Lingguan Temple, Zhengyi went around to pick up firewood and lit a bonfire. Chen Pinggan was still wearing a thick cotton robe, which was no different from when he was in Verdant Canyon Island. However, he did not carry a sword on his back. Instead, he carried a self-made bamboo blade and the fake Chu Huang sword that he bought from the Crying Ape Street in Pondwater City. The two ate their rations. This trip was the first time in Seng Yi's life that he went on a long journey. Therefore, compared to the quiet Chen Pinggan, the young Seng Yi could not help but feel excited. Passing a checkpoint and handing over the genealogy certificate issued by the Ancestral Hall of the Verdant Canyon Island to the soldiers at the border of the Shahao Kingdom made Seng Yi very excited. However, he did not dare to show it. Mr. Chen Pinggan had a lot on his mind. Seng Yi was not blind. The two did not speak. After Chen Pinggan finished his food, he started to spread out a map of the Shahao Kingdom. The southern part of the Shahao Kingdom was still fine. There were only a few Dali Iron Horse Scouts and cavalry. Chen Pinggan and Zheng Yi had seen them twice. However, in the south, which had not been affected by the war, there were already signs of chaos. For example, the Lingguan temple they were in was a good example. This was an old Lingguan temple that had not been repaired for a long time. It was slightly dilapidated. According to the explanation of the villagers nearby, the old Lingguan temple who was in charge of the incense died in autumn this year. The county government should have chosen a new Lingguan temple. Generally speaking, as long as the candidate had a clean background and had a genealogy certificate signed by a Taoist master, the county government would agree. There was no need to trouble the Ministry of Rites in the capital city for such a trivial matter. However, the Lingguan temple, which had few incense offerings, was no different from the county magistrate. Therefore, the two candidates that the county government originally wanted were not willing to take up the position even though the county government had made a big concession and told them in private that they did not need to spend their own money to build a relationship with a Taoist master in the county. Therefore, the two candidates that the county government originally wanted were still unwilling to take up the position even though the county government had made a big concession and made it clear in private that they did not need to spend their own money to build a good relationship with a Taoist master in the county. Therefore, the two candidates that the county government originally wanted were still unwilling to take up the position even though the county government had made a big concession and made it clear in private that they did not need to spend their own money to build a good relationship with a Taoist master in the county. Therefore, the two candidates that the county government originally wanted were still unwilling to take up the position even though the county government had made a big concession and made it clear in private that they did not need to spend their own money to build a good relationship with a Taoist master in the county. Therefore, the two candidates that the county government originally wanted to take up the position were still unwilling to take up the position even though the county government had made it clear that they did not need to spend their own money to build a good relationship with the county government. In this chaotic world, the common people could barely take care of themselves. How could they care about entering the temple to offer incense? Only when they were full would they care about whether the clay immortals were full or not. This was human nature. Chen Pinggan handed the bamboo box to Seng Yi to carry. Inside it was the magic weapon of the ghost Dao that he had bought from the secret storehouse of Qingxia Island. It was the Yama Palace of Hell. As for Yu Hui's subsequent visit to Verdant Canyon Island, he took the initiative to sell Chen Pinggan the superior spirit weapon that was a replica of the colored glass pavilion. It was kept by Chen Pinggan for the time being. The 12 houses that were capable of nurturing ghost generals were now filled with yin spirits and ghosts whose souls were relatively complete. Apart from one of the houses, the remaining 11 yin spirits were all qi cultivators of the middle 5 realms when they were alive. They had died under the hands of charcoal snow. Their hostility was relatively strong and their obsession was deeper. Although Seng Yi's cultivation aptitude was mediocre and his temperament was dull, he was a tall and diligent young man. Seng Yi had done a lot of things on the way north after leaving Book Lake. However, Chen Pinggan was not the kind of immortal master who was used to extravagance and did not need Seng Yi to serve him. Therefore, they were like master and disciple, but they did not have the status of master and disciple. Their journey was harmonious and natural. This time, they had to visit as many as 40 places to enter Shahao Kingdom, involving 8 states and more than 20 counties of Shahao Kingdom. Seng Yi was troubled by the fact that half of the places were located in the north of Shahao Kingdom. It was chaotic, and he might have to deal with the northern Dali barbarians. However, when he thought of Mr. Chen Pingan being an immortal, Seng Yi felt slightly relieved. The poor young man was brought to Book Lake when he was young and grew up on Maruyu Island. He had never followed his seniors to travel outside and had never tasted the flavor of an immortal master. He still had a trace of innate fear towards the imperial court and the army. It seemed to be childish, but in Chen Pingan's opinion, this was the right thing to do. Otherwise, if they encountered the unfamiliar cavalry from the distant north and mistook them for the ordinary cavalry from the central territory of the Aquarius continent, once a conflict broke out, then not to mention a cultivator of the lower 5 realms like Seng Yi, even a Golden Core realm earthly immortal who was second only to the Emperor of Stonehair Kingdom and was superior to tens of thousands of people, would run into a wall with the cavalry of Great Li and might even perish. Chen Pingan did not deliberately remind Seng Yi about this. Many of the principles that seemed superficial had to be experienced personally to understand. At the very least, he should hear it with his own ears and see it with his own eyes. Seng Yi began to cultivate with the immortal's secret technique taught by Mr. Chen. Breathing and expelling could make up for one's lack of talent. The poorer the wild cultivator was, the more he would cherish this hard-won opportunity. Chen Pingan's heart was not easy to cultivate, so his cultivation of strength naturally stagnated. It was the same for fist art, sword art, and cultivation of spiritual qi. Chen Pingan stood up, crossed the threshold and came to the main hall of Lingguan Temple. He frowned slightly. There was a popular old saying in the village, "One does not live in the temple, two do not look at the well." The common people might not really understand the mystery, but the cultivators would feel it more deeply. When a person's heart was in the house, good thoughts would scatter like monkeys on a fallen tree. Distracting thoughts and evil thoughts would enter one after another, and vice versa. It was the same for temples and Taoist temples, which were originally places with flourishing incense. Were they originally gods revered by ghosts? In places where there were rules and regulations, once there were no more incense, the spiritual qi would disperse, and it would be easier to attract the attention of ghosts and otherworldly items. Many literates' books and notebooks recorded one after another strange things that happened in the dilapidated temples. That was exactly the reason why. Once, between the Colorful Clothes Kingdom and the Comb Water Kingdom, Chen Pingan met a fox demon in a dilapidated temple. At that time, there was a meeting and also a parting. Chen Pingan lowered his head and held his hands. He gently exhaled a mouthful of white mist and rubbed his palms together to warm them up. After thinking for a while, he went to close the door so as not to disturb Seng Yi's cultivation. Seng Yi was simple and honest, but on the path of cultivation, he was not tenacious enough and was easily distracted. So, tonight, the matter of refining spiritual qi and nourishing the qi residents had just started and was interrupted. He had to start all over again. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but if it happened too many times, it would form a mental path that Seng Yi did not notice, and it would be a big problem. People's laziness, greed, and so on were all like this. They seemed to be quietly born and justified, but in the eyes of others, they were already traceable. Therefore, in the early stages of Seng Yi's cultivation, Chen Pingan had to put in more effort to take care of the youth. Although he was not a master, he was quite like a guardian. Thinking of this, Chen Pingan could not help but laugh. Not only did Chen Pingan's mood not become heavy, but it also became more relaxed. It was probably because he thought of some happy things in the past that unknowingly, his brows had already relaxed. He smiled and said, "Come out, I know of your existence." Although this spiritual official hall has withered the incense, causing one of the golden body Dharma Laksana avatars to hide and sleep for many years, and the little divinity left by the spiritual official hall is not enough for it to appear and protect the fate energy of this place. However, both of you have no enmity with each other and do not interfere with each other's business. It is better than becoming enemies for no reason, right? Once you meet a spiritual official hall with a bad temper, he will kill you even if his divinity is depleted and his golden body is broken. You can eat the remnants of the incense outside the main hall. I believe that the spiritual official hall behind you will not be angry. The difference between yin and yang is that ordinary people like yang and hate yin. However, the spiritual official hall of Taoism is not necessarily so. You can live after death, it is the will of heaven and fate. Therefore, you can wander around outside the main hall and help yourself to maintain a little spiritual aura, but do not enter the main hall. Chen Pinggan explained patiently and carefully. This was because many of the otherworldly items and ghosts that did not dissipate after death were muddle-headed. Their knowledge of this world was not more than when they were alive. They were probably not even comparable to Zheng Yi, who was a cultivator of the lower 5 realms. In Chen Pinggan's eyes, there were a few otherworldly items hiding near the front and back doors of the main hall. The chilly wind was blowing, but it was not strong. Now that it was winter, ordinary people with a little yang qi, such as a strong young man, standing in Chen Pinggan's position, may not be able to clearly feel the qi of yin qi emitted by the otherworldly items. However, if it was a person with a weak yang qi, it would be easy for him to be affected. The yin qi would invade his body and he could easily catch a cold and fall ill. The medicine of the country doctor to replenish qi might not be effective because it only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. The patient's spirit would be damaged. However, some of the witches' traditional methods of summoning spirits and stabilizing spirits might be effective. It was unknown whether they were afraid of Chen Pinggan or if they were reasonable, but the otherworldly items gradually retreated and gave up the idea of entering the main hall of the spiritual official hall. Since they had stopped, Chen Pinggan did not say or do anything. The first place they were going to was an immortal's house on a small mountain in the Stone Hair country. When the otherworldly items appeared in the world of the living, Chen Pinggan would often ask for their opinions. They could stay with Zheng Yi, but if they felt uncomfortable, they could temporarily stay with a fox skin charm from the Shu family in Qingfeng City that Chen Pinggan had. A charm that could move people's hearts. Women could be placed in an object close to them or in Chen Pinggan's sleeve during the day. At night, they could appear and follow Chen Pinggan and Zheng Yi to travel far away. The 12 fox skin charm papers were like inns. Now, there were people staying in them, and they used to be people of the Stone Hair country. Therefore, when night fell and there was no one around, Chen Pinggan would take out the charm papers. The charm papers that they used to stay in? However, Chen Pinggan would need to spend some snow to pay for it. Otherwise, the charm papers would close the door and they would not be able to return to the world of the living. They would not be able to take a few more glances at the beautiful scenery after the snow that could not freeze the otherworldly items. If it was in the usual night, Chen Pinggan and Zheng Yi would be surrounded by noisy chatter. Among the 12 charm papers, even if there were some otherworldly items who did not like to communicate with them, they had been together for a long time. There were more or less 1 or 2 female ghosts who were close to them. They huddled together and chatted about their boudoir. As for cultivation and Taoism, they would not talk about it anymore. It was useless to talk about it and it would only make them sad. As for why they showed up tonight, it was because Chen Pinggan asked them to return to the charm papers. It was because they were going to stay in the temple at night. When in Rome, do as the Romans do and do not offend these ancestral temples. A few female otherworldly items who were braver, even made fun of and complained about Chen Pinggan. They said that these rules were not important to the villagers, but Mr. Chen Pinggan, who was worshipped by the immortals of the verdant Canyon Island, did not need to care about these rules. If the gods in the temple dared to come out of the clay statue, Mr. Chen could just beat them back. However, Chen Pinggan insisted, so they could only return to the fox skin charm papers that the Shu family had painstakingly made. At this moment, Chen Pinggan was standing in the corridor. Behind him, there was a red-faced, bearded, yellow-robed, and golden-armored spirit official who was holding an iron whip and standing on one leg. He looked majestic. It was said that he was one of the more than 200 orthodox Taoist spirit officials recorded in the book. There was also a very hidden rumor that had spread throughout the world in the past 100 years. Most of the cultivators in the upper 5 realms and earth immortals like Liu Jima were qualified to hear about it. It was said that one of the 3 Taoist leaders who was in charge of the Beko Keikyang building in the past, the second Taoist brother, who was known as the Invincible Taoist Brother, had proposed 500 Taoist spirit officials. Everyone in the three realms, including the Taoist masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain, and even if they were not originally Taoist disciples, regardless of whether they were from the other two sects or the 100 schools of thought, had a chance. Once they had accumulated enough merit and luck, they would be able to return to their positions and finally enjoy endless incense in one of the 5 cities of the Beko Keikyung building. What about the more than 200 Taoist spirit officials who were in the immortal class? That meant that half of the divine positions were still empty. The heavenly mandate was waiting for them to return. Chen Pinggan walked down the stairs and made a snowball. He gently pressed it with his hands and did not go to the front hall. Instead, he paced back and forth in the courtyard between the two halls. It was probably a case of well water not interfering with river water. Chen Pinggan was thinking about something. The South Soro continent, the Tongye continent, and the Fuyao continent were the 3 continents closest to the inverted mountain. A treasure had appeared and heroes were fighting for it. Du Maro failed in his ascension and the fragments of his azure golden body were scattered. This great opportunity was said to have caused many cultivators in the upper 5 states of the Aquarius continent to fight for it. Then there was the talk of 500 Taoist spirit officials. This was the real general trend of the world. Among them, Chen Pinggan had personally experienced the chaos in the Tongye continent and was slightly affected. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. However, he was miserably schemed by the young Taoist from the Taiping Mountain who gave him a jade token of the Hall of Ancestors. Because of this, Zhong Kuei became a ghost and lost his identity as a gentleman in the academy. On the Great Tao, there were dangers after dangers, but the mystery was even more mysterious. It was the coexistence of risks and opportunities. Whether it was fishing in troubled waters, profiting, or even becoming rich overnight, it was far better than 100 years of accumulation. Whether it was the destruction of the Great Tao and the collapse of the Great Tao, in the end, it all depended on the ability of the cultivator. Under the sweeping general trend, Zhong Kuei from the Taiping Mountain and Du Maro from the Tongye sect were the same. There was no distinction between good and evil. Knowing these things might not be useful. However, knowing the context was definitely better than being kept in the dark from the beginning. Because this trip required him to pass through all the prefectures in the north and south of the Shihao country, Chen Pinggan knew a lot about the Shihao country's Jianghu and local customs. The Shihao country worshipped Taoism and worshipped a Taoist itinerant immortal as the imperial tutor. The so-called itinerant immortal was naturally an unorthodox Taoist who was not part of the 4 main branches of Taoism. The 3 branches under the Taoist ancestor had different styles of Taoist robes. However, the Taoist crowns on their heads were the easiest to distinguish. They were the hibiscus crown, the fishtail crown, and the lotus crown. There were also many details about the Taoists' Taoist crowns. Other than that, there was the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the central divine continent, which was a local Taoist power. It was said that this time, in stopping the northern barbarian Dalis cavalry from going south, the immortal protector of the country was at the front of the formation. He was able to summon the wind and rain and cast beans to form soldiers to protect the capital. In addition to the paper news from the immortal's residence on Katkin Island, Chen Pinggan also specially arranged a banquet in Pond City. He found an opportunity to invite 2 of Jiyu Kan's brothers, Han Jingling, the prince of the Shihao country who had fled here for almost a year, and Huang He, the son of the general of the Shihao country's border army. Chen Pinggan asked a lot of questions but did not talk much. He was very polite. Although Han Jingling was the prince of the Shihao country and one of the legitimate sons of the current emperor, he was a true noble who had left the capital for many years. However, before the war started, he found an excuse to leave his territory and quickly went south to seek refuge. It was not difficult to guess what kind of temperament he had. However, things were unpredictable. Wherever the Great Li cavalry went south, the stubborn northern part of the Stonehair Kingdom was often barren and the flames of war were fierce. On the other hand, Han Jingling's territory was unexpectedly spared because it was leaderless. There was no war at all. In his territory, Han Jingling was inexplicably known as the Virtuous King. However, Chen Pinggan knew that this was most likely because Han Jingling's advisors who supported him were helping him come up with plans and strategies. When Han Jingling faced the famous accountant of Qingxia Island, he naturally told him everything he knew. He could not wait to dig out his heart and lungs and let Mr. Chen, who had made a name for himself in Book Lake several times, have a look. Huang He, the legitimate son of the general of the Shahao country, had left Book Lake earlier to plan with his father, who had sided with the Dalis cavalry, to support Han Jingling as the new emperor of the Shahao country. It was said that they had already met Su Gaoshan, so this time they returned to Pond City to tell Han Jingling the good news. Chen Pinggan did not give them the opportunity to call him brothers. Of course, Han Jingling and Huang He did not have the guts to do so. However, there was a subtle difference between their temperaments. The former was in a difficult situation and did not have high aspirations. As for what would happen after he succeeded in becoming the new emperor of the Shahao country, and whether he would regret bowing to Han Jingling at the banquet in Pond City, Han Jingling had not thought of that step yet. Chen Pinggan did not care. As for Huang He, in front of Chen Pinggan, he seemed to be more humble than Han Jingling, but there was a trace of a gradually taut bowstring hidden under his expression. This was because Dalis General, Su Gaoshan, had given the Huang family a great reassurance. If one day they really got Su Gaoshan's support, even Chen Pinggan would have to treat Huang He with respect when they met again in the future, let alone the little devil Ji Kan, who was no longer arrogant. Chen Pinggan only silently watched these people's hearts become restless. As for the Katkin Islands court bulletin, the emperor of the Shahao country issued an imperial edict to the court and the common people. In it, there were 8 words: arrogant and willful, not loyal to his subjects, and used soldiers to harm the people. This was the final verdict on Huang his father, who had been conferred the title of Marquis Zhongyi by the previous emperor. Huang He, who had always accompanied Chen Pinggan and Han Jingling to drink and did not speak much, only became a little more lively when this matter was mentioned. He was full of smiles and said that after his father heard the imperial edict, he was not angry at all and only said that he was flustered and exasperated. At that time, Chen Pinggan looked at the high-spirited young face and drank a cup of wine alone. At that time, when he raised his cup, Han Jingling hurriedly called Huang He over to drink with him. There was a sense of sharing a grand event. Chen Pinggan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This kind of table was full of King knowledge. Even the best wine was tasteless. After the seemingly happy banquet, Chen Pinggan returned to the verdant canyon island alone. Chen Pinggan once again thought highly of the Dali general Su Gaoshan. The last time he thought highly of him was because of Tan Yuanyi in the Millet Island. Chen Pinggan came back to his senses. It turned out that a tall otherworldly item wearing armor had appeared in the front hall. He might have been an officer in the battlefield when he was alive. The otherworldly item walked out of the front hall and stepped over the threshold with his left foot. He clasped his fists and said, "Immortal Master, we and our subordinates offended you and almost disturbed the Lord Spirit Officer in the main hall. Your reminder saved me a lot of trouble." Speaking of this, the pale-faced otherworldly item smiled sadly. He withdrew his hands and habitually pressed the hilt of the long saber on his waist. Whether it was the armor or the saber, they were the same as the otherworldly item's body. They were all illusions of various obsessions when they were alive. Chen Pinggan looked at the wounded warrior from the Stone Hair country, especially the 2 wounds on his chest and neck. Although he had not really experienced the battle between 2 armies, he knew that this warrior had died on the battlefield. He deserved to be described as heroic. The otherworldly item looked back at the front hall and then continued, "Immortal Master, you're from the mountain, so you might understand that the more dead we are, the stronger our desire to live is. As long as we can survive, we will do anything. Therefore, after we died on the battlefield, my fellow soldiers and I were haunted. We rested during the day and traveled at night all the way to the south. Some of our brothers couldn't hold on and their souls dispersed halfway. Some of them went to their hometown and met their wives, children, and parents. Most of them went to the ancestral hall and ancestral tombs, so they could go on with peace of mind. However, many of our brothers became more and more obsessed. As long as they met living people at night, they would want to devour their yang energy or pass by the local spirit officer temple, which no longer had any god. They didn't care about anything in the place where they were stationed. They just wanted to have a good meal. It was very difficult to restrain them, and it was getting harder and harder. Chen Pinggan nodded and asked, "If I may ask, General, if some of your fellow soldiers wanted to do this, such as harming the people on the way, and you couldn't stop them, what would you do?" This was a question that spoiled the mood. The general's otherworldly item gently pushed the scabbard. His face was full of pain, but there was no hesitation on his face. "You'll have to ask my saber if it agrees. When we were alive, we were warriors who protected our country. Since we died on the battlefield, there was no way we could serve our country. However, if you want to harm the people after you die, you'll have to go through me first." The general's otherworldly item took a deep breath and grinned. "I'm not afraid that immortal master will laugh at me." Along the way to the south, our brothers returned home one after another. We also went from being the Yin soldiers in the eyes of the people at the beginning, more than 600, to less than 10 today. Not only did we not harm any of the people in the world of the living, but we also cleared out nearly 100 lonely souls and wild ghosts that were full of evil chi in various places around the mass grave. It's a pity that the cultivators in our army ran away one after another, so I didn't have time to ask after my death. I don't know if our actions of getting rid of evil for the people can accumulate good karma for our brothers so that they can reincarnate well in their next lives. Chen Pinggan first cupped his hands and bowed. Then, he stopped and said with an unquestionable firm tone, "Heaven and earth are selfless, but human relations are moral. I believe that you and your fellow soldiers will have good karma to protect yourself and your family's descendant." As soon as the general heard these words from the immortal master himself, the unyielding warrior on the battlefield actually shed tears on the spot. He turned his head and said, "Did you hear that? I'm not lying to you." At the front and back doors of the hall, soldiers appeared one after another and cupped their hands. It was unknown whether they were thanking the general who died together with them or the young man in the green cotton robe for his final conclusion. When the world was bitterly cold and the mountains and rivers of the country were destroyed, the iron armor on their bodies clanked. That night, Chen Pinggan took out a pen and paper and recorded the names and birthplaces of the more than 600 otherworldly items, including the generals. He said that if his friends wanted to hold 2 grand ritual of Ju Tian and water and land dojo in the future, he could try and help them to record their names. During this time, Seng Yi, who had finished his cultivation for the night, opened the door of the main hall and helped Chen Pinggan and the dozen or so soldiers a lot. Chen Pinggan was very familiar with the language of the Aquarius continent, but he was not unfamiliar with the official language of the Zhuang dynasty that the cultivators and people around the Bookslip Lake usually used. However, when the generals and soldiers put on the accent of the Shihao country, it was a headache. Seng Yi happened to be the go-between. Chen Pinggan was busy until the rooster crowed. It was not easy for him to record all the names in the book. For otherworldly items, the crowing of the rooster did not mean that they had to retreat. Some ghosts with strong yin qi could travel freely in the world of the living as long as it was not noon when the sun was shining brightly. However, when the rooster crowed, the otherworldly items would stop and rest. It was like a living person's instinct. After Chen Pinggan put away the pen and paper, the general of the Shihao country whose surname was Wei said that he wanted to take a walk outside the Lingguan temple with immortal master Chen Pinggan. Of course, Chen Pinggan did not refuse. After the two of them walked through the front hall and stepped out of the door, the general chuckled and said, "Immortal Master Chen, are you an immortal master from another country? Otherwise, the official language here would not be so awkward." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "I'm from the north." The general rubbed his neck and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter even if I'm from Dali. I have to admit that the Great Li cavalry is really powerful." In terms of battle formation, both sides didn't need to send their cultivators into the battlefield. One side didn't think it was necessary, and the other didn't dare to throw their lives away. When they fought, they had almost the same number of troops, but the battle was completely one-sided. This was because the Great Li cavalry dismounted and fought with us. Their battle techniques and momentum were incomparable to our Stonehair Kingdom soldiers. It's one thing to lose in a cowardly manner, or else my brothers and I wouldn't have died in peace. But then again, I'm somewhat convinced. Chen Pinggan nodded. The general stopped and said, "I won't ask too much. However, I'm not stupid. I know that Immortal Master Chen is the one who is going to hold the Grand Ju ritual and the Water and Land Dojo. So. The general shook his armor slightly and let go of the hilt of his sword. He was about to kneel down on one knee. He had to show his gratitude to this immortal on behalf of his brothers. However, Chen Pinggan held his hands and prevented him from kneeling down. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "You don't have to do this. I don't deserve this." The general had no choice but to give up and said jokingly, "Immortal Master Chen, why are you being so polite? Do you want me to die of shame again?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "I wouldn't dare." Chen Pinggan covered his sleeves with his hands and looked into the distance. The sky was about to brighten and the night sky was getting thinner. He said softly, "General Wei is actually much better than me. He knew how to do the right thing from the beginning. This is the best way to treat his fellow soldiers. I'm not as swift and decisive as General Wei. Not only did I get myself into trouble, but I also got everyone into trouble." The general was silent for a moment and asked, "Why don't you say that you got yourself into trouble? You're already unhappy. Why can't you say something? What do you mean by I also got others into trouble?" "Immortal Master Chen, although I am an outsider, I know the hardships that I have gone through. Especially when my comrades drew their swords on me, it was even worse than being stabbed by the Great Li's cavalry. When I felt that I couldn't get over it, I secretly called a few of my brothers in the army to beat them up. Otherwise, I would have been driven crazy. Perhaps before my brothers lost their minds and turned into malicious ghosts, I would have become a malicious ghost that wreaks havoc in the world." Immortal Master Chen said with a smile, "You are right. So, Immortal Master Chen, you shouldn't think that way." Chen Pinggan thought carefully and then smiled and said, "Thank you. I feel much better after hearing General Wei's words." General Wei laughed and said, "I'm not a general. I'm just a secondary rank 6 official. In fact, I'm also a meritorious officer. It's just that the generals with real power either ran away or avoided battle. That's why I was able to lead so many of my fellow soldiers." Then, he stomped his feet and stepped on the snow by the roadside. "It's just going to die. It's not a great feat." Chen Pinggan thought of something and took out a handful of snow. "This is the deity coin from the mountain. You can use it to absorb spirit chi and maintain your consciousness. It's the least valuable kind." The general hesitated for a second and then took the snow. He joked, "Immortal Master Chen, you can give me more. I don't mind the weight of the deity coin. I love money, both in life and in death. The least important thing in the world is silver." Chen Pinggan hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm now an accountant. I'm very shrewd when it comes to doing business. I know where you're from, no more, no less. I should give you a few immortal coins for traveling at night." General Wei laughed heartily. "Great. Was there a businessman in the world who was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was smart?" Chen Pinggan asked, "General Wei, since you're from a garrison at the northern border of Shahao Kingdom, do you plan to go back to the north alone after seeing your brothers off?" General Wei, who was in his early 30s, shook his head. "No need. My parents passed away early and I don't have a wife or children. Everyone I know in my hometown is dead. 2 years ago, His Majesty began to mobilize the border army on a large scale. Apart from the northern border army, which was tough to begin with, the few border armies that were brave and capable of fighting were mostly transferred to the north. As for the border towns in the south like the Huang family, we tried to persuade them, but they didn't listen. So, they rebelled and stabbed us in the back. In fact, I know very well that the backbone of our Stone-Hair Kingdom has been completely destroyed by the Great Li's cavalry." Chen Pinggan said slowly, "General Wei, if you're willing, you can go to Yunlu City at the Book Lake alone after you're done with your business. Look for a 8th state sword cultivator named Du Seihu. If Du Seihu is not in the city, you can go to the Liu family in Plum Alley and ask their family head to recommend you to the Verdant Canyon Island. Whether it's Du Seihu or the head of the Liu family, you can say that you're Chen Pinggan's friend. When you arrive at the Verdant Canyon Island, someone will welcome you. You can stay at the entrance of the Verdant Canyon Island and stay in Zheng Yi's house until we return. If General Wei is willing, I can write you a letter and give you a token." General Wei smiled and asked, Immortal Master Chen, do you have friends who are proficient in the Ghost Dao? Are you planning to train me to be a ghost general? Immortal Master Chen has done me a great favor, that's why I'm asking. Otherwise, I wouldn't even ask. At worst, I'll just agree and wander around, but I won't go to the Book Lake. I hope Immortal Master Chen can forgive me. To be honest, I don't have the slightest interest in fighting and killing. If possible, even if I have to wait for my soul to scatter day by day, I'll accept my fate. Immortal Master Chen, I can only hope that I'll repay your kindness in my next life. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, although I know some secret Ghost Dao techniques and 2 spirit tools that are suitable for ghosts to live in, I don't want General Wei to be my servant. I just don't want General Wei to disappear from this world. As long as you trust me, I'll let General Wei decide whether to stay or go when we arrive at the Verdant Canyon Island. Even if General Wei wants to become a ghost general, I won't agree. It's not only humiliating to others, but also to myself. The otherworldly being with the surname Wei cupped his fists and said, I'm relieved to hear that. Living for a few more days is a good thing. As for how much Immortal Master Chen has spent, I'll still shamelessly say that I'll repay you in my next life if I have the chance. If I don't have the chance, I'll just be Immortal Master Chen's accountant. I'm not smart enough. Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and took a sip of wine. It was rare that he didn't drink to refresh himself. He just wanted to drink. After returning to the Lingguan Temple, Chen Pinggan wrote a letter and handed over a Yang-Chi lantern lighting talisman and a small bamboo slip. He handed them all to General Wei, and finally, he secretly gave him a small piece of Xiaoshu money. When he was done, the sky was already bright. All the otherworldly beings were temporarily resting in the front hall of the Lingguan Temple. When Chen Pinggan returned to the main hall, Zheng Yi had already packed his luggage and carried the bamboo box. Chen Pinggan cupped his fists at the painted statue and said apologetically, tonight, we'll be staying here. There's also a group of Yin soldiers in the front hall. Sorry for the inconvenience. Zheng Yi had no choice but to follow suit. When they walked out of the main hall and passed by the front hall, General Wei only cupped his fists and sent them off. He didn't say anything else. After leaving the Lingguan Temple, they continued their journey north. As the two walked in the snow, Zheng Yi asked softly, Mr. Chen? Can I ask you a question? Chen Pinggan bent down and grabbed a handful of snow to wash his face. He smiled and said, Go ahead. Zheng Yi asked, Mr. Chen, do you have to spend so much money again and again for no reason? When we were on Reed's Moon Island, my master and everyone else said that us cultivators are the most wasteful. If you don't know how to be thrifty on small things, you're destined to have no bright future. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, Do you think I have a bright future now? Zheng Yi scratched his head and said, Of course. Mr. Chen, you're already a grand cultivator. Chen Pinggan said, That's fine. Anyway, I'm already a grand cultivator in your eyes. It doesn't matter if I'm not thrifty once in a while. Zheng Yi felt that Mr. Chen, who always treated people with sincerity, was purposely not giving him a thorough explanation. But seeing that Mr. Chen wasn't willing to talk about it, Zheng Yi didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Chen Pinggan sighed and said, Last night, we stayed in the Lingguan Temple. Do you know the origin of the Lingguan Temple and the duties of these gods? Zheng Yi shook his head and said, I only heard from my master that it's a Taoist god. Compared to the mountain and water god, their origins are even further back. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, Then you must have heard of the old saying, there's a god 3 feet above, right? The Lingguan Temple used to be one of the gods who checked the merits and faults of people in the mortal world. Although this saying isn't very accurate now, I think it's better to believe it than not. Whether it's the common people or us so-called cultivators, if we're not afraid of anything in our hearts, we're only afraid of the wicked and the evil. I don't think it's good. But this is my own opinion. Zheng Yi, you don't have to worry too much about it. Just listen. Zheng Yi nodded and said, I'll remember it. Who knows, it might come in handy someday. Chen Pinggan turned to look at Zheng Yi and smiled. Zheng Yi was a little embarrassed. Mr. Chen, did I say something wrong again? Chen Pinggan shook his head and walked slowly. No, You said it very well. Some principles were used to survive and help oneself live a better life, while others were used to ease one's mind. As for which principles are better and more suitable for the current situation, it depends on everyone's background and state of mind. Anyway, I think they're all useful principles. In the future, you'll know all kinds of principles. When you encounter a problem, take them out and think about it before making a choice. Zheng Yi said sincerely, Mr. Chen, you know a lot of principles. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, don't say such nonsense in the future. Mr. Chen, you've never lacked flatterers like you. Zheng Yi carried the big bamboo box and turned to the side with a bright smile. Now, I'm the only one accompanying Mr. Chen, so I have to say more sincere flattery. Otherwise, Mr. Chen won't be used to it if you haven't been flattered for too long. Chen Pinggan squinted his eyes with a smile. He suddenly squatted down and skillfully made a small snowman the size of a palm. He placed it on top of the bamboo box on Zheng Yi's back, making the tall youth confused. Chen Pinggan clapped his hands. Next, I'll do a rudimentary boxing stance. It's very simple. Every 6 steps, 1 punch. You can learn from me, but you have to make sure that the snowman on top of the bamboo box doesn't fall down. I'll teach you 3 times. Then, for the rest of the journey, you can follow this boxing stance. I won't force you, and you don't have to force yourself. Just treat it as a way to relieve boredom. After that, Chen Pinggan showed Zheng Yi the walking stance 3 times. Zheng Yi focused all his attention on Chen Pinggan's footsteps and the last punch. Chen Pinggan saw it all and let Zheng Yi walk by himself. Zheng Yi walked steadily. Compared to the youth in straw sandals in Clay Bottle Alley, he seemed to walk much better. However, Chen Pinggan sighed in his heart. He didn't know the meaning of the fist and didn't learn it for 3 years. Zheng Yi's comprehension of boxing was far inferior to that of the skinny boy who stood in front of him with a chopper in his hand in Yanji County in Colorful Clothes Country. However, this wasn't a big deal. As Chen Pinggan said, he just wanted Zheng Yi to find something to do so that he wouldn't have to stare at him all the way. After all, those fox skin talismans couldn't be taken out often. Moreover, Chen Pinggan was really afraid of those women's otherworldly items who were becoming more and more lively and talkative. It was fine if they teased Zheng Yi, but each of them secretly made a bet and came to him to make eyes. If they weren't asking for humiliation, then what was? I, Chen Pinggan, have seen so many dangerous situations in Jianghu. After all, Zheng Yi was a qi cultivator who was trained with money on Maroyu Island. He had a strong body, so he could only practice the mountain quaking fist. As long as Chen Pinggan didn't expose him, Zheng Yi felt quite satisfied. Anyway, the snowman on top of the bamboo box on his back didn't fall to the ground. After Chen Pinggan finished practicing the mountain quaking fist 3 times, he stopped and took out the map from time to time to look at it. That night, the 2 of them prepared to spend the night in the wilderness. As long as it wasn't snowing, it wouldn't be a problem. Chen Pinggan took out a fox skin talisman. A woman's otherworldly item called Su Xinjai was resting on it. When she was alive, she was a cave-dwelling realm cultivator from the Stone Hair Kingdom. Her father favored boys over girls. When she was young, she was chosen by a qi cultivator from an immortal cave dwelling in the Stone Hair Kingdom and was brought to the Yellow Fence Mountain to officially cultivate. She cultivated on the mountain for more than 10 years and never left the mountain. Su Xinjai no longer had any feelings for her family. Her father once personally went to the foot of the Yellow Fence Mountain and begged to see his daughter, but Su Xinjai still refused to see him. The man who hoped that his daughter would help his son in the imperial examinations could only return empty-handed. Along the way, he cursed and swore. It was hard to imagine that these were the words of a biological father. Su Xinjai, who was secretly tailing them, heard everything clearly and was completely heartbroken. Su Xinjai, who originally wanted to help her family and cut off all ties with the mortal world, returned to the mountain. During Su Xinjai's last trip down the mountain, she was abducted by a Dragon Gate realm ancestor from Jade Scale Island along with her 2 senior and junior sisters. In the end, she died tragically in the mouth of the Flood Dragon. The other 2 women of the same sect had already died in the hands of the original Jade Scale Island ancestor. Su Xinjai appeared in the form of a woman drawn on a fox skin talisman. She smiled sweetly and her eyes were vivid. Among the 12 female otherworldly items, she was the most open-minded and lively one. Most of the ideas to tease Seng Yi were her ideas. If it weren't for the fact that they were about to enter Huang Lishan's territory, Chen Pinggan wouldn't have dared to invite her out. Chen Pinggan had already told Su Xinjai everything he knew about Huang Lishan's recent situation. Her beloved master had already passed away a few years ago. However, Huang Lishan was still relatively stable. After all, it was only a second-rate immortal clan in Stone Hair country. It was neither good nor bad, so it was relatively easy for them to avoid disasters in the chaos. The third-rate immortal clans had already been swallowed up by the surrounding immortal clans. As for the first-rate forces, they were under great pressure and had no idea how to deal with Stone Hair country's imperial court or Dallas cavalry. One careless move and they would be annihilated. Huang Lishan had more than 30 cultivators. They were all officially recorded immortal masters. Including the servants and servants, there were about 200 of them. Su Xinjai's last wish was to return to Huang Lishan and burn 3 incense sticks at her master's grave and the ancestral hall. She didn't have any other wishes. She didn't even want to live in hell or the replica Liu Li pavilion. After Su Xinjai appeared, she didn't tease Seng Yi or the bookkeeper. Seng Yi found it strange, but Chen Pinggan didn't. It was because of homesickness. Seng Yi was happy to see Su Xinjai. The young man's thoughts were clear. Chen Pinggan knew, and Su Xinjai also knew, but she pretended not to know. Young girls were more interested in love at first sight than older girls. Men were moved by a beauty, women were moved by a handsome man. It was a principle that couldn't be broken and wasn't worth making a fuss about. Poor Seng Yi. Compared to the ghost cultivator Ma Yuanji of Zhuxian Mansion, his situation was better, but not by much. Chen Pinggan saw Su Xinjai's frown and changed his mind. He told Seng Yi to sleep for a few more hours before continuing their journey. It was rare for Seng Yi to be able to do something for Su Xinjai, so he patted his chest loudly. Chen Pinggan couldn't help but facepalm. After all, he was still a fledgling who had never flown before. But Chen Pinggan still gave Seng Yi a chance. He walked away alone, leaving Su Xinjai by the bonfire to protect Seng Yi. Chen Pinggan secretly left 2 flying swords there, then walked alone on the mountain path where the snow was loose and occasionally rustled. When he turned around, he saw Su Xinjai running towards him while lifting her skirt. She purposely made noises in the snow, leaving a long trail of footprints behind her. It wasn't because she was a cave-dwelling realm cultivator when she was alive, but because the Shu clan of Clearbreeze City was a money tree and had the body of a fox-skin beauty. It wasn't difficult to do this. The sky was wide, and there were all kinds of strange things. Cultivators, step by step, could see more beautiful scenery than the foot of the mountain. Su Xinjai came to Chen Pinggan's side and walked side by side with him. She smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, you really don't know how to be a matchmaker. Can't you see that I'm not interested in Seng Yi at all?" Chen Pinggan smiled bitterly and said, "It's fine if you're not interested. I won't force you to do anything. But don't hurt her feelings on purpose. Miss Su will have some peace in the future, but I still have to spend a few more years with that silly boy." Su Xinjai pretended to be surprised and said, "Mr. Chen, you're a deity. Why would you care about the feelings of a silly boy? If he's disobedient, just beat him up. Beat him until he only knows how to listen to you. We're all like this. No one remembers good things, only knows how to beat him up." Chen Pinggan laughed angrily and said, "I don't even want to talk to you." Su Xinjai suddenly reached out to grab Chen Pinggan's arm, but Chen Pinggan dodged and glared at him. "Isn't that a lesson?" Su Xinjai covered her mouth and smiled. She bent down and made a snowball. She asked casually, "Mr. Chen, where's the little charcoal cage that you always carry with you? I can help you start a fire." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "Don't waste charcoal. On Verdant Gorge Island, there's no need to worry. When it's used up, there'll be someone to replenish it. But here, when it's used up, I'll have to buy it from the market. My hands are warm, but my heart aches." Although Su Xinjai had shown up many times along the way and had already experienced the stinginess of this bookkeeper, she still found it interesting. She only asked that question because she wanted to hear the answer. Su Xinjai walked in front of Chen Pinggan and then walked backwards. She laughed and said, "When we reach Mount Huangli, Mr. Chen, you must eat crispy Osmanthus street fried dough twists at the town at the foot of the mountain. Only then will this trip be worthwhile. It's best if you buy a big sack and bring it along." Chen Pinggan said unhappily, "Are you going to pay for it?" Su Xinjai rolled her eyes and said, "Ayo, my dear Mr. Chen, old immortal Chen, you've come all the way here and you still care about a few taels of silver." Chen Pinggan laughed and said, "One look and I can tell that you're a girl who doesn't know how to live. How dare you look down on the honest Zheng Yi?" Su Xinjai was so angry that she threw a snowball at Chen Pinggan. Su Xinjai was about to make another one when Chen Pinggan hurriedly said, "Stop, stop. I don't want Zheng Yi to misunderstand us." Su Xinjai stopped and said jokingly, "Mr. Chen, is it because you have the heart but not the guts?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's not worth telling others." Su Xinjai looked at the young man's eyes and made a funny face. "Oh, so our wooden Mr. Chen really has a girl he likes. Sigh, I lost the bet again." Chen Pinggan laughed it off. In the end, Chen Pinggan asked Su Xinjai to go back to Zheng Yi first, saying that he still wanted to walk around. Su Xinjai teased that he was already an old fox at such a young age. Who knew how many girls he had ruined to have such a watertight mind? Chen Pinggan took it as a compliment and didn't argue with her. Su Xinjai returned to Zheng Yi's side and squatted by the bonfire. Chen Pinggan didn't return for a long time. Zheng Yi finished his cultivation and saw Su Xinjai beside him. He just smiled foolishly. After Chen Pinggan returned, he continued on his way. Because they were close to the immortal's abode, Chen Pinggan didn't take out the other 9 talisman beauties. Did he pass by the mountain and mountain deity temple? It was the same for the ancestral temple or the civil and martial temples of the city god pavilion. In fact, there was no need to worry about the small troubles that might arise since the Bookslip Lake was only a tribute jade tablet from the Qingxia Island. Moreover, the Stone Hare Kingdom was close to the Bookslip Lake, which was full of wild cultivators. Most of the strange people and strange things in the territories of other small countries were not surprised. But because Chen Pinggan insisted, Su Xinjai and the other 9 otherworldly items only complained a little. It didn't even seem like they were complaining, but more like they were acting spoiled to an elder. At dusk, a ghost and 2 people came to the small town at the foot of the Yellow Fence Mountain. Before going up the mountain, although Chen Pinggan said he didn't want to spend money, he still bought a bag of Osmanthus street fried dough twists. It was the most expensive kind, and he gave it to Su Xinjai and Zheng Yi. It was indeed crispy and sweet. After eating a few mouthfuls, Chen Pinggan turned around and bought 2 more bags. When no one was looking, he secretly put it in his bag. Seeing Su Xinjai's smiling face, Chen Pinggan ignored her. The 2 cultivators guarding the gate of the Yellow Fence Mountain were 2 disciples of the lower 5 realms, one old and one young. When Chen Pinggan took out the Verdant Gorge Islands offering jade token and explained the general purpose of his visit, the 2 cultivators were shocked. They didn't even have the slightest intention of reporting and directly led the 3 of them up the mountain. Chen Pinggan didn't hide Su Xinjai's identity and the 2 matters from Huang Li's Han. The old cultivator actually remembered Su Xinjai's name. After all, she was the prodigy that Huang Li's Han had placed high hopes on back then. However, after the tragedy at the foot of the mountain, not only did Huang Li's Han not punish her at all, he even took the initiative to send someone to Bookslip Lake to apologize to his ancestor, who was an old immortal of the Dragon Gate. Of course, he also had the intention of turning the bad into good. He wanted to establish a relationship with Bookslip Island so that he could set up a banner at the top of Huang Lishan's mountain and intimidate his enemies far and near. However, White Scale Island didn't allow the cultivator of Huang Li's Han to enter the mountain at that time, which was a great humiliation. Fortunately, after the cultivator returned to Yellow Fence Mountain, he deliberately spread some ambiguous rumors in private, which brought some tangible benefits to his sect. Therefore, when the old cultivator heard that it was a guest from Verdant Gorge Island who came to visit, he didn't dare to be negligent. The old ancestor of Huang Lishan's sect quickly came out of his mansion and led a few cultivators who were in charge of the mountain to personally receive the unapproachable great guest. For the Stone Hare Kingdom, there were more than 1,000 islands in Bookslip Lake and tens of thousands of unruly cultivators. Among them, there were more than 100 islands that had to be remembered. Among them, there were more than 10 large islands, including Qingzhong, Grain Millet, and Tianlao, that had to be memorized. As for Verdant Gorge Island, which had a nascent soul stage ancestor, true Lord Zhejiang, it was even more like the highest immortal in the human world. Huang Lishan didn't know about the turbulent situation in Bookslip Lake in the past 2 months, but Liu Jimao's smooth ascension to the throne of the Jianghu was known by almost all the cultivators on the mountain, except for the low-tier sects that were isolated from the outside world. When Su Xinzhai saw the familiar face of the old ancestor of Huang Lishan, her eyes were filled with tears. She immediately knelt down and sobbed. This action gave the old ancestor and the people of Huang Lishan a great shock. Hence, Chen Pinggan tactfully repeated the words that he had said to the cultivators of the mountain gate. Su Xinzhai had thought of these sayings on her own. Chen Pinggan was only copying. After Huang Lishan learned of the truth, everyone felt relieved. As for the little girl of Su Xinzhai who had changed her appearance, the old ancestor of Sea Viewing Realm who could never enter the Dragon Gate realm, after both parties sat down, he asked her about her well-being. It was more or less genuine and could not be faked. As for Su Xinzhai's nostalgia, the cultivators of Huang Lishan sighed. Then, Su Xinzhai successfully went to the ancestral hall to offer incense. It was personally offered by the old ancestor of Huang Lishan. Finally, Su Xinzhai went to her master's grave. This time, only Chen Pinggan and Zheng Yi accompanied her. She tactfully rejected the old ancestor of Huang Lishan and the other senior cultivators. A middle-aged cultivator looked at the departing figures of the group and could not help but sigh softly. This consecrated Chen from Verdant Gorge Island really can't judge a book by its cover. The old ancestor of Huang Lishan laughed. What are you saying? Are you praising or belittling? Fortunately, consecrated Chen is not here. Otherwise, with your words, our little Huang Lishan would have to suffer. But the old ancestor quickly stroked his beard and laughed. But you really can't judge a book by its cover. His looks are ordinary, and he doesn't have a single dazzling magic weapon on him. If it wasn't for that consecrated jade token, I really can't believe that such a young cultivator is already the top consecrated of Verdant Gorge Island. Amazing, we bunch of useless old bones. Compared to him, we can't compare at all. Before the middle-aged cultivator could say anything, the old ancestor glanced at him and shook his head gently. It's already like this. What else do you need from us, Huang Lishan? Don't you think it's not good enough, so you're doing something extra? The middle-aged cultivator immediately understood and nodded. Although they were already far away, Su Xinzhai keenly noticed Chen Pinggan's helpless face. She smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Did the old ancestor say something about me behind my back?" Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. "No, she's just saying good things about me." Su Xinzhai asked curiously, "Why? If she said that Mr. Chen is young and capable, then Mr. Chen can accept it. But if she said that Mr. Chen is handsome and dignified? Mr. Chen, please don't take it seriously." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "Birds of a feather flock together. You Huang Lishan cultivators have the same taste." Su Xinzhai smiled. After that, she walked a little slower. Chen Pinggan followed suit and slowed down as well. The spiritual qi in the back of Huang Lishan Mountain was not as good as Verdant Gorge Island. In front of a tomb, after offering incense and kowtowing, Su Xinzhai did not get up for a long time. Chen Pinggan squatted in the distance, grabbed a handful of soil and gently rubbed it. Zheng Yi looked at Su Xinzhai's figure from afar. The young man was also sad. After Su Xinzhai got up, she wiped away her tears and walked to Chen Pinggan. She looked relieved, and there was no more sadness in her eyes. Chen Pinggan threw the soil away and stood up. Su Xinzhai smiled. "Mr. Chen, you can take back the talisman now." Chen Pinggan wanted to say something, But in the end, he did not say anything. He took back the talisman and kept it in his sleeve. Only the female otherworldly item with her original appearance remained in front of him. Chen Pinggan asked, "You really don't want to live in the fox talisman? Even with the Grand Dew ritual and the water and land dojo, reincarnation is still." Su Xinjai shook her head. "I don't regret it. Not even a little." She took a few steps back and smiled at the pale-faced accountant, who was no better than the otherworldly item. She curtsied gracefully. She turned around and smiled at the teary-eyed Seng Yi. "Silly boy, follow Mr. Chen and cultivate well. Remember to reach the middle 5 states and become an earth god." Seng Yi nodded. Then, she looked at Chen Pinggan and said softly, "I hope Mr. Chen can have all your wishes fulfilled and live a carefree life." Chen Pinggan asked in a hoarse voice, "Think about it again." Su Xinjai continued, "I hope Mr. Chen and the girl you like can be a couple." Chen Pinggan took a deep breath and cupped his fists together. "I hope that Miss Su will be fated to meet again." Su Xinjai's face was full of tears, but she smiled happily. Please don't forget me when the time comes, okay?" Chen Pinggan nodded. Su Xinjai tilted her head and looked into the young man's eyes, as if she was trying to make sure that he was not lying. Finally, she smiled. "Ha! I just realized that our Mr. Chen is so handsome." Chen Pinggan squeezed out a smile and gave her a thumbs up with a trembling hand. "This lady has good taste." Su Xinjai no longer had any lingering thoughts. Bit by bit, her soul began to dissipate. Like a painting of a beautiful lady, she was burned to ashes and returned to the world. Chen Pinggan waved goodbye to her. Seng Yi covered his face and cried. Finally, Chen Pinggan patted his shoulder. "Let's go." Seng Yi lowered his head and nodded slightly. Chen Pinggan said softly, "If you really like Miss Su that much, and you can't tell her that you like her, it's okay. In the next few decades, even if you have to search the entire world, you have to see her again. Tell her loudly that you like her. If 100 years is not enough, then work hard to become an earth god. As long as you still like her, you can cultivate diligently and travel thousands of miles. What's wrong with looking for her for 1,000 years?" Seng Yi raised his head and sobbed, "But I'm not talented enough." Chen Pinggan said in a low voice, "Seng Yi, before you put in more effort than normal people, you don't have the right to say that you're not talented enough. I don't care if you say this to others 1,000 times or 10,000 times. But with me, as long as you want to cultivate with me, you can only say it once." Seng Yi was in a daze. Chen Pinggan took the lead and said his last words to Seng Yi. "I'll wait for you at the mountain gate. Before that, I'll bid farewell to the cultivators of Yellow Fence Mountain. You don't have to follow me. You can stay here alone. As for whether you say it or not, it doesn't matter. Whether you can keep it in your heart for a long time, that will be the proof of how much you like Miss Su. But I'll say something that you might not want to hear now. Even if you like another girl in a few months, or a few years later, I won't look down on you, Seng Yi. But if you can keep Miss Su in your heart, I'll definitely think highly of you, Seng Yi." Chen Pinggan left Seng Yi alone and returned alone to bid farewell to the cultivators of Yellow Fence Mountain. He slowly went down the mountain. He sat on the bottom step of the mountain gate. Turning his head, he saw a tall young man running down the mountain. On the Pine Crane Street of a provincial city in the Shihao Kingdom, where the rich and powerful gathered, there was a mansion of the Ma family with a very high threshold. It was originally a first-class county. Later on, because it gave birth to a daughter who was even more precious than the royal family, it made the family further progress. In such a large provincial city, it was very prestigious. Even the provincial governor, who had always been aloof and arrogant, would take the initiative to send people to the mansion of the Ma family as guests every New Year and festival. At the end of the year, early in the morning, the sound of horse hooves resounded on the Bluestone Street. 3 riders entered the city early and came to Pine Crane Street. Because the flames of war had spread to the central region of Stone Hair Country, this year's end of the year, Pine Crane Street was not as jubilant as before. The 3 riders dismounted one after another. A young man with a dispirited expression, wearing a green cotton robe, was carrying a saber and sword like the ranger. Beside him were a man and a woman who were leading a horse. The woman had a graceful figure, but unfortunately, she was wearing a veil hat that covered her face. The other was a strong young man carrying a bamboo box. The gatekeeper was a middle-aged man who was dressed as well as the county's gentry. He yawned and glanced at the leading foreigner impatiently. However, when he heard that this person came from Qingxia Island in Bookslip Lake, he shivered and lost all his sleepiness. He immediately lowered his head and bowed, saying that the immortal master would wait for a moment and that he would report to the family head. The gatekeeper ran away quickly, not forgetting to look back with a smile, and earnestly asked the young immortal master not to be anxious and that he would return quickly. The mansion was spacious. After about half an hour, the gatekeeper, who was sweating profusely, hurried over with a thin and elegant man with white hair. Behind them, there was an old man who walked at a steady pace. He looked like a tutor. The woman under the veil hat was already in tears. She just bit her lips tightly and did not speak. Chen Pinggan took out the jade tablet. The old man took it and carefully examined both sides. He respectfully handed it back to Chen Pinggan and said softly, "I didn't know that the immortal master would come. Sorry for not going out to meet you." The head of Ma family suppressed the surprise and awe in his heart and hurriedly invited the 3 people from Qingxia Island into his mansion. The head of Ma family originally wanted to open the Yi gate to show his sincerity, but the young immortal master politely refused. Chen Pinggan talked to the head of Ma family, who was almost 50 years old but well-maintained. According to the wording that he had discussed with the head of Ma family's mansion, Ma Duyi was originally a cultivator of Songfeng Island in the Bookslip Lake. He joined an old cultivator named Shao Dongtian and had no hope of reaching the Great Tao. Later, Ma Duyi had other opportunities and was really able to reach a higher level in cultivation. He was lucky enough to be in the same line as me. Now, he can be considered as my martial nephew. Therefore, I specially came to visit your Ma family when I was traveling. These words, as a guest, were actually very rude and condescending. It was very in line with the tone of a cultivator of Bookslip Lake and the demeanor of the top immortal master of Stone Hair Country. However, the head of Ma family and the family's consecrator felt that this was the right thing to do. Otherwise, they really had to immediately consider whether this young man's identity as a consecrator was fake. Seeing that Ma family was now in danger, he deceived them. Otherwise, at most, they would just serve him with good food and drinks and then quickly send him out. To be safe, they didn't want to cause any trouble. After all, what Ma family needed now was a real help in a time of need, not some insignificant icing on the brocade. Although they were still skeptical about the young man's so-called identity as a consecrator of Green Canyon Island, they believed it more. Therefore, their polite words were more polite and almost flattering. Anyway, there was a lot of polite words and it didn't cost a penny. The Ma family's wealth today was not just based on generations of Ku's ancestors and their descendants' reading of the sages' books. The only trouble was that Ma family had been too prosperous in the past few decades and wanted to make money from all sides. As a result, they made a lot of trouble. Ma family was not afraid to spend money to solve the trouble. What she was afraid of was that what she spent a lot of money to buy was not a life-saving talisman, but a talisman that would hasten her death. If this young immortal master was really Ma Duyi's new uncle, then everything would be fine. Today's Stone Hair Country was in an uproar from the capital city to other places. A powerful immortal cultivator's words were more effective than those poor big shots of the 6th department. After entering the hall of the mansion, Chen Pinggan was still concise and to the point. He said that Ma Duyi had a good relationship with him. If the Ma family was in trouble, he could try his best to help. If the family business was stable, he could see if there was a good seedling suitable for cultivation in the family. If there was such a blessing, he could send the seedling to the calligraphy lake for cultivation or leave a sum of money. Both were acceptable. 3 days later, the 3 of them rode out of the city. The woman who had always been wearing a curtain hat looked back at the city wall of the city with a complicated expression. Ma family was in urgent need. After a young consecrator of Green Canyon Island showed up, they went to the mansion of the provincial governor and lived through it peacefully. A child of the Ma family, who barely reached the 4th or 5th level of Qi training warrior, sought refuge with an old immortal in the provincial capital and began to cultivate. He was not a nominal disciple, but a true inner disciple. He needed to be clearly recorded in the government office of the imperial court. This meant that the child, on the premise that he had a famous teacher, had a steady stream of money from his family, which could enter his master's pocket every year. Of course, the master would not use all of it to pave the way for the child's cultivation. But no matter what, the child had no worries. He would more or less get a part of the real benefits that belonged to him. Chen Pinggan sat on the back of the horse and did not say anything. Even Zheng Yi, a teenager who was not very enlightened in the ways of the world, could see that the head of Ma family and the woman did not have any affection for their daughter Ma Duyi, who had left them long ago. In their words, they carefully asked about Ma Duyi's origin, Ma Duyi's cultivation state, and indirectly asked whether the young consecrator had a Taoist companion. In short, the couple also asked a few words about Ma Duyi's change from a cultivator of Pinewind Island to a cultivator of Green Canyon Island. But it was like a kind of social entertainment at the table or in the officialdom. Some things had to be said. Asking and answering were actually not important. Otherwise, they would look bad. The estrangement between father and daughter might be because Ma Duyi had been away from home for too many years. Her cultivation in Pinewind Island was not smooth, which disappointed the old ancestor. She was only a cultivator of the 5 states until her death and could not leave Book Lake to visit her family. So, the distance between them was too far. Maybe the parents felt that there was a big gap between them and their daughter, or maybe the descendants of the family were prosperous. Their children would naturally be more pleasing to the elders than their daughters who were married away. There could be thousands of reasons, but there was only one truth. At this moment, any words spoken by outsiders would only be like knives stabbing at the bottom of his heart. Every word that was spoken would cause him pain. Therefore, Chen Pinggan hinted at Zheng Yi with his eyes when he stopped the horse, telling this simple teenager who could not help but want to say a few words of comfort, not to say anything. Chen Pinggan didn't put away the fox skin charm that Ma Duyi was living in. He let her ride the horse to relax and follow them to the next place. 2 days later, Zheng Yi's eyes began to change, but her appearance and voice were the same. However, people's eyes were where the spirituality of the appearance gathered. It could easily affect other people's perception of the whole face. Ma Duyi finally stopped being absent-minded. She probably felt that Zheng Yi's current situation was more interesting. It was the ghost of a handyman from Verdant Canyon Island who began to possess Zheng Yi. It was still not the same as ordinary cultivators who were good at inviting the spirit to possess and opening the door to greet the spirit. As for the real trick, Ma Duyi certainly could not see the depth of it. Near a village in the countryside, Lin Luoran saw a stooped old woman. Her clothes were plain and clean. Even if there were some stitches, she still did not look shabby. She was coming back from the stream, holding a big bamboo basket and walking unsteadily. This was not an easy task for an old woman in the countryside. Life was full of trials and tribulations. It was already not easy to live a poor life without too many complaints. If a poor person wanted to live like a rich person, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But if they wanted to live a carefree life, it was even more difficult. Zheng Yi turned over and ran forward. She ran to the old woman and knelt on the ground. She just kowtowed and banged her head. The old woman was at a loss. She quickly put down the bamboo basket. She didn't care if the clothes she had just washed would be stained by the mud on the ground. She squatted down and tried to help the strange young man up. She anxiously asked in a dialect that Chen Pinggan and Ma Duyi didn't understand, "What are you doing? What are you doing? You can't do this." In the night of the same day, in the old woman's house, there was a fox skin charm beauty, but there was actually a man living inside. On the table, there was a pile of immortal money left by a person who left. The Riki was enough for him to live for 20 years. It was still possible for him to send the old woman off and let the old woman live a comfortable life. After the guest left, the old woman and this grandson who had left their hometown for too many years held each other's hands and cried. On the rural road, the 3 of them left on horseback. Zheng Yi's spirit was still a little shaken and he had to breathe slowly. The 3 of them returned slowly. Ma Dui suddenly said, "The old woman is a good person, but when she found out the truth, she should not have spoken to you like that. It's right to pay a life with a life, but what does it have to do with you?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. "I think that's the right thing to say." Ma Dui suddenly snorted and said with a face full of annoyance, "Look, an old woman in the countryside is more nostalgic than my heartless parent." Chen Pinggan turned and laughed. "Are you mad? Why don't you go back to the capital and I'll help you get back that immortal money? And help you scold your parents? Same old rules, you choose the words and I'll speak." Ma Dui, who was riding leisurely on his horse, spat at the accountant. "Don't even think about it. You're really a greedy accountant who only wants to earn as much as you can." Chen Pinggan laughed loudly. Ma Dui suddenly laughed. "Do you know why my parents gave me this name? Because before I was born, the midwife said with certainty that it would be a fat son. In the end, after I was born, my father, who was guarding the door, was stunned when he heard that it was a daughter. He stomped his feet in anger and left immediately. But in the end, he still walked back in a huff. My mother often told me that when my father saw me for the first time, I was so beautiful that I didn't look like those ugly children at all. I was especially good-looking, and my father was immediately overjoyed." "Oh right, do you know why I'm called Dui?" "I'm asking you a question, Mr. Chen." Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. Ma Dui shook his head like the old teacher in the family school that he was extremely annoyed with when he was young. He said, "High innate talent, complemented by diligent study, matching heart and hand, unparalleled in the great Tao, perfect." Chen Pinggan asked, "Isn't it unparalleled in the world?" Ma Dui held his belly and laughed. "Well, Mr. Chen, you've pulled out the fox's tail." Chen Pinggan said helplessly, Okay, you're smart." Ma Dui turned his head and asked softly, "Mr. Chen, why are you doing this to us?" Chen Pinggan let go of the reins and held the back of his head with both hands. He muttered, "Yes, why?" Ma Dui looked at the thin cheeks in a daze. It had nothing to do with love between a man and a woman. He just looked at it and felt a little sad. For a moment, he even suppressed the sadness that lingered in his heart. The cotton-padded robe withdrew his hand and clapped. "I have the answer." Ma Dui looked curious. The accountant, who had a sword and a knife at his waist, was beaming with joy at this moment. "Perfect. It's perfect." Ma Dui also laughed, but he said, "What kind of bullsh*t answer is this?" Chen Pinggan covered his sleeves with both hands and said, "If you complain again, I'll put you away." Ma Dui was not afraid at all. He didn't take it seriously at all. "Where is the next place?" Chen Pinggan smiled and squinted his eyes. He looked into the distance and whispered, "It's in the human world anyway." Ma Dui suddenly shouted, "Izai." Chen Pinggan smiled and agreed, "Good." The hooves of the horses went far away from the countryside village where chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. The last and biggest snowfall of the year came unexpectedly. It was late at night. They were already far away from the village. Ma Dui was the otherworldly item, so he was not afraid of the snow at all. He was still in the mood to recite famous poems. He said that the snow was like a flying seagull, and when he turned around, he saw the ditch under the eaves. Chen Pinggan rode on the horse and looked around many times, trying to find a shelter to hide from the snow. He couldn't help but complain in a trembling voice, "It's not a windy place. It's clearly going to freeze people to death." Ma Dui smiled and asked, "Teacher Chen, is it still okay to lie down now?" Chen Pinggan didn't pay attention to her. He changed from sitting to standing on the horse's back. He tried his best to look around. After a while, he finally discovered that somewhere in the distance, there were faint dots of light. Chen Pinggan frowned. The three of them were going back the same way they came. Chen Pinggan remembered the scene they saw along the way. There shouldn't be such lights. Just as Chen Pinggan was about to continue his journey in the cold wind and snow, bypassing the faint lights, he heard a voice coming from behind him. However, he found that the lights seemed to be moving slowly. If there was no accident, the lights and the three of them would eventually meet in front of the road. Chen Pinggan was relieved. In this kind of weather, if someone could watch him from so far away and wait for an opportunity to take action, it was most likely not a bandit. However, if it was a cultivator from the mountains or lakes, or a demon or a ghost, it would be less troublesome. The world was big. Sometimes, it was not easy to survive. It was easier to die. Ma Duyi was a little worried. She finally noticed the strange scene in the distance. She asked softly, "Mr. Chen, should we take a detour?" Chen Pinggan said indifferently, "No need." Ma Duyi was stunned. After leaving the book lake, perhaps Ma Duyi had gotten used to the easygoing bookkeeper. He finally remembered that when Mr. Chen felt that he didn't need to talk to him, he would be more difficult to talk to than anyone else. 4:47. They met on a narrow road. A light cavalry of more than 30 people slowly stopped their horses. Their bows and blades were covered in snow, and they were unusually vigorous. About half of the cavalry were holding torches. They were the first few riders, and they were not wearing standard armor. They were clustered around a young man with a jade-like face. The wind and snow covered his eyes. The young man in a snow-white fox fur was squinting at the three riders. He pursed his scarlet thin lips. He was an elegant and noble young master. There were 3 close retainers on both sides of the young man. On the left side, there was a burly man holding a long spear. The spear was shining brightly under the light of the torches in the hands of the cavalry behind him. There was also a thin monk-like man with his arms crossed over his chest. He had neither a bow nor a sword, but on both sides of the saddle, there were several frozen heads with bloodstains on their faces. On the right side, there was only one person. He was in his 40s, and he looked dull. He carried a long sword with a pine wood scabbard on his back. The hilt of the sword was shaped like a ganoderma. The man often covered his mouth and coughed. The young man seemed to be closest to the middle-aged man on his right side. He sat high on the horse, but his body was slightly tilted towards the middle-aged man. After the middle-aged swordsman coughed, he glanced at the 3 riders more than 50 steps away and said softly, "Your Highness, as I said before, there are indeed 2 people and a ghost. The female ghost is wearing a fox skin. It is very likely that it is a fox skin charm made exclusively by the Shu family in Qingfeng City." The middle-aged swordsman stretched out his hand as if to catch some snowflakes. Unexpectedly, an exquisite ghost with the height of a finger suddenly appeared in his palm. It was snow-white and had a pair of wings on its back. It blended with the wind and snow. At such a close distance, it was difficult for the little fellow to detect it. Presumably, this was the so-called immortal scout. Its function was similar to that of the immortal watching the mountains and rivers. The only difference was that one relied on magic, while the other relied on living things. "Thank you for your hard work." The man smiled at the little fellow in his palm and took out a delicate blue and white porcelain jar from his sleeve. The ghost flew into the jar and the jar was slowly put back into the sleeve by the man. The young man who was respectfully called Your Highness by the swordsman raised his eyebrows. His eyes were burning and his body tilted even more. He smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, I have heard of the Shu family in Qingfeng City. But my mother did not want me to leave the capital and go to a foreign country. I have been staying in the capital all year round to avoid suspicion and also to save some money for the officials in the censorate. I have never had the chance to come in contact with the immortal masters on the mountain. What exactly is this fox skin charm and what is its beauty? Mr. Zhang is very knowledgeable and has traveled across half the continent. Could you tell me more about it?" The middle-aged swordsman took out a porcelain bottle and poured out 2 emerald green pills the size of soybeans. He raised his hand and gently put them into his mouth. Only then did his face become slightly rosy. After taking the pills, the middle-aged swordsman smiled and said, "The Shu family owns a 1,000-year-old fox hill where old foxes roam. They have formed an alliance with the Shu family. Every year, they send out a few fox skins that are between 100 and 300 years old to be made into charm papers. They are sold all over the Aquarius continent and are popular in half of the continent. Those Earth immortals who do not need to worry about money mostly have a few fox skin beauties as maids. The maids are the charm paper beauties. When they land, they are no different from living people. The charm paper can also contain ghosts and spirits. The female ghost in front should be like this. If the immortals on the mountain have a good relationship with the Shu family in Qingfeng City, before buying the charm paper, they can also send a portrait of the woman they like. The Shu family will have someone to carve the fox skin according to the picture. The old masters are all skilled in painting and have never disappointed the buyer. The young man suddenly understood and looked at the woman who stopped in the distance. His eyes became more and more covetous. Although he hadn't followed his ancestors' rules to leave the capital, he hadn't wasted his time in the capital. His biggest hobby was to leave the prison that had twice become the Crouching Dragon residence in history. He would disguise himself as a scholar who had failed in the imperial examinations, or as a wanderer who traveled around the capital. He had already had a taste of all kinds of beautiful women, especially the women of the imperial censorate officials' families. Women and young girls who were slightly beautiful were all deceived by him. Therefore, he could even casually flip through the impeachment memorials that flew into the imperial study like snowflakes. It couldn't be helped. Although the imperial family seemed strict and terrifying, they would still spoil the youngest child. Besides, his imperial mother's methods were not simple. His imperial father was controlled to the point that the three of them reunited in private. As the monarch of a country, even if his imperial mother ridiculed him in front of his face, he didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he laughed incessantly. Therefore, he really did not care about those memorials that he used to pass the time. He felt that if he did not get scolded by those old bastards, he would feel so guilty that he would not be able to show his face. However, after such a comfortable life had passed for so long, he always felt that something was missing. He was someone who wanted to be an emperor, so he could not be an immortal in the middle 5 realms. He could not endure the pain of tempering his body and practicing martial arts. He also could not be a true Jianghu master. As for leading troops to war and killing here and there, he was even less in the mood. Therefore, he could not help but blame his imperial mother. He was not the crown prince, and now even the virtuous king was not him. Did his imperial mother really dote on him? Did she deliberately keep him by her side like a good-for-nothing? Those 2 older brothers were the bastards of the former empress. She looked at her current bleak situation. Empress Mother had found an excuse for her to be like a stray dog. She had a home but couldn't return. She could only wander around outside of the capital. Those rural women who had a rustic aura in their bones had long been sick of eating. No matter how beautiful these women were, they couldn't be compared to the beautiful women of the wealthy families who knew how to serve people. That was not all. When he quietly left the capital, his imperial mother gave a strict order that he must personally lead people to kill the Dali scouts. Was this not forcing him to go down the road of no return? In fact, he was not optimistic about the empty Zhuiying dynasty. Deep in his heart, he wanted to rely on the powerful Dali barbarians. If he was the one sitting on the throne now, he would have opened the gates of the capital long ago and personally led Su Gaoshan's horse into the capital. What was so fun about fighting a war? He wanted to see the scene of thousands of Qi cultivators killing each other. That was the real fight between immortals, a fight on horseback, 2 nests of ants competing. However, it was not bad to go out to relax this time. He met a beautiful woman in fox skin who was no different from a living person. The young prince was overjoyed. The other party's 3 riders had also stopped for a long time, confronting the elite cavalry. The prince of the Shihao country, Han Jingshan, was the most notorious member of the imperial family in the entire imperial court. His smile grew wider. He was courageous. The other party did not obediently give way to him. He was indeed a cultivator on the mountain who had a beautiful woman in fox skin. He was either a lawless wild cultivator from the Bookslip Lake, or an immortal genealogist in the Shihao country. It was understandable that he was young and impetuous. It was a pity that identity did not work in the wilderness. Killing someone on a snowy night, Han Jingshan felt very emotional. Not long ago, the pursuit and suppression was too small. They killed an imperial censorate official who had retired to his hometown at the beginning of autumn, and then left Jingnan at a snail's pace. If there was someone to blame, it was his family's fault for not being able to give birth to a decent-looking daughter, and for not being able to marry a woman who was slightly pleasing to his eyes. As a result, There was not the slightest bit of affection to speak of. He scolded Han Jingxin to his heart's content, and did not even leave behind his imperial father and mother empress, who were also implicated by Han Jingxin. Among the scholars, Han Jingxin gained the reputation of iron courageous imperial censor for nothing. That old man was no longer an official, and along the way, he still liked to complain. Not only did he dawdle and dawdle, but he also criticized some scholars who did not have the ability to be officials. Therefore, since Han Jingxin had nothing to do, he decided to be a filial son for once. He chased after the carriage and personally stabbed the old man's stomach. After so many years of listening to the old man's complaints, Han Jingxin's ears grew calluses. He wanted to see the old man's bellyful of complaints with his own eyes. However, he felt that he was still too kind. When he saw the old man holding his stomach in the snow, he felt really pitiful. He chopped off the old man's head and hung it on the side of the martial arts master's saddle. On the way back in the snow, the head was silent. Han Jingxin was not used to it. Han Jingxin played with a jade pendant in one hand. It was just an item from the mountain and could not be considered a real magic weapon. It was just that when held in the palm of his hand, it was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It was said to be an item from Yunxia Mountain. It was a spiritual weapon that could be considered passable. Han Jingxin raised his free hand and waved, motioning for the three riders to make way. Sure enough, the three riders slowly turned their horses around and opened up a path for him. Han Jingxin was amused. Was there really such a naive cultivator in the world? On the other side, Ma Duyi reminded him softly, Mr. Chen, the other party does not seem to be from the family of an official who walks the righteous path. Chen Pinggan nodded and said something that made Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi somewhat uncomfortable. It was most appropriate for tonight's bone-piercing wind and snow. I know that the other party will not give up. I'll take a step back and put on an act. When they make a move, they will be a bit braver. Zheng Yi's face stiffened. It was not clear whether he was frozen by the wind and snow or frightened by these words. Chen Pinggan did not look at the tall, cowering youth. He slowly said, if our skills are not good enough, the two of us will be the ones to die. Ma Duyi will be the most miserable. He will only live a life worse than death. If you can't even understand this, then you should cultivate in peace on the mountain. Don't wander the Jianghu. Han Jingxin raised his hand and made another gesture. The riders behind him skillfully urged their horses forward. However, they did not begin to charge. They only formed a small fan-shaped blocking formation. It was obvious. Telling the three riders to take a step back was just a small trick of a cat teasing a mouse. It was a dispensable appetizer. The real main course was not immediately served. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, Zheng Yi, if Ma Duyi and I were not by your side tonight, and it was only you and Su Xinjai facing this cavalry, what would you do? Zheng Yi only thought for a moment, but his forehead was already sweating. Chen Pinggan did not say anything else. Some principles were just so unlikable. No matter how much others said, as long as the listener had not experienced something similar, it would be very difficult for them to empathize, unless they were in a difficult situation. However, those who could not listen to certain principles were actually lucky people. Because those who had experienced misfortune, as long as they encountered a similar situation, there was no need for others to reason with them. They would already understand. However, these were not important. What really made Chen Pinggan more and more frightened was that he realized that those who were full of malice towards the world, compared to those who were kind and kind, seemed to be able to remember after suffering. They even suffered a little at the hands of smarter people, and did not enjoy some blessings that did not belong to them. They would begin to ponder about the principles of how to conduct themselves, and seriously think about how to solve all kinds of problems. How to use the power of others to bully others, how to use the power of others to gain benefits, how to achieve the Tao alone, whether or not the chickens and dogs could rise to the heavens, it all depended on the mood of the person who achieved the Tao and the balance of benefits. Chen Pinggan hoped that his view was wrong. The more wrong it was, the better. Why should good people be smarter than bad people? Only then could they live a good life. Chen Pinggan exhaled and pointed to the young man in the cavalry in front of Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi. You may not have paid attention or had the opportunity to see him, but I have seen this person's face twice in the Imperial Bulletin on Catkin Island in Bookslip Lake. That's why I know that he is called Han Jingshan. He is the younger half-brother of Prince Han Jingling. He is very famous in the capital of Stonehair Kingdom and is the most favored son of the Queen of Stonehair Kingdom. Chen Pingan rubbed his palms and said, I once had dealings with a prince whose status was roughly the same as Han Jingling and Han Jingshin's. They were both brothers in a place called the Great Spring Empire in the Tongyi continent. However, compared to this pair of brothers, the two princes in the Tongyi continent seemed to be smarter. When doing things, no matter good or bad, they will at least scheme against others. The youngest son of the Stonehair Kingdom's emperor in front of us seems to prefer to fight with force. Ma Duyi's expression changed slightly. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Don't worry, no one knows your true identity. You won't implicate your family. Ma Duyi said angrily, Do I need you to tell me that? I am worried that you will be stubborn and leave your life here for nothing. If that happens, I will be taken away by that perverted prince. Of course, Chen Pingan knew that Ma Duyi was being sincere and was worried about his safety. As for the second half of her sentence, perhaps it was because women were naturally thin-skinned and liked to deliberately say sincere good words as if they were bad words from their mouths. Chen Pingan turned and smiled at her. I did not ask you to turn around and run from the beginning to the end, right? Zheng Yi's mind was filled with Miss Su. She was thinking about what she should do if something like Mr. Chen happened. Her mind was a mess and she did not understand what Mr. Chen meant. Ma Duyi was a clever woman. Otherwise, she would not have been able to enter the cave-dwelling realm at such a young age. If it was not for the misfortune that happened when she was facing the Flood Dragon, she would have been able to reach the Dragon Gate realm step by step in this life. By then, she would be able to build a good relationship with the sect's founder and the cultivators on the Big Islands and occupy an island. She could be considered to have established a sect in Book Lake. Although Ma Duyi understood what Chen Pingan meant, she was still worried. She asked, Mr. Chen, are you really going to fight to the death with that prince? Ma Duyi hurriedly explained, Of course, I'm not speaking for the cavalry. It's just that Book Lake has never advocated fighting based on personal feelings. We either don't attack or eliminate the root of the problem. If we have a conflict with this Han Jingshan, we will have to go to the hinterland of Shihao country and pass through many provinces in the north. Will it be troublesome? Will it delay Mr. Chen's important matters? Chen Pingan nodded. I'll see what I can do. Killing is never the goal. But this Han Jingshan seems to have become addicted to killing for fun after leaving the capital. Among the retinue, there are a few heads hanging on the saddle. They don't look like Dali scouts. This means that he did not use them as proof of his military achievements. He killed them to vent his anger. Chen Pingan casually drew a line in the air. This time, not only did Zheng Yi not understand, even Ma Duyi with the snow on her shoulders was confused. Chen Pingan slapped his forehead and said to Ma Duyi, I forgot that I can put you in my sleeve. Ma Duyi covered her mouth and giggled. On the other side, Han Jingshan saw the appearance of the beautiful female ghost. His heart was boiling. He felt that tonight's heavy snow was not in vain. He smiled and asked, killing a few unknown cultivators, will it cause trouble for Mr. Zheng? The middle-aged swordsman shook his head. Killing cultivators is not troublesome. This heavy snow can help a lot. We just have to be careful when we destroy the corpses. The problem is that Your Highness deliberately did not bury the corpses on the road dozens of miles away. It will be easy for people with bad intentions to follow the clues and suspect Your Highness. With the two added together, if the other party's 3 riders were really immortals who came down from the mountains to travel in a big sect, or wild cultivators from the big island of Bookslip Lake, the one in trouble would only be His Highness. So now Your Highness has 3 paths to take. First, since we've already put on a big show, we'll learn from them. We'll take a step back and have someone talk to that young cultivator who seems to be seriously injured. Your Highness will openly reveal your identity and say that you want to make a business deal with him. You'll pay to buy that beautiful ghost. Using power to suppress people and money to buy things is the most reliable. Second, Both sides will pass by and act as if nothing happened. At most, Your Highness will miss out on a romantic opportunity. Third, Your Highness will order us to directly kill them. But remember to clean up the corpses of the caravan when we return, so as to avoid leaving any suspicious clues. As long as the cultivators on the mountain are suspicious, they will generally be too lazy to reason with us. Han Jingxin nodded. He had thought through these things. However, the retainers at his side could not only be those who could fight and kill. They also needed an advisor who could make his master talk less. This Mr. Zhang was his mother's trusted aide. When he left the capital this time, he had him by his side, saving him a lot of trouble along the way. Han Jingxin sighed with heartfelt emotion. It's a pity that Mr. Zhang isn't a strategist. In the future, if I have the opportunity to become the emperor, I must invite Mr. Zheng to be the imperial tutor. The immortal protector that my mother spent a lot of money to invite is just an embroidered pillow who deceives people. Although my father's handling of the court is not very helpful, he's not blind. He's just too lazy to expose him. He's just raising an actress. It's nothing more than exchanging the silver for the immortal money on the mountain. Behind the scenes, my father secretly told me that it's only a few grains of money a year. He also praised my mother for being so good at managing the household. Look at the other imperial tutor of the vassal states. If they don't take out a few grains of money a year from the national treasury, they would have already jumped up and rebelled. The skinny monkey-like man was already impatient. He laughed loudly and said, "Just kill the person who raised the ghost. As for the more rare and valuable fox-skin beautiful ghost, leave it for your highness to train. It's such a simple matter." In any case, his highness was kind enough to keep 2 of the most valuable ones. He did not sell all of them to that cowardly General Zhong Jin. Instead, he rewarded me with 1 set and the other set was given to this poet. Anyway, we've been keeping them in our armor pouches. When we go back and kill those 2 men, His Highness can bring them to the capital to claim credit. When His Majesty sees them, I'm sure he'll be very happy. Those are the specially made armors of Great Li's barbarian army cultivators. Perhaps if they were to be thrown under the feet of those old civil officials in the capital, none of them would be able to lift them up. I've heard that those old skeletons, who only have a few jin of lean meat left, are actually better than the other in terms of martial arts in bed. The young man shook his head and said, "Don't say these words in the capital." After a slight pause, Han Jingxin said self-deprecatingly, "But now, I don't think it's troublesome or not. Even if I pull their ears and scold them loudly, they won't have the heart to impeach me. They are all busy looking for a way out. Whether the surname of the Shihao kingdom is Han or not, it doesn't have much to do with them. As long as they can continue to be officials, isn't it still for the sake of the common people?" He glanced towards the south. "My brother Xian Wang is still lucky. Originally, he wanted to hide and be a coward. Who would have thought that after hiding for so long, a new emperor is about to appear? Even if he can't sit on that new dragon throne for a few days, he is still someone who was once an emperor. How can I not be envious?" The skinny monkey-like man was already standing on the horse's back. "Your Highness, you and Mr. Zhang can chat. Give me a definite answer. Do you want to kill the 2 men? Don't worry. As for that female ghost, I guarantee that she will be unharmed." Han Jingxin smiled and said, "Go, go. Also, that Dali Secretary Wu's special armor, I won't let you take it out for free. I'll give you 2 credits later." The skinny monkey-like man wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "It's good to follow your highness. There's meat to eat." The skinny monkey-like man was a 7th realm martial artist who was very good at close combat. He also had a famous unique skill that gave martial artists of the same realm a headache. In the Jianghu of the Stonehair Kingdom, he really couldn't find an opponent who could satisfy him. That was why he joined the army. At first, he actually had some connections with the Crown Prince, but that bookworm Crown Prince didn't know what was good for him. He gave him a position in the army without any real benefits. He simply ran over to Han Jingxin's camp, planning to fish in troubled waters and become a great general. In particular, Mr. Zheng's saying that he was the enemy of 10,000 people on the battlefield was very appetizing. In the Shihao kingdom, even if you annihilated an entire family, how many people could you kill? On the battlefield, Thousands and tens of thousands of people were often mixed together. When they were in the mood to kill, they could even accidentally kill their own people. When the short and vigorous Wu Dao Grand Master tapped his toes, he flew away. Han Jingxin said to the man with the long lance, "General Shu, please help Hu Han to hold the line, in case he fails miserably. After all, he's a cultivator from the mountain, it's better to be careful." The burly general who didn't wear any armor nodded slightly. He squeezed his horse's belly and rode forward slowly. After leaving the capital, this young general who came from the border didn't bring any armor at all, only the ancestral horse lance in his hand. He didn't like Prince Han Jingxin's actions, but it wasn't to the extent of disgust. Although Han Jingxin's temperament was perverse, obsessed with fishing and killing, but his brain wasn't bad. Looking at the scholarly crown prince, he was a good person. In truth, being a peaceful emperor was a good thing for the citizens of the Shahao kingdom. But in troubled times, he was destined to not have much of a future. Coincidentally, it was troubled times, and not just the few countries, but the entire Aquarius continent was in chaos. At such a crucial moment, he naturally had to choose a good tree to nest in, even if the tree was already crooked. After Hu Han and General Shu left one after another, Han Jingxin no longer paid much attention to the battlefield and continued to chat with Mr. Zeng. They talked about the chaotic situation in the center of the Aquarius continent. Han Jingxin spoke one sentence after another without any rhyme or reason. But Mr. Zeng did not look down on him at all. The short and skinny man jumped off his horse. He didn't directly fly over, but lightly landed on the snow. As though he was taking a stroll, he walked towards the three riders. Ma Dui couldn't help but be nervous, and said softly, "He's here." After all, he was a strong retainer of a prince, and seemed to be a Jianghu master who was proficient in close combat. Any Qi cultivator below the Earth Immortal level, once they got close to him, would be bitten off by a pure martial artist. This was the consensus of the cultivators on the mountain and the Jianghu below. No matter how much Ma Dui trusted Mr. Chen, she still felt uneasy. Zheng Yi didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Regarding Mr. Chen, the various deeds and feats that happened in the Book Lake, he had only heard of it, but had never seen it with his own eyes. The tall young man who would occasionally brush off the snow on his body was already sweating profusely, and did not feel the coldness of the wind and snow. Chen Pinggan flipped down his horse, shook off the snow on his shoulders, and rolled up his sleeves. He walked towards the Jianghu master who was invincible in the Shahao kingdom, and walked towards him slowly. There wasn't a bit of a hostile atmosphere, but rather two Jianghu friends who had met after a long time. Ma Duyi only hated the fact that her soul was unstable. The fox skin talisman was her resting place, but it was also a kind of restraint. After all, she was a cave-dwelling realm cultivator when she was alive. However, when she thought of her cave-dwelling realm cultivation, it seemed that she could not help Mr. Chen at all tonight, and this made Ma Duyi feel a little discouraged. A woman's mind was as soft as a river. Zheng Yi asked timidly, "Miss Ma, Mr. Chen will be fine, right?" Ma Duyi turned to look at the tall young man and said angrily, "Do you want something to happen to him? So that you can turn the situation around?" Zheng Yi was speechless. The 40-year-old swordsman seemed to have something to say. He looked at the situation in front of him and said slowly, "The Dali barbarians' front line is stretched too far. As long as the Zhuiying dynasty can hold on for another year, stop the enemy outside the country, and successfully stop the two cavalry armies under Dali Su Gaoshan and Cao Gui, and prevent them from breaking into the hinterland in one go, this battle will be a success. The Dali cavalry has been going smoothly for too long, and the situation will change in a matter of days. Whether the Zhuiying dynasty can win this battle or not doesn't depend on themselves, but on how long the vassal states can hold on. As long as the Su Gaoshan and Cao Gui armies are exhausted, the Dali can only plunder the vassal states around the Zhuiying dynasty, and then retreat to the north." Han Jingxin said jokingly, "If I didn't know Mr. Zeng's background, I would have suspected that Mr. Zeng is a lobbyist for the Zhuiying dynasty." The middle-aged swordsman smiled bitterly. "I'm just a swordsman who knows some low-level swordsmanship. I'm just a man of the Jianghu. I've always been the type of pure martial artist that the mountain sword cultivators look down on the most. When I was young, I didn't dare to go out with my sword on my back. Now that I think about it, it was a shameful thing. I should have thought that the Zhuang dynasty would be trampled to pieces by the Dallas hooves. I shouldn't have encouraged His Highness to go to the capital of the Zhuang dynasty and hide there for a few years until the situation was better before returning to the Shahao kingdom. If it wasn't for the Queen's trust, I don't know where I would be now. Han Jingxin suddenly said something that was thousands of miles away from the topic. It said that the Dali imperial tutor's plans are flawless. However, including our Shahao kingdom, the vassal states of the Zhuang dynasty are all stubbornly resisting. It seems that the infiltration of Dallas spies into our vassal states was a failure. Our Stonehair kingdom only has the border army Huang family. They felt that there was an opportunity to take advantage of. They were not willing to be the local tyrant who ate sand and smelled horse dung at the border. They wanted to take a big gamble. So, they came up with the idea at the last minute and pulled my brother, the Sage King, to join Su Gaoshan. The middle-aged swordsman shook his head and smiled. There's no such thing as a flawless plan in this world. There's only accurate prediction of the general situation and the purpose of every step. That's the right way. Han Jingxin said with a face full of admiration, Mr. Zeng is wise. The middle-aged swordsman suddenly frowned and didn't say anything. He stared at the battlefield about 40 steps away. Hu Han and the young cultivator in the green cotton robe had stopped. On the horse behind Hu Han, the general surnamed Shu held a long spear and stopped in his tracks. Han Jingxin said doubtfully, "Is that young man looking for death?" Not only did he not retreat, he used the immortal spell to hold back Hu Han and took out a few lethal life items. Instead, he took the initiative to go forward. Is he going to give in? Hand over the fox skin beauty with both hands? It seems that the immortals on the mountain don't have much more bones than the mortals at the foot of the mountain. With such a master, that amorous ghost can be considered to have met a bad master. Isn't this something that only a bastard heartless man like me would do? The middle-aged swordsman did not agree with Han Jingxin's last witty words. His expression became more serious. Everything is wrong. This person is indeed a cultivator. He has the spiritual chi of two large and small worlds flowing on him. Either his cultivation is too low, only in the lower 5 realms, so the spiritual chi flow is dim and stagnant. Or it's hidden deeply, reaching the height of a sea viewing or dragon gate cultivator. That's why even I can't see through it. If it's an unexpected pure martial artist, his fist intent has reached the realm of nature. But I've been observing the minute signs of this person getting off his horse. His steps can be considered steady, but their intent unique to us martial artists is very loose. He's simply a layman without a master to guide him. However, even if we don't mention these two possibilities, I can be sure of one thing. That young man definitely has no intention of being friendly with us. Han Jingxin put his hands together and rubbed the jade pendant in his palm. He smiled. Could he be a newborn calf that doesn't fear a tiger? He's used to throwing his weight around on the mountain or in the territory around his sect. He doesn't see how terrifying Hu Han is. The middle-aged swordsman shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. Mr. Zeng quickly changed his words. He shook his head again. No. Han Jingxin was bored to death. He exhaled again and again, puffing out large clouds of white smoke. Let's not make wild guesses. Whether that fellow is a mule or a horse, Hu Han will know with a single punch. Han Jingxin lowered his voice and chuckled. If Hu Han really hits a nail, it's not a bad thing. Perhaps Hu Han will truly be grateful for my 2 rewards. This isn't something easy to accomplish. The middle-aged swordsman laughed and nodded. Han Jingxin's words revealed his temperament. Others couldn't help but admire him. This prince who had yet to become a vassal was already able to control the unruly Hu Han and the arrogant General Shu. It wasn't just because of his status. It would be strange if he found it difficult to watch others carry burdens. Han Jingxin had the mentality of watching a good show. As for General Shu, who had stopped his horse and held onto his lance, his heart was calm. Only Hu Han was in the picture. From the start, he was rubbing his fists in excitement. He was getting closer and closer to the young man. Compared to Mr. Zeng, who was watching the battle from afar, Hu Han was more direct. When the two of them stopped, they were less than 5 steps apart. Hu Han actually felt a sense of danger. However, the smile on his face didn't change. He glanced at the bamboo blade and ancient sword hanging by the young man's waist. "Brat, you can't be a pure martial artist, right?" In the end, the young man in a green robe nodded and asked, "Don't you think it's a coincidence?" Hu Han smiled. "It's a coincidence. How can it not be a coincidence? Since we're all from the pugilistic world, then I can't help but talk about the principles of the pugilistic world. Let's make a deal. You and the young man can just leave that female ghost behind. How about it?" Chen Pinggan smiled and didn't say a word. Hu Han shifted his gaze and looked at the depth of Chen Pinggan's footprints in the snow. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see the difference, but as a martial artist of the 7th realm, Hu Han's eyesight was naturally excellent. He saw the young man's footsteps from the moment he got off the horse to the place where he was standing. Chen Pinggan smiled. "Don't look. You won't be able to see the truth. The second time I traveled, I was alone on an immortal ferry. I already knew how to hide the depth of my footsteps and the speed of my breathing. One shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must be wary of others. Therefore, after practicing more and more, it became a habit. Perhaps there are times when I don't even notice it." Hu Han was stunned. He clicked his tongue and said, "Little brother, you're an expert." Chen Pinggan didn't admit or deny it. "You're a martial artist of the golden body realm? But your foundation is so broken that it's no different from paper." Hu Han chuckled. "Little brother, your words hurt my feelings. Be careful that I don't pull out your tongue." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "It's my fault. In the past half a year, I've interacted with too many dead people. I'm used to chatting. Actually, I'm not like this when I'm fighting an enemy." Hu Han came to a realization and said, "No wonder. It's fine, it's fine. As a senior in the martial world, I'm the opposite of you. I like to chat with people, kill people while you're at it." Snowflakes flew from the snow under Hu Han's feet. He threw a punch at Chen Pinggan's abdomen. With his sleeves rolled up, Chen Pinggan placed one hand behind his back and used his other palm to press against the fist. The moment they touched, he pulled back. However, he had already borrowed the force to take 4 to 5 steps back. Hu Han's punch missed. He followed him like a shadow and punched out like a rainbow. The wind and snow on both sides of the short man were swept up and tilted by the vigorous fist force. Chen Pinggan used his elbow to block Hu Han's punch and slid back a few steps. If he took another 2 steps back, he would be on his mount. Hu Han felt that he had more or less figured out the true foundation of this mysterious young man. Just as he was about to stop hiding and kill him, the young man's elbow not only blocked his fist, but also suddenly burst out with a fierce force like a flood breaking through a dam. Hu Han was so frightened that he quickly suppressed the pure true qi in his body and took a few steps back. Of course, even if he took a step back, as a martial Dao master of the golden body realm, he was still as smooth as flowing water without any signs of weakness. When Hu Han came to a halt, his eyes widened as he remarked, "Good lad, you sure are good at acting. You even managed to fool me once." It turned out that the young man's fist force seemed to be trying to fight him to the death. However, it was actually just a light touch. It was like a child holding a hammer and using all his strength to lift it up before smashing it down on the ground. Then, when the hammer was an inch above the ground, it stopped moving and hovered in the air. The key was that the child seemed to be using a lot of strength to lift the hammer, but when he lifted it up, it didn't seem to be strenuous at all. Perhaps Hu Han didn't take a step back and took the opportunity to get closer. Perhaps he could even punch through the young man's chest. However, Hu Han knew that it was more likely that the young man had a backup plan waiting for him. For example, the young man's hand that was hidden behind his back. Since the other party was so proficient in controlling his own fist aura, even if his cultivation level was not high, there must be an expert who had helped him temper his body, or he had truly experienced incomparably dangerous life and death battles. Chen Pinggan shook his wrist with a calm expression. "Let's not talk about that martial madman. Although your realm is high, in terms of martial arts attainment, you're not even as good as a smiling face I met in my early years. He should be a pure martial artist like you." If his fist intent isn't enough, his movement technique makes up for it. Hu Han's expression was unsettled. It wasn't that the Stone Hair Kingdom's #1 martial artist was afraid after just exchanging blows. Of course, it was impossible. Instead, it was the young man's hand behind his back and the sword at his waist that annoyed him. This was a kind of instinct that a martial arts grandmaster had honed on the line between life and death. This was the most troublesome thing. As for the nonsense of a weak foundation, a weak golden body and fist intent isn't enough, his movement technique makes up for it, Hu Han didn't take it to heart. As long as the palm is in the right position, you can retract and release it freely. Practicing martial arts is also about refining the heart. Its importance is no less than that of a cultivator. After the fist intent is the fist stance, and after the fist stance is the art of martial arts. A golden body cultivator like you won't live for more than a few days if you're thrown into some place. You'll only become the best whetstone for the martial artists there. Chen Pinggan smiled. All right, that's enough chit-chat. I already know how strong you are. Hu Han put one hand behind his back and raised his other hand to beckon Chen Pinggan with a finger. He said with a cheeky smile, I'll return the favor. This time, it's your turn to attack first. I don't want you to think that I'm bullying a junior. In fact, as long as it was a close combat, Hu Han, who was nicknamed the blacksmith, would always win. There was only a wrong name given by one's parents, but there was no wrong nickname given by Jianghu. When Ma Duyi heard Chen Pinggan say that the palm is in the right position, Ma Duyi almost laughed out loud. At first, she thought that Mr. Chen was just spouting nonsense. However, Ma Duyi's expression suddenly changed. Looking at the guy's back, she wondered if his knowledge and fist intent were really connected. If it were anyone else, Ma Duyi would not have thought of such a strange idea. However, when it came to Chen Pinggan, Ma Duyi felt that if it came to Chen Pinggan, everything in the world would turn out to be one. For example, who would sit in the house at the entrance of Verdant Gorge Island like him? Would he really leave the Bookslips Lake and have this trip? Chen Pinggan took a step forward. As usual, he did not look like a grandmaster at all. Compared to Hu Han, who used his energy fist to shatter the surrounding snowflakes every time he attacked, it was a world of difference. Hu Han could taste the aftertaste of his words. This young man who hid his strength must be seriously injured. That was why every time he attacked, he looked like a bookkeeper who was doing a small business, calculating the slightest bit of profit. There was no pride of a martial artist at all. Hu Han was filled with murderous intent. He completely let go of his attacks. In that instant, Hu Han's heartstrings tightened. His instincts told him that he should not let that person throw a punch at him. However, his martial arts knowledge and Jianghu experience told him that if he did not hold back in close combat, his opponent would die sooner or later. He felt a little uneasy. The punch arrived. After taking the punch, Hu Han laughed. Are you trying to scratch my itch? After that, Hu Han could not laugh anymore. The punch arrived. Punch after punch. The momentum was like a waterfall that flowed 3,000 feet. Hu Han only countered with punch after punch. The two of them moved unpredictably, the wind and snow blowing wildly on the road. Even if they were just at the Golden Body Realm, they were still at the Golden Body Realm. After 7 or 8 punches, Hu Han's forehead was covered in sweat. After 11 punches, Hu Han was not only sweating profusely, but blood was also seeping out of the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the young man who punched faster and faster still showed no signs of exhaustion or wanting to stop. The incomparably sullen Hu Han, a stately Realm 7 martial artist, simply gave up on the thought of retaliating. Stellar energy spread throughout his meridians, protecting the various major aperture points as he allowed the youth to continue punching. Fist intent could last for a long time, but a martial artist's pure zhenqi would eventually run out. That would be the best time for Hu Han to deliver a punch. However, Hu Han heard Mr. Zeng shout from behind him, General Shu, quickly help Hu Han break this person's fist intent. General Shu frowned, but he did not hesitate and rushed out on his horse. He was said to be the best horsefighter in Stone Hair Kingdom. He sat on horseback and wielded a long spear. His combat strength was extraordinary. He was not a martial artist in the ordinary sense. The reason why Hu Han was willing to ride side by side with this person and even talk and laugh was, of course, the main reason. Everything depended on one's ability. As for the poetry scholar with a horizontal lance that was widely known throughout the Stonehair Kingdom, it originated from the first time this person entered the palace to meet the emperor. He was specially allowed to bring a long lance into the palace. Then, in front of all the civil and military officials, at the end of that day's court meeting, the emperor actually ordered someone to bring an untamed horse over. He had to ride the horse and hold the long lance. On a long slab of stone, he had to use the tip of the lance to write a poem that had been passed down for generations. Moreover, he had to ride the horse without stopping. Otherwise, his ancestral long lance would be taken away and he would be expelled from the border army. If he succeeded, he would be greatly rewarded. He would be a rank 4 military officer. In the end, he became famous throughout the kingdom. He gently put down the long spear and kowtowed at the bottom of the stairs to thank the emperor for his kindness. At that time, the young general trembled and spoke emotionally. Everyone felt that this young man who was prosperous in martial arts was so grateful that he could not hold back his tears. The emperor was so happy that he personally gave him the title of Horizontal Lance Poetry Scholar. However, he had been angry about it all these years. He saw it as the biggest humiliation of his life. For 4 generations, a long spear that was soaked in the blood of countless enemies was passed down from father to son. After it was passed down to him, it was no different from a woman doing embroidery with a needle. He, Shu Mao, was a hero for generations. His ancestors were willing to die for him. On the battlefield, there were no cheers or applause. How could he, Shu Mao, be an actor who played to the crowd? 1 man, 1 horse, and 1 spear. When they charged, it was as if the mountains were collapsing. Although Chen Pinggan and Hu Han were tangled up, Shu Mao's spear pointed at Chen Pinggan's neck after the 12th punch. Chen Pinggan did not force himself to send out the next punch. All of this was within his expectations. If it wasn't the cavalry's spear that arrived, it would be the middle-aged man's sword. Chen Pinggan only sent Hu Han, who was not fatally injured, stumbling with a palm. He blocked the tip of the cavalry's spear and moved a few steps to the side. Shu Mao twisted his wrist slightly. The spear that almost skewered Hu Han into a candied hawthorn only pierced through the latter's armpit. Chen Pinggan stomped heavily on the ground. On the ground, the snow within 70 to 80 feet of Chen Pinggan was instantly blown up. Shu Mao closed his eyes almost instantly. He suddenly opened his eyes and raised his spear, thrusting it forward. The spear sank. A green figure stepped on a long spear and slid down. With a knee strike, he knocked Shu Mao off his horse and sent him flying. However, Shu Mao held onto the spear tightly and did not let go. Shu Mao spat out a mouthful of blood. When he stood up, he realized that the person was standing on his horse and did not follow up with another attack. Only then did Shu Mao look at Hu Han, who had left the battlefield, and roared, "Hu Han, I was the one who saved you from your predicament. Yet, you chose to stand by and do nothing to harm me." Chen Pinggan did not look at Shu Mao. Instead, he looked at Han Jingxin and the middle-aged swordsman. He smiled and said, "I advise you not to count on him. He's just a golden body realm cultivator who is scared out of his wits. He can't be relied on." Han Jingxin's expression was grave. Shu Mao and Hu Han had both been defeated. Losing to Shu Mao twice wasn't something to be afraid of. What he was afraid of was that the young man had struck his vitals. Shu Mao already had a rift with Hu Han, and if Hu Han really lost the guts of a revolved Jing master, how was he going to continue fighting? Could it be that he could only rely on this Mr. Zeng? Hu Han was more reliable than Shu Mao. However, Han Jingxin had his own plans. Mr. Zeng had to make the final decision and kill that person. Otherwise, he had to protect him. If Mr. Zeng did not make a move, no matter how bad the situation was, there was still room to maneuver. Once Mr. Zeng made a move and lost, would he still have to apologize to the other party? That would require the other party to be willing to give him a chance to repair their relationship. It was said that there were some mountain cultivators who were too stubborn. When they became ruthless, for the sake of the great Tao, They would not even recognize their own family. Mr. Zeng softly said, "Your Highness, if I don't make a move, the hearts of the people will be scattered and we will be at the mercy of others. Only by making a move can I have Hu Han and Shu Maro join forces with me to kill this person. However, there is a condition. I cannot be defeated in a single move." Han Jingxin forced a smile. Mr. Zeng must be joking. Shu Maro returned to the cavalry and changed his mount. His face was filled with resentment. Hu Han also wanted to return. But just as he was about to move, the young man turned his head and looked at him. Hu Han seemed to have been scared out of his wits. He angrily stayed where he was. Chen Pinggan felt that whether it was Hu Han or Shu Maro, neither of them was so simple. It was just that the situation was delicate. Everyone was hiding their strength and not willing to go all out. It seemed that the morale of the cavalry under Han Jingxin was worth pondering over. The middle-aged swordsman who had never used his sword before slowly rode out. The two horses were about 30 steps apart. Chen Pinggan, who had been standing on his horse, asked, "Mister, are you not a sword cultivator but a swordsman?" The middle-aged swordsman shook his head. "I am not worthy of being called Mister. My surname is Zhang and I live in the pugilistic world. I will go wherever there is food to eat." The man smiled. "Next, I might not be so righteous." Chen Pinggan placed one hand behind his back and spread out his other hand. "Do as you wish." The man looked at Hu Han. "I implore General Shu and I to put aside our differences and work together to kill the enemy." Chen Pinggan smiled. "Since Senior Zeng is a pure martial artist, you should be able to see that this golden body martial artist of yours is like a crane in a flock of chickens. A true martial artist is someone who uses all his strength to raise his state of mind. Even when facing an enemy one level higher than him, he is not afraid at all. If it is life or death, then so be it. On the other hand, not only does he have a poor foundation, but he also lacks that breath. He likes to drag himself down a level to fight with others. The Jianghu of your Stonehair nation is really interesting. If not for this person being the leader of the Stonehair country's pugilistic world, the entire Stonehair country's pugilistic world would be dragged down by him." Shu Mao's lips curled up. He seemed to agree with those words. However, this did not stop him from holding his spear and slowly walking out. Hu Han was deep in thought. Unexpectedly, Chen Pinggan turned his head and said, "Have you thought it through?" "Unfortunately, you can't do it." Hu Han stretched his neck. "Oh, that might not be the case." Hu Han's aura changed. It was as if he was the real Hu Han at this moment, the person who made the Stonehair country's pugilistic world bow down to him. Hu Han said loudly, "Mr. Zeng, General Shu, I will be the first to attack. You just need to support me." Chen Pinggan turned a deaf ear to Hu Han's words and ignored Shu Maro walking out with his spear. In the wind and snow, Chen Pinggan could only see the middle-aged swordsman with the longsword on his back. The man did not attack, but the longsword on his back came out of its sheath and charged into the sky, disappearing in an instant. This was the specialty of a swordsman, the controlling sword art. It was also the reason why the sword show on the mountain looked down on the swordsman below. Chen Pinggan's left hand pressed on the hilt of the ancient yellow sword. "What a coincidence, I am also a swordsman." He slowly pushed the sword out of its sheath with his thumb. It was like a mountain. It was hard to tell if it was a fist essence or a sword essence. Shu Maro could not help but narrow his eyes because he felt that it was too dazzling. However, Shu Maro was the first to attack. The war horse galloped forward with his spear. Hu Han did not want to fall behind and charged towards Chen Pinggan. The middle-aged swordsman smiled. The ancient sword with the white jade Lingji hilt was still missing. Chen Pinggan took a big step forward on the horse's back and then stepped into the air, disappearing into thin air. Hu Han jumped over the horse's back and landed on the opposite side of the road. In the next moment, the green figure appeared beside Shu Mao. With a shoulder strike, Shu Mao and his horse were sent flying. Shu Mao left his horse in midair and landed steadily. The pitiful horse fell heavily into the snow dozens of feet away and died on the spot. However, something even stranger happened. Just like Chen Pinggan's inexplicable disappearance, The middle-aged swordsman also disappeared into thin air without a trace. Not only that, the scabbard on his back was also abandoned. It fell off the horse's back and stabbed into the snow. Chen Pinggan stood on the horse's back and frowned in silence. He gently pushed the ancient yellow sword back into the scabbard. He lowered his head and stared at the empty scabbard. Hu Han and Shu Maro, who might have been focused on him, did not notice that the scabbard was real. However, what was hidden in the scabbard was not a long sword, but a straight saber. Chen Pinggan felt somewhat helpless and muttered, "Don't tell me I really met a person who owes me a saber." The scabbard was left behind. The person ran away, and the straight saber should have been taken with him. There was something strange about this. Previously, that Mr. Zheng said that Chen Pinggan was like this. Now, it was an eye for an eye. He would put aside the things he did not understand and finish the things he did understand first. For example, Chen Pinggan used the sword controlling technique to pull the scabbard out of the snow and waved his sleeve. The scabbard flashed like a flying sword. It pierced through the neck of the prince of the stone country. After confirming that there was no immortal technique like the death substitution talisman, Chen Pinggan no longer looked at the corpse that slid off the horse's back. Chen Pinggan turned around, his gaze moving between Shu Maro and Hu Han. Shu Maro did not move, holding his lance tightly. Hu Han had already started running. Chen Pinggan chased after him. The two figures disappeared from everyone's sight. All the elite cavalry looked at each other. They waited for Shu Mao's orders. Since the sky had already collapsed, there had to be someone tall to hold it up. About half an incense stick later, they could vaguely see the green figure return, carrying something in his hand. Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi were about to go crazy. It turned out that not long after Chen Pinggan left, Shu Maro seemed to have been possessed. Not long after Chen Pinggan left, he first gathered a few elite retainers from the prince's residence and then went on a rampage. After that, he went on a killing spree, killing all 40 or so cavalrymen one by one. In the end, he even squatted down and used his saber to cut off Prince Han Jingxin's head and hung it on his waist. He then picked 3 war horses and mounted one of them. The other 2 were used as backup horses for long-distance raids, so as to not harm the war horse's legs. Shu Maro did not leave. Instead, he sat quietly on the horse's back, waiting for Chen Pinggan's return. Chen Pinggan approached Shu Maro and tossed Hu Han's head to the general on the horse's back, asking, "What do you think?" Shu Maro took the head and hung it by the saddle, smiling. "You've already guessed it, right? The future emperor of the Stonehair Kingdom is dead. As a sinner who must die for failing to protect his master, what else can I do? I can only seek refuge with Dallas Su Gaoshan." Chen Pinggan was not surprised. Shu Maro asked, "You won't kill me?" Chen Pinggan shook his head. "You've already helped me clean up the mess. Why should I kill you? I'm just asking for trouble." Shu Maro glanced at the pale-faced young man and smiled. "I hope we won't meet again in the future." Chen Pinggan nodded. "That better be the case." Shu Maro turned his horse around and rode away in the snow. Chen Pinggan squatted down and used both hands to scoop up a handful of snow to wipe his face. Besides the corpses on the ground, there were also war horses that were pacing back and forth, lowering their heads to touch their masters. When they let go, blood stained the snow and scattered on the ground. Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi, who had just arrived, were about to speak when Chen Pinggan waved his hand, indicating that they should not speak. He leaped onto the back of a war horse and looked in a direction that was slightly different from the direction that Shu Maro had left in. After a while, Chen Pinggan sat on the back of the horse and wiped away the blood that flowed from his ears and nose. After killing Hu Han, he had consumed the secret ointment from the Yang family's shop. There was no pain all over his body, but it was still troublesome to cover up his miserable state. Otherwise, a formidable person like Shu Maro might come back to kill him. In fact, Shu Maro did have such a plan. However, after Chen Pinggan noticed it, he decisively gave up and left. It was not difficult to kill Shu Maro, but after killing Shu Maro, Chen Pinggan would have to deal with this mess himself. After that, he would have to face endless troubles in the north. The reason why Chen Pinggan did not use the two flying swords and did not take out the half-immortal weapon from the beginning was that he was purely a martial artist. Killing a member of the royal family, even if it was an emperor, was not considered breaking the rules of the mountain. This was because martial artists were never from the mountains. Qi refinement warriors were, and naturally, the sword cultivators among them were. Besides, Chen Pinggan also wanted to fight to his heart's content. This was inspired by the otherworldly item General Wei at the Lingguan temple that night. He felt that it was not very useful. Ma Duyi understood the deeper meaning of Chen Pinggan's action better than Zheng Yi. She had never felt so creeped out. How could the Stonehair country be worse than the scheming of the Bookslip Lake? Chen Pinggan said in a hoarse voice, "We can't stay here for long. We should at least leave for 100 miles and find a hidden place to stay. It will be fine as long as we can avoid the wind and snow." The three of them continued on their journey. Chen Pinggan had to put on the golden robe over his cotton robe to hide his bleak appearance. Shu Maro was already far away. However, the general of the Stonehair country who was about to join the Dali Iron Cavalry suddenly stopped his horse and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Zeng?" The middle-aged swordsman walked out of the wind and snow and came to Shu Mao's side. He smiled and said, "General Shu, you can return the long spear passed down by your ancestors to me. I believe that in the ancestral teachings of your Shu family, there is a hidden sentence that you have been puzzling over all these years. However, if it is possible, I would like to borrow a horse from you. You can keep this long spear with the words wind and snow engraved on it. In the future, even if I don't come to take it personally, someone will come to Dallas hunting inspector Shu Mao. What do you think?" Shu Mao nodded. His eyes were burning. "Okay." The man led the horse and went further and further away. This man, whose identity, sword, name, background, everything seemed fake. As he led the horse away, he seemed to have sensed something. He smiled and said, "My heart is not forced, and my body is not restrained. What is the qi in the intestines that cannot be released?" He turned to look in the direction of Chen Pinggan and said regretfully, "It is a pity that the quota is limited. I can't make a deal with you. It is a pity, a pity. Otherwise, it would be a good deal. It is better than getting a Dallas hunting inspector." The speed of the three of them was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It all depended on Chen Pinggan's injuries. However, in Ma Duyi's eyes, although Mr. Chen's injuries were not light, his state of mind did not seem to have changed. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, "It is snowing in winter, and there is the sound of jade breaking. Have you heard of this saying before?" Ma Duyi nodded and said, "I have." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "You are indeed knowledgeable. You live up to your name." Ma Duyi held back her laughter and said, "I just heard it." Chen Pinggan was stunned and said with a smile, "This joke is like the wind and snow." Ma Duyi was a little confused. She began to think deeper about this sentence. Zheng Yi said in a muffled voice, "Mr. Chen should be saying that Miss Ma's joke is more chilly." Ma Duyi looked at Chen Pinggan suspiciously. Chen Pinggan chuckled and said, "You believe Zheng Yi's words?" Ma Duyi thought about it and felt that he was right. She glared at Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi was a little sad. Ma Duyi hesitated for a long time, but still did not dare to speak. Chen Pinggan said, "You want to ask if you want to collect the souls of those riders?" Ma Duyi was a little guilty. "I don't think it is necessary, but," Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "But you think that I am a little muddle-headed and always like to do strange things in circles, right?" Some things that could be said meant that they were not suppressed in the heart. This was a good thing. Ma Duyi was in a good mood and smiled a little. Chen Pinggan said, "Actually, as long as you hold the thread, even if it is a mess, you don't have to be afraid. You just have to take it slow." Ma Duyi's competitive temper flared up again. Then Mr. Chen said that we should ride a horse a few 100 miles away. "Why can't we take it slow?" Chen Pinggan poured out a secret elixir from the water hall, drank a mouthful of wine, and swallowed it together. He felt helpless but did not refute. Ma Duyi laughed to herself. Zhang Yi shook his head. The three of them rode in the wind and snow. 448. The wind and snow were dangerous. The three of them rode all the way to the hinterland of the Shahao kingdom. Many tall cities that were fought over by the military were already in ruins. On the contrary, most of the rural areas were lucky enough to escape the disaster. However, the refugees fled from their homes and encountered 3 consecutive heavy snowfalls after the beginning of winter this year. Along the official roads, there were many frozen and thin skeletons, young and old. Ma Duyi was kind-hearted and Zheng Yi was simple. No matter if it was a human or a ghost, they did not look like real cultivators of the Book Lake. Therefore, when Chen Pinggan passed by a county and said that he would pay the local people to help open a porridge and medicine shop, they continued their journey. This made Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi very happy. Chen Pinggan then took out the Verdant Canyon Island's jade token and hung it on the other side of the waist of the cross of blades and swords. He then went to find the local government. Ma Duyi wore a veil hat to cover her face. She also wore a thick cotton-padded coat which covered the graceful figure of the fox-skin beauty. Before this, they had already passed through many counties. The closer they were to the central part of the Shahao kingdom and the further north they went, the more dead people they saw. They could already see more soldiers and horses. Some of them were the scattered soldiers of the Shahao kingdom who retreated to the south. Some of the soldiers were wearing new and shiny armor. Zheng Yi would think that the soldiers of the Shahao kingdom who rushed to the battlefield in the north might be able to fight against the Dali Iron Cavalry. However, Chen Pinggan was very clear that once a war broke out, the soldiers who were wearing the new armor from the arsenals of various places and holding the equipment that had been sealed for years would die very quickly. Only the lucky few would have the opportunity to turn from new soldiers who did not know how they were killed into old soldiers who knew how to survive step by step. In the River of Time in the Lotus Flower-blessed land, Chen Pinggan witnessed many fierce battles that determined the fate of the 4 kingdoms. In the vast world, Chen Pinggan also saw the soldiers of the southern border army of Dali. He understood why the border army of Dali had the title of Warriors of the Ridge. They were the last surviving soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles in Dali. Perhaps in the past 100 years, the number of battles and deaths that a 20-year-old soldier of Dali had fought and seen were more than the 40-year-old generals of the Shahao kingdom. Chen Pinggan actually thought further. The Shahao kingdom was one of the vassals of the Zhuiying dynasty. Not to mention Huang He and Han Jingling, most of the vassals of the Shahao kingdom, such as the Prince Han Jingshan who died in Chen Pinggan's hands, dared to personally kill a Dali scout who had 2 cultivators with him. The northern border army of the otherworldly creature General Wei was also wiped out. The emperor of the Shahao kingdom still tried his best to transfer soldiers from all the borders to block the southern route of Dali. Now that the capital was besieged, the emperor of the Shahao kingdom was still determined to defend until the end. Why was the Shahao kingdom willing to do this? They did not hesitate to sacrifice so many lives to block the path of Su Gaoshan's Dali cavalry. According to the book, it was snowing in winter and the sound of jade breaking could be heard. Chen Pinggan looked into the distance. The road and the mountains were also covered in snow. It was as if the heavens had placed a heavy burden on the human world. Chen Pinggan sighed. But when he thought of the clanking sound of armor in the temple of Lingguan that night, he felt a little relieved. On this journey to the north, Ma Duyi was still all right. He had been an immortal master of records before, and he had also been a serious scholar. It was natural for him to be sad, but he was not too shocked. However, he had seen too many hellish scenes day after day. Even Zheng Yi, who often cried silently at the beginning, was a little numb. During this period, Zheng Yi was possessed by male otherworldly items again and again. Some of them fulfilled their last wishes, while some of them only regretted that their homeland had changed. The female otherworldly items that lived in the fox-skin beauty left the human world one by one, such as Su Xinzhai. There would be new female otherworldly items that used the talismans to travel the human world. The talismans were like inns and ferries. They came and went. Some of them were sad and happy reunions, and some of them were separated by life and death. According to their own choices, there were truths and secrets in their words. On this day, Chen Pinggan brought Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi to visit the county governor's official residence. They were unimpeded. The local county governor was a fat old man who could barely see his eyes. In the officialdom, he liked to smile when he saw people. Once he smiled, it was even harder to see his eyes. In the past year, the old man's life had not been peaceful at all. In the turmoil and chaos of war, he hired an immortal master to guard the nearest immortal cave in the county city. In desperation, he also roped in 2 unknown cultivators. To put it bluntly, they were the wild cultivators from the lower 5 realms whom he used to look down upon. The immortal master of archives, who was also from the lower 5 realms, was so angry that he almost went back to the mountain. The prefectural governor persuaded him in every way possible and added 3 snowflakes to his monthly salary. Only then did he manage to keep the immortal on the mountain who did not want to be associated with wild cultivators. The prefectural governor's heart ached. Fortunately, when Chen Pinggan visited him, he immediately felt that the extra 3 snowflakes were worth it. That was because the immortal master of archives was indeed a real immortal that wild cultivators could not compare with. As soon as he touched it, he knew that it was a very valuable object. It was definitely what the experts called at a glance. Anyway, he recognized the large jade tablet of the Green Gorge Island and trembled with fear. He almost knelt down and kowtowed to the young immortal from the Bookslip Lake. What happened next was easy to handle. The consecrator who claimed to be surnamed Chen said that he wanted to open a kanji shop and medicine shop in the county capital to provide relief to the people. He would pay for it, but he would have to trouble the government to provide manpower and effort. Back then, Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi finally saw the old county governor's eyes. They were round and not small at all. They must have felt that it was incredible. The immortal master who served the old county governor was not any better. A great philanthropist from the Bookslip Lake was just like a big demon who opened a mansion and claimed to be an immortal master. On the other hand, the 2 cultivators who seemed to be respectful and timid looked at each other and did not speak. After that, everyone felt that it was even more strange. The young master surnamed Chen asked the old county governor to invite a group of officials who were skilled in household registration, taxation, and business calculation. Everyone sat down together and began to discuss the details in detail. The current market price of rice and medicine, the amount of granaries stored in the government, the approximate number of local poor people and refugees, the location of the porridge shop and medicine shop, the number of idle people who could be transferred from the county city's government office who would not interfere with official business, and so on. Every link was carefully considered, making the group of old foxes in the government office feel as if they were facing a great enemy. After the discussion, the county governor's office started to get busy that night. The officials scattered in all directions. Chen Pinggan and the other 2 lived in the backyard of the government office. However, in the middle of the night, the 2 cultivators secretly came to the door. They were not afraid of the first master of offerings of the verdant Canyon Island at all. They were completely different from their obedient attitude during the day. One of the cultivators rubbed his fingers and thumbs and asked Chen Pinggan if he should give him some hush money. As for what Master Chen wanted in the county city, whether it was people, money, magic weapons, or spiritual weapons, the 2 of them would not care. At that time, Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi were still in Chen Pinggan's room and they had a rare chat. Because even the slow-witted Zheng Yi could not understand that Mr. Chen had been doing what he wanted to do step by step. Although there would be some bumps and imperfections, and there would be times when he returned without success, even if he could not fulfill some small last wishes. However, there were still many otherworldly items and ghosts in the Shihao country. Just like Miss Su, they did not have so much regret when they left. Logically speaking, Mr. Chen's state of mind should be getting more and more relaxed. However, that was not the case. Therefore, Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi would sit with Mr. Chen on the premise that they did not disturb him. Most of the time, she and Zheng Yi would talk nonsense and Mr. Chen would never feel bored. He just did not like to talk much. However, when he heard the 2 of them quarreling about trivial things or just talking nonsense to kill time, Mr. Chen would smile. Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi would often feel confused and thought that they had said something funny. Mr. Chen did not react. Why would he smile when he heard some unfunny words? At this moment, the The man and the ghost who were standing on the small stove under the table and eating melon seeds felt that it was very funny after seeing the two cultivators who thought themselves clever. Ma Duyi's eyes were narrowed. He was curious about the accountant's response. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, "So, how much snow do you think is fair?" A wild cultivator already has a draft in his mind. "Little brother, you're able to imitate a jade token of worship from the verdant canyon island and even deceive an immortal master. It's obviously a big deal. Tonight, we've spent a lot of money just to open the porridge and medicine shop. So, the hush money should be at least 40 or 50 snowflakes. What do you think, little brother? Are you willing to part with this small amount of money so that you can make a lot of money steadily?" Chen Pingan stretched out his hands and pressed on the shoulders of the two rogue cultivators. "Now that you've seen through my plan, I'll have to kill you all. There's no need to pay hush money. If you take the money and go back to discuss it with me, you'll want to take a mile after taking an inch. In the long run, not only will it be troublesome, but it may also ruin my plan. Why don't we do something straightforward?" The two cultivators were horrified. When their shoulders were pressed, their Chi residents shook and their Riki stagnated. Without waiting for the two of them to beg, Chen Pingan said with a straight face, "I have a big plan. The two of you might be able to help a little. But if you want to leave this county city alive, you have to take out a sum of money to buy your lives. Although the two of you are only cultivators of the lower 5 realms, you should at least have." The two cultivators, who were not rich in the first place, were devastated. They took out 32 snow, which was really gone. Chen Pingan took the immortal money and waved his hand. "After you go back, be quiet and wait for my news. If you know what's good for you, when it's done, I will give you some leftovers. If you dare to have any evil thoughts, your natal items that are really valuable will be directly removed from the Chi residence. At that time, you will regret coming to the county governor's mansion." The two cultivators, who had at least not been robbed by their fellow cultivators, rejoiced that they had survived. Could it be that they had profited from a disaster? The two cultivators went back and thought it over. They felt that it was still a little dangerous, but they didn't dare to sneak away. They also felt sorry for the 30-something snow that they had painstakingly saved. For a moment, they were worried about their gains and losses and sighed. Ma Duyi and Sengyi laughed cheerfully. Chen Pingan sat at the table. "When we leave the county, we will return the snow to them." Then Chen Pingan turned his head to look at Sengyi. "In the future, when we go to the counties and cities further north, there may be things like opening a porridge shop and a medicine shop. But we will do one every time we go to a place. It depends on the timing and the occasion. Let's not talk about these things for now. I have my own plans. You don't have to think about these things. However, Sengyi, you will handle the porridge shop and medicine shop. You will deal with all the people in the government. In the process, you don't have to worry that you will make a mistake, or that you will spend too much money. None of these are important things worth worrying about. Moreover, although I won't interfere specifically, I will help you keep an eye on things." Sengyi first nodded vigorously, then hesitated to speak. Chen Pingan said, "Everything is difficult at the beginning, but you have to start." Sengyi said nothing more. He was nervous, but also excited. It seemed that compared to the matter of cultivation, it made this youth feel more comfortable. Chen Pingan said again, "When you feel tired or annoyed, remember not to be embarrassed to say it. Just tell me directly. After all, your cultivation now is still focused on cultivation." Sengyi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Mr. Chen, don't worry. I definitely won't delay my cultivation." Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. In reality, the youth would only be more diligent and attentive. After that, the porridge shop and medicine shop in the county city were quickly and methodically opened. It was because the government was familiar with such matters, and of course, it was also because the county governor was personally supervising. As for the identity of the cotton-robed youth, the old county governor's explanation was vague. He didn't tell anyone, but it made people feel some respect. 3 days later, Chen Pingan asked Ma Duyi to secretly place the 32 snow pellets in the room of the 2 mountain cultivators. Then, The three of them rode to a porridge shop near the city gate. They stopped their horses at a distance and dismounted. Chen Pingan asked the immortal master who had accompanied them all the way to look after them for a while. When they arrived at the porridge shop, Ma Duyi didn't want to be a beggar, and Sengyi didn't feel the need to drink a bowl of plain porridge. Chen Pingan patiently queued up alone and asked for a bowl of porridge that was slightly thick and 2 steamed buns. He squatted by the side of the road outside the queue and ate the steamed buns with the porridge. From time to time, he could hear the shouts of Shu Li would tell the local poor people and refugees loudly about the rules. They were not allowed to be greedy and could only divide the porridge according to the number of people. When eating the porridge and steamed buns, they couldn't be greedy. If they ate too fast, it would make things worse. Chen Pingan looked at the queue that was as long as a dragon. Many of them were young and strong local men who were wearing rather thick clothes. Some of them were holding their children's hands and eating candied haws. Not far from Chen Pingan, there was a group of local men who were not very thin. They were eating and drinking while complaining that pig food was inferior. Chen Pingan just silently chewed and swallowed slowly. His state of mind was like an ancient well. This was because he knew that things in the world were like this. It was hard to cherish things that didn't cost money. If he spent money, even if he bought the same porridge and steamed buns, it might taste better. At least he wouldn't curse and complain. After returning the bowl of porridge, Chen Pingan walked towards Ma Duyi and Sengyi and said, "Let's go." The three of them rode out of the city. Ma Duyi was a meticulous person. He had been visiting the porridge and medicine shops with Sengyi for the past few days and discovered some clues. After leaving the city, he finally couldn't help but complain, "Mr. Chen, at least 30% of the silver we spent was pocketed by those officials from the Yamen office. Even I saw it clearly. Mr. Chen, how can you not see it? Why don't you scold that old county governor?" Chen Pingan only said, "I see." Ma Duyi was about to die from anger. Sengyi was even more shocked. The youth really didn't know. How could he see through the twists and turns of the officialdom? When Ma Duyi saw that the accountant didn't continue, he became even more furious. "Mr. Chen, if you continue to be like this, I won't help you next time. I'll let that silly boy Sengyi work on his own. Let's see if he'll be more of a hindrance to you." Chen Pingan thought about it and gave Ma Duyi an explanation that wasn't really an explanation. He said slowly, "Since you're doing a good deed, you've mostly done it. It's just that it's not perfect. Don't be too demanding. I'm already mentally prepared for 30% of the silver. In fact, my bottom line is even lower. The officials in charge of this matter can even fill their own pockets and steal 40%. I can accept that. 30% or 40% is fine. Just take it as repayment for doing a good deed." Ma Duyi never expected such an answer. He wanted to be angry but couldn't, so he just kept quiet. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "If you feel unhappy, as long as you're willing to help Sengyi, my bottom line can be changed from 40% to 20%. How about it?" Only then was Ma Duyi satisfied. He began to urge his horse closer to Sengyi. She and the stubborn youth patiently explained to each and every one of their insights and tricks. Chen Pingan suddenly slowed down his horse and took out a long and small wooden box from his sleeve. It was a small item given by Tan Yuani from Grain Island as a token of appreciation for the alliance between the three of them. It was quite rare. It was a small sword tomb in good condition. It was only a finger long and was extremely small and portable. It could be used to store flying swords. However, it was not as flexible as the large sword room. The rules were rigid and only one flying sword could be sent and received at a time. The consumption of spiritual qi to nourish the flying sword was far more than that of the sword room. Even so, as long as Chen Pingan was willing, he could easily sell it for a grain of money. Therefore, Chen Pingan certainly wouldn't refuse Tan Yuani's kindness. Chen Pingan opened the small wooden box that had been slightly trembling all this time and collected a messenger flying sword from the Verdant Gorge Island. The secret letter said that after Liu Larocheng of the Palace Willow Island found out that he was already in the Stonehair Nation, he sent a message to the Verdant Gorge Island, saying, "Come back to my Palace Willow Island to discuss the price." Chen Pingan held a grain of snow tightly. His spiritual chi dripped into a sword column in the wooden box like water drops. He then pressed an ingenious mechanism in the wooden box. The flying sword from Verdant Canyon Island flew out of the wooden box and flashed away, returning to Bookslip Lake. Seng Yi couldn't take his eyes off it. He used to do odd jobs in the simple sword room on Maroyu Island. However, this was the first time he saw a small sword tomb that he had only heard of but never seen before. It was really wonderful. Ma Duyi wasn't any better. Chen Pinggan put the wooden box into his sleeve and exhaled. This was great news. As he said to Seng Yi, everything in the world was difficult. Everything was difficult at the beginning. It was important to be able to take the first step and stand firm. Chen Pinggan formed an alliance with Liu Jimao, who was supposed to be his enemy, and Tan Yueni, a spy from Dali from Grain Island. He went to Gongliu Island and personally took risks to deal with Liu Larocheng. He also took the opportunity to make up for his mistakes in various parts of Shahao country, this time to understand more about the situation of Shahao country. Naturally, he had something to ask. Chen Pinggan had a conversation with Jiyu Kan's mother in the house near the mountain gate of Qingxia Island. However, the woman might not have listened at that time. Most of the words that Chen Pinggan said seemed to be understated. She probably wouldn't think deeply about it. She might not even take it seriously. Her temperament was actually not complicated. She hoped that Chen Pinggan could ensure the safety of her and Jiyu Kan in the suddenly changed Bookslip Lake. She also hoped that the accountant would remember their old friendship and live up to the name Ping'an. There were a few sentences that involved Bookslip Lake might be different in the future. The woman might not think deeply about it. However, Chen Pinggan was already doing it. Chen Pinggan had to take every step carefully. It was just like Liu Laocheng's half-true half-joke on the ferry. "You're unscrupulous. What a big ambition." Liu Larocheng had already sensed that something was wrong. He guessed that Chen Pinggan wanted to change the rules of Bookslip Lake from the root. He would do his best to make use of fake things. Chen Pinggan didn't talk about the good and evil of people. He was doing one thing. He treated everyone as chess pieces and tried his best to draw a bigger chess shape that belonged to him. From the chess pieces to the chess shape and then to the chess momentum. He hoped that he could at least participate in the big rules of Bookslip Lake in the future and set the rules. Therefore, Liu Larocheng asked Chen Pinggan at that time if he had learned Go from Mr. Qi in Liju Cave Heaven. That was the reason. In fact, the two sides had been competing in a tug-of-war. The undercurrent was surging, the intrigue, the search for the opponent's spoon on the chessboard, the unreasonable move, and the immortal move. They were all particular about each other. In the face of Liu Larocheng, a cultivator of the 5 realms on Gongwillow Island, or even Liu Jimao, a cultivator of the nascent soul realm, Chen Pinggan actually relied on his fists to speak. Once he crossed the line and entered the battle of the Great Tao, blocking the path of any one of them was tantamount to suicide. Since the gap between the realms was so big, not to mention that reasoning with words was useless, the so-called reasoning with fists was even more courting death. Chen Pinggan had something to ask. What should he do? Then he could only work hard on the matter of cultivating the mind. He carefully guessed the weight of all the invisible hidden chess pieces, their respective demands, bottom lines, natures, and rules. If possible, Chen Pinggan would try to make a deal with Han Jingling, the prince who fled from the Book Lake, Huang He, the son of a general in the border army, and even Su Gaoshan, the general of Dali, who had the power of the country. The difficulty lay in the fact that the other game that Chen Pinggan was secretly planning right now was more difficult than making up for his mistakes in order to fulfill the wishes of the otherworldly items and ghosts. It was the first time that Chen Pinggan tried to build a chessboard as a Go player. The key was that he could not make a single mistake. One careless move and he would lose the whole game. It meant that Chen Pinggan was playing the biggest spoon. As for the former, if he let Jiyu Kan, who was unwilling to admit her mistakes, stop making mistakes and then make up for them himself, Chen Pinggan would not lose more than that except for the consumption of his energy and money. Instead, he would not be walking on thin ice. However, the reason why Chen Pinggan was so good at hiding his emotions was that even Seng Yi could detect the subtle fluctuations in Chen Pinggan's state of mind. It was because after Chen Pinggan sent off Su Xinjai and the others, there was a bigger and seemingly unsolvable disappointment that lingered in his heart and could not be removed. That feeling was not the same as when he was in the slightly gloomy house on the verdant canyon island. At that time, all the ghosts had not been invited out yet. As long as Chen Pinggan glanced at the Yama palace on the table, he would close his eyes to rest for a while or before he went to bed. It was as if there were countless ghosts outside the wooden door of his heart wailing and howling. They were knocking on the door, shouting and cursing loudly. After seeing them off one after another, Chen Pinggan's disappointment came from a sudden discovery. In the account books, among the names of the people who had died in vain, those who made him feel the most guilty, such as Su Xinjai, who had always been thinking about Huang Lizhan and his teacher, had let go of their obsession and chose to leave the human world completely. On the contrary, many of the names and otherworldly items that Chen Pinggan felt less guilty than Su Xinjai. Some of them had more wishes, some of them were greedy, and some of them were even more resentful after death. Many otherworldly items temporarily stayed in that Yama's palace and the fake Liu Li pavilion. In fact, after Chen Pinggan had made up his mind, he no longer felt much guilt. However, Su Xinjai and the others had made him feel even more guilty than before. In fact, it was even heavier and more intense than at the beginning. That feeling lingered outside the wooden door of his heart. However, those outside the door, who had already decided to leave the human world, did not complain or curse. Instead, they gently knocked on the door, as if they were worried that they would disturb the people inside. Then, they only said the same parting words. "Mr. Chen, I'm leaving." At this moment, Chen Pinggan suddenly squeezed the horse's belly and sped up. He left the muddy official road and took a detour to a small hill. Riding on a horse, the road was uneven. Chen Pinggan pulled the reins and stopped the horse at the top of the hill. Zheng Yi wanted to follow but was stopped by Ma Duyi. Chen Pinggan looked around blankly. With the blade strengthening gourd and the sword and saber at his waist, he could still ride the horse in the snow. In fact, he was all alone and had no one to rely on. Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi stopped their horses at the foot of the hill for a long time. They did not see any signs of Chen Pinggan turning his horse around. Ma Duyi, who had stopped Zheng Yi before, was a little anxious. Zheng Yi, on the other hand, was patient and not in a hurry. Ma Duyi could not stand Zheng Yi's fortune favors fools and he doesn't know how lucky he is. She laughed angrily. "You're heartless. You don't have to worry about anything as long as you eat and drink." Zheng Yi was just a timid and clumsy young man. He did not dare to talk back. More importantly, he did not feel that Miss Ma was wrong. Ma Duyi was about to speak. Chen Pinggan rode down the hill. In the eyes of Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi, this Mr. Chen's expression seemed to be different. He was no longer worried. Instead, the haze had disappeared and he was even happy. Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi looked at each other. Chen Pinggan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He smiled. "Let's continue." The three of them meandered north. Along the way, the snow was heavy and it melted very slowly. There was almost no greenery in the mountains and rivers. But finally, there was some warm sunshine. Along the way, Zheng Yi had seen and heard a lot. He saw the legendary Dali border scouts. They had bows and swords and old armor. The cavalry did not have an arrogant look on their faces. There was no murderous aura on their bodies. They were like ice under the river, slow and silent. The Dali scouts only looked at the three of them for a moment before they whistled past. The tall young man, whose courage was in his throat, waited until the scouts were dozens of steps away before he dared to breathe normally. He also saw groups of rich and powerful families rushing south in a flurry. There was an endless stream of them. From the retainers to the coachman, and the occasional peek at the faces of the three riders on the side of the road. Everyone was in danger. Zheng Yi saw Mr. Chen stop at the side of the road. He waited until the convoy was far away before continuing on his way. Then, he saw a small box that had rolled on the ground and its owner had no time to care about it. Chen Pinggan got off his horse and opened the box. It was filled with ancient books. He casually flipped open one of the books. There were several seals on it. different dynasties, different characters, and different scholars. Chen Pinggan hugged the box and looked back. He thought for a moment and did not return the abandoned box. He temporarily put it away and continued on his way. Ma Dui tried to find something to say. He joked, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You just took it for yourself." It was rare for Zheng Yi to have the courage to speak up. It's something that others don't want. And it's a book. Are you just going to leave it in the mud? Chen Pinggan shook his head. They are running for their lives. Even if you delay them for a moment, there will be unpredictable results. Zheng Yi glanced at Ma Dui. Ma Dui rolled his eyes. Later, the otherworldly item, who was a host in a talisman made of fox skin, went to a small county that was not affected by the war. She asked around with a strange local accent and finally found a mansion with a high gate. Then, the four of them found an inn to stay in. That night, Chen Pinggan put away the talisman and quietly sneaked into the mansion. Then, he took out the talisman and let her show herself. Finally, they saw the handsome scholar who had left his hometown to go to the capital to take the imperial exam. The scholar was almost 50 years old. He was holding his young son, who was sleeping soundly. He was drinking with some of his good friends in the official circle. His good friends congratulating him for getting a blessing in disguise. He had met a Dali commandant and was promoted to the third position in this county. His good friends joked that he would not forget his old friend after getting rich. The old scholar, who was not wearing a new official uniform, laughed heartily. The otherworldly item wearing the fox skin looked sad. She seemed to not recognize her childhood sweetheart. Perhaps it was because he was not young anymore. After leaving the mansion, the otherworldly item wearing the fox skin walked with Mr. Chen on the quiet street. Chen Pinggan suddenly said, "That kid looks more like his father. What do you think?" The woman nodded and suddenly cheered up. "Yeah, I think so." After that, they left the small county that the Dali cavalry didn't care about. The three of them continued to head north. In a small county where people needed to stop their horses to buy sundries, Chen Pinggan passed by a big gold and silver shop. He hesitated for a while but still turned around and walked into the shop. There were 2 old men and 2 young men in the shop. They were all busy working in the shop. Chen Pinggan took out a gold ingot of the Shahao country's official seal and exchanged it for official silver and a pile of copper coins. The old masters of the 2 shops didn't interfere. They let their young disciples work. A master could lead a disciple through the door, but it was up to the disciple to cultivate. In the marketplace, if a master raised a son, he would hope that he would be able to take care of him in the future. When a master raised a disciple, of course, he would raise a smart disciple who could help him. The 2 young men were about the same age. One of them was clumsy and inarticulate like Zheng Yi, while the other had bright eyes. As soon as Chen Pinggan stepped through the door, the smart young man sized him up from head to toe. Chen Pinggan gave them the gold ingot. According to the current market of the Shahao country, he took the slightly overpriced official silver and copper coins. When they talked, he first spoke in the Zhuiying dynasty's official language. The 2 young men were a little confused. Chen Pinggan then spoke in the unfamiliar Shahao country's official language. Finally, the transaction went smoothly. Chen Pinggan then left the shop. In the shop, after the man in the cotton robe left the shop, the inarticulate young man was still immersed in the joy of earning a sum of money for the shop. Then, he kicked his good friend who grew up with him. Following the latter's line of sight, the inarticulate young man found that the 2 masters who quarreled almost all the time were sitting together for the first time. They were discussing things seriously. After Chen Pinggan returned to Ma Dui and Zheng Yi, Ma Dui smiled and asked, "In such a small town, there are 2 chi cultivators in such a small shop?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "They should be selecting disciples. Each of them has their eyes on a young man." Ma Dui curled his lips and said, "2 old cultivators who are at most in the cave-dwelling realm. How good can they find?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Shouldn't I be the one to say this?" Ma Dui snorted coldly. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment and said, "If I'm not wrong, one of the 2 old men should be a sea-viewing realm cultivator, and the other may even be a Dragon Gate realm cultivator." But the two old men noticed you early, so they quickly hid their chi and deliberately let you mistake them as cave-dwelling realm cultivators. As for why they didn't simply pretend to be old men in the marketplace, they should feel that in such a remote place where spiritual chi is thin, 2 cave-dwelling realm cultivators are enough to frighten us, who have crossed the river. They are not too shocking. So, they are experienced in Jianghu. Ma Duyi's eyes lit up and said, Mr. Chen, what if they think we are targeting them? For example, we want to poach their disciples? Mr. Chen, I think it is inappropriate for you to walk into the shop. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, that's why we, the foreigners, immediately set off on our journey after buying the sundries. Also, I'll say this in advance. When we leave the county gate, remember not to look around. Just focus on hurrying on the road, so that they won't be suspicious. Ma Duyi was a little confused because he still didn't understand why Chen Pinggan walked into the shop. This was not the usual style of this accountant. Chen Pinggan asked Zheng Yi to go to a shop to buy things by himself. Then, he and Ma Duyi stopped their horses on the street outside. Chen Pinggan explained softly, what if the two old men didn't come here to recruit disciples? Not only are they not some immortal masters, but they are also the evil cultivators of the mountain and swamp. So I went into the shop and took a few more glances. They don't look like evil cultivators or ghost cultivators with evil intentions. As for more, since I can't see through them, I won't care. Ma Duyi sighed, with a smile in his eyes, and complained, Mr. Chen, you think about so many things every day. Don't you find it annoying? Even I find it annoying when I hear it. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, it's not annoying to think about these things. But when I think about how you shamelessly refuse to return to the talisman paper every day, I have to count with my fingers every day how many snowflakes I have spent. It's annoying. Ma Duyi said angrily, so boring. Chen Pinggan covered his sleeves with his hands and smiled without saying a word. After Zheng Yi finished buying the sundries, Chen Pinggan told them a little interesting thing. He said that at the shop, the Dragon Gate cultivator with higher cultivation chose the dull young man, while the sea-viewing cultivator chose the intelligent young man. But these were small things in the eyes of outsiders. Perhaps to the two young men who were still ignorant for the time being, when they really set foot on cultivation in the future, they would understand that this was a big deal. Just like when the 3 horsemen parted ways with Shu Mao. There was a young woodcutter who happened to pass by and accidentally tripped. In the end, when he dug up the snow to take a look, the scene under the snow scared the young man half to death. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens. The young man who was almost unable to bear the bitter days gritted his teeth and plucked up the courage to dig up the snow. When he left trembling with fear, the young man had an extra piece of jade that emitted warmth on his body. That piece of jade was Han Jingxin's beloved piece of jade. One side was engraved with the 3 ancient characters Yunxiao Mountain, and the other side was engraved with a paragraph of Yunxiao Mountain's Tao formula and poem. On the great Tao, fortune and misfortune were hard to predict. Every bite and drink was as different as the clouds and mud. Afterwards, Chen Pinggan and the 3 horsemen continued on their journey. On a dusk several days later, on a relatively secluded road, Chen Pinggan suddenly flipped over and dismounted. He walked out of the road and walked a dozen or so steps to a snowy area that reeked of blood. With a wave of his sleeve, the accumulated snow scattered in all directions, revealing a tragic scene. Not to mention the broken limbs and broken bones, the chest had been completely sliced open, revealing the miserable state of death. Moreover, the death should not have been too long ago, at most a day ago. Moreover, there was not the slightest trace of yin qi in this area that should have been tainted with yin qi. This was done by a cultivator who possessed a unique secret technique. Ma Duyi could not bear to look at it, and Zheng Yi even ran to the side to retch. Chen Pinggan buried the corpses in a place slightly further from the road. Before that, he would do his best to piece the pitiful people together into a complete corpse. After Chen Pinggan finished this and confirmed that there was no one in the vicinity, he took out the replica of the colored glass pavilion. He asked for an otherworldly item that was a Dragon Gate cultivator before his death and was made into a ghost general by Yu Hui after his death. Then, this ghost general, who had retained its intelligence, spent most of the day to bring the three horsemen to a towering mountain range that was rarely visited by humans. At the border of the Earth realm, Chen Pinggan put Ma Duyi into the talisman and let the ghost general reside in Zhengyi. They began to climb the mountain and finally found an immortal's cave on the cliff with the two words Xieqin engraved on it. The layout of the mountains and rivers was actually very beautiful. The location of the immortal's cave was like the finishing touch. However, the cultivator who first opened up this immortal's cave was long gone. Then, it was occupied by the mountain spirits and ghosts. Chen Pinggan and Zheng Yi stepped into it. After more than 100 steps, their vision suddenly became clear and bright. It was a huge stone cave, lit by candles. There were more than a dozen mountain spirits who had yet to fully transform into human form and a great demon sitting on a throne. If he stood up, he should be more than 20 feet tall, so his body was as big as a small mountain. He was wearing a yellow robe and golden armor, and the crown on his head was slanted. There were two beautiful women in revealing clothes leaning against the throne, massaging the great demon's calves. Beside the throne, there was a red sandalwood official hat chair, and a man in a green robe sat there with a playful smile. Whether it was a human or a demon, they seemed to be waiting for two idiots to walk right into their trap. The great demon in the yellow robe and armor still had the head of a leopard. He leaned lazily against the back of the chair, shaking a huge wine cup in his hand. When the scarlet wine spilled on the ground, he gently lifted his foot and stepped on the head of a beautiful woman. The latter immediately lay on the ground and licked the wine clean. When she raised her head, her face was full of intoxication. The man in green robe turned around and gave a thumbs up, praising, "Great king, you have the spirit of a general holding a cup and watching the snow fly." The great demon grinned, "Watch your mother's snow? Where did the snow come from? Not to mention my immortal's cave, hasn't it stopped snowing outside for a long time?" The man smiled and pointed at the full chest of a beautiful woman. "Great king, you only need to lower your head and you can see it." The great demon laughed loudly. The entire immortal's cave was instantly filled with noise. Chen Pinggan asked, "Are you done chatting?" The great demon with an imposing aura narrowed his eyes. "Are you in such a hurry to jump into the frying pan?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "We still have to hurry. It's a little urgent." The man in green robe laughed. "The world is so chaotic. The sooner you die, the sooner you can be reincarnated." Chen Pinggan nodded again. "Makes sense." An hour later, Chen Pinggan and the real Zheng Yi left this immortal's cave. The ghost general who chose to stay in this Xieqin mansion saw them off to the door. As for the immortal's cave behind them, the great demon of the sea-viewing realm in yellow robe and golden armor was dead. As for the man in green robe who was the military counselor, if he was not a spirit or a ghost, he was a human. He died before the great demon, and his soul was devoured by the ghost general. The two women who were also human, after the secret restriction was removed, one chose to rely on the new master's ghost general, and the other committed suicide by hitting the wall. But according to the previous agreement with her, her soul was collected by Chen Pinggan into the replica Liu Li Pavilion that was originally the ghost general's residence. As for those mountain spirits and ghosts, some were killed, but some were still alive. Because Chen Pinggan, the real accountant of the Verdant Gorge Island, from the time he punched to the end, it was actually less than half an incense's time. He had been calculating the accounts for an hour. Chen Pinggan said to the ghost general, "Before I leave the book lake, I will come and take a look. After that, Zheng Yi will come too." The ghost general nodded. "I will cultivate here peacefully and will not disturb the ordinary teachers. Now that the Stone Hair Kingdom is so chaotic, there will be many ghosts and ghosts that are hard to find." Chen Pinggan asked, "What about 10 or 100 years later?" The ghost general was stunned. Chen Pinggan said, "You will strive for the identity of a mountain god, even if it is just a temple that is not recognized by the imperial court." The ghost general bowed and said, "Mr. Chen's kindness, I will remember it in my heart." Chen Pinggan did not say anything, and just went down the mountain with Zheng Yi. On the way, Chen Pinggan took out the talisman, and Ma Duyi could see the light of day again. He immediately chatted with Zheng Yi. Chen Pinggan shook his head helplessly. After that, the horses continued to gallop towards the north. However, Compared to the main roads in the south of the Stone Hare Kingdom, Chen Pingan and the other two had started to choose smaller roads. One day, in the twilight, the three of them arrived at a city before it closed. They were checked by the guards at the city gate and hurried into the city. Now, this scarred northern city was already in the hands of the Dali Iron Cavalry. However, the Dali Iron Cavalry did not leave too many soldiers to guard the city, only about 100 of them. It was not even enough to guard the city gate, let alone the city. Other than that, there was only a group of military officials who were secretaries, and secretaries who served as retainers and guards. After entering the city, they walked almost half of the city before they finally found a small inn to stay in. The reason was simple. First, the war had ended, and there were many casualties. Then, there was the incident of assassins attacking Dallas officials. Second, the day after tomorrow was New Year's Eve. The people's lives were in decline, and business was slow. On top of that, it was New Year's Eve. Chen Pingan and the others were quite lucky to find this inn. The next day, Zheng Yi was possessed by a man's otherworldly item. He took Chen Pingan to find a Jianghu sect that had its roots in the provincial capital. In the entire Jianghu of the Stonehao country, it was only a third-class force. However, to the people who were born and raised in the provincial capital, it was still an unshakable giant. That otherworldly item was one of the people. His sister, who depended on each other for survival, was chosen by the legitimate son of the sect's leader. One day, she and her fiancé, who was a poor teacher without any official title, drowned in the river. The woman's clothes were untidy and her body was soaked in the water. Who would dare to look at it? The man's death was even more tragic. It was as if his legs had been broken before he fell into the river. A young man spent all his family's savings to bury his sister and the man he had long recognized as his brother-in-law. Then, he quietly left the city. Later, he wandered around and arrived at the border of Book Lake. He became a servant in the Immortal's mansion. Without the talent to cultivate, he couldn't even practice martial arts. Then, like his sister and brother-in-law, he died. Zheng Yi stood outside a door with a new plaque. On the way here, the otherworldly item was already in a daze. At this moment, his expression was even more dazed. The hatred of that year was something that happened 30 years ago. Before leaving the inn, he asked the innkeeper for directions. The old man sighed endlessly, saying that the man of that family, as well as all the people in the sect who used spears and rods, were all heroes who could support the heavens and the earth. Unfortunately, good people didn't have good lives, and all of them died. A Jianghu faction with more than 100 men swore to protect the city gate of this city. After they died, there were almost no men left in the mansion except for the children. Zheng Yi's face was full of pain. He squatted on the ground and held his head. He kept murmuring, "How could this be? How could this be?" Chen Pingan squatted beside him. Even if Zheng Yi's face became more and more ferocious and his eyes became more and more gloomy, Chen Pingan was still quiet. He just took small sips and silently drank wine. After a while, Zheng Yi's eyes gradually became clear. He sobbed and finally put his hands on the ground. He lowered his head and gasped for breath. He couldn't even cry anymore. Chen Pingan said, "When I was at my worst, I felt like you. I felt like a dog or even worse than a dog. But in the end, we are still human." Chen Pingan smiled sadly. "Of course, I survived. Although I didn't eat shit, I had a lot of luck. I'm much better than you." Zheng Yi took deep breaths and sat on the ground. He stretched out his hand. "Mr. Chen, can I have some wine? I haven't drunk wine in my life." Chen Pingan handed over the blade-strengthening gourd. "There's enough wine. I'm just afraid you can't hold your liquor." Zheng Yi raised his head and took a big gulp of wine. He coughed and trembled all over. He wanted to return the gourd to the bookkeeper. But the bookkeeper was already squatting there with his hands in his sleeves. He looked like the most ordinary teacher in the market, basking in the sun on a warm winter day. He shook his head. "Drink some more. Maybe after drinking a few more mouthfuls, you'll get used to it and know how good it is." Zheng Yi took another sip of wine. He frowned and wiped the corner of his mouth. He shook his head and said, I still think it tastes bad. Chen Pinggan took the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He then put it on his waist. Seng Yi sat on the ground and looked at the mansion. His face was full of pain again. He wanted to say something several times, but he swallowed back his words and covered his face with his hands. Chen Pinggan turned his head and asked, "Why? Do you want me to write down the name of that family for you to write down when you hold the Grand Ju ritual and the water and land dojo?" Chen Pinggan shook his head gently. "I won't agree to it. I'll write down your name, your sister's and brother-in-law's names. But I won't write down any of those people's names. Because I don't know them, but I know all of you." Seng Yi sobbed. "Am I stupid?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "Very stupid." Seng Yi wiped his face. His eyes were firm. "I'm just a good-for-nothing. How can I have the face to visit my sister's and brother-in-law's graves? Mr. Chen, can you help me burn some incense and toast some wine? Anyway, I've already told Mr. Chen the exact location of the grave." "I won't go." Chen Pinggan asked softly, "Have you really thought it through? You know you won't have the chance to regret it in this lifetime." Seng Yi nodded. "Yes." Chen Pinggan nodded. "Mr. Chen," suddenly said, "Mr. Chen, can you tell my sister and brother-in-law that you're my friend when you visit the grave?" Chen Pinggan nodded. "No problem." Seng Yi insisted on kowtowing to the accountant. Chen Pinggan did not agree. But Seng Yi insisted on doing so, saying that he would not be able to leave in peace. Chen Pinggan looked at the man whose real name was Zhu Niannian and was speechless. Chinese New Year's Eve. On a small hill about 10 miles away from the city. Someone was burning incense and toasting wine in front of a small grave. The young man in the green cotton robe told the whole story, including the part where Seng Yi asked him to pretend to be his friend. In the end, Chen Pinggan looked at the small grave and said softly, "To have a brother like this, a brother-in-law like this, and I, Chen Pinggan, to have a friend like Zhu Niannian is an amazing thing." In an inn in the city, the night was dark. Chinese New Year's Eve. The three guests did not spend money to have a reunion dinner. The innkeeper was a little disappointed. Chen Pinggan only asked for a stove and a bag of charcoal. Ma Duyi and the gloomy Seng Yi sat with Chen Pinggan until midnight. There was also no conversation around the stove, nothing was said. After that, Ma Duyi and Seng Yi returned to their rooms. Chen Pinggan was in a foreign land, keeping watch alone until dawn. A year passed just like that. 449. According to the small-town custom of Liju Cave, on the first day of the new year, every family stood upside down with a broom, and it was not suitable for traveling. Chen Pinggan asked Ma Duyi to guide Seng Yi's cultivation. After spending time with each other, Chen Pinggan gave Ma Duyi a piece of paper at the end of last year, which detailed the secret method of ghost cultivation. If she had any doubts, she could ask Seng Yi. Although they were both cultivators, the difference in cultivation aptitude was obvious at a glance. Regarding the cultivation of this secret technique, Ma Duyi soon caught up with Seng Yi. In less than a month, he was able to give Seng Yi pointers and solve the problem. Fortunately, Seng Yi was used to this. Instead of being discouraged, disappointed, or jealous, she became more diligent in cultivation and was more determined to make up for her lack of skills through hard work. This made Chen Pinggan feel somewhat gratified. Being able to accept one's fate and not accepting it was an extremely valuable temperament for cultivators. As long as one persevered, great talents would not be an extravagant hope. Today Chen Pinggan was basking in the sun in the deserted courtyard of the inn, where there was no one else. He opened the bookcase that was left in the muddy snow, and recorded the contents of the book one by one. He was thinking that if there was an opportunity, he would ask Seng Yi to exchange the book with the original owner. The private seal of the book collection that was printed on the pages of the book had two seals: Flowing Water Cloud is present and Craggy Old Man. If Seng Yi followed the vine to find the melon, it should not be difficult to find the scholarly family that fled to the south. At noon, Chen Pinggan received a flying sword message from Verdant Canyon Island, saying that it was a flying sword from Cloud Mountain, Longquan, Dali. As Chen Pinggan was not at the Bookslip Lake, he had to temporarily stay in the sword room of Verdant Canyon Island. Liu Zhimao then used his flying sword to ask Chen Pinggan how to deal with this matter. Chen Pinggan replied, informing Liu Zhimao of the current location of their group of 3 riders. He would have to trouble Island Master Liu to personally make a trip and bring him a messenger flying sword. On the night of the first day, Liu Zhimao rushed to the inn in the state city and personally delivered the messenger flying sword from Dali to Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan did not open up the flying sword in front of Liu Zhimao. An earth immortal of nascent soul realm, especially an old nascent soul cultivator like Liu Zhimao who had a high chance of reaching the 5th tier, would possess an endless amount of spells and divine abilities. Both of them were merely allies who sought benefits, not friends. Their relationship was not that good. The two of them sat across from each other in the inn. Liu Zhimao went straight to the point. According to Mr. Chen's instructions before he left Verdant Gorge Island, I've already removed the prohibition spell on Hong Su in Juxian Mansion. However, I didn't take the initiative to send Hong Su to Gong Willow Island to show my goodwill to Liu Larocheng. Now, Liu Larocheng and Mr. Chen are also allies. Even if a friend of a friend is not necessarily a friend, the relationship between Verdant Canyon Island and Gong Willow Island has improved because of Mr. Chen. Tan Yuani has paid a special visit to Verdant Canyon Island. Obviously she has more respect for Mr. Chen now. Therefore, I've personally come to deliver the messenger flying sword from Dali to Mr. Chen. Take it as Verdant Canyon Island's New Year's greeting to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, please don't refuse. This has been the rule of Verdant Canyon Island for many years. In the first month, everyone has a share of the island's offerings. Chen Pinggan smiled. I know the size of Verdant Canyon Island and the old rules of Verdant Canyon Island. Therefore, even if Island Master Liu doesn't want to give it to me, I'll remind you. Liu Zhimao took out a string of slightly sparse walnut bracelets. It seemed that the bracelets were not well kept for a long time and almost half of the walnuts had been lost. There were only 8 walnuts carved with the images of Rain Master, Thunder God, Lightning Goddess and other deities. Each of them was the size of a thumb and exuded a sense of antiquity. Each of the ancient deities were vivid and lifelike. Liu Zhimao smiled. You just need to pluck them and throw them to the ground. They can be used to order wind, rain, thunder, lightning, fire, and so on. The power of a single walnut after it explodes is equivalent to an all-out attack from an ordinary earth immortal. However, each walnut will be destroyed once it's used up. Therefore, it's not a good Dharma treasure. However, Mr. Chen's body and soul are damaged now. It's not suitable for you to fight often. This is just right for you. Chen Pinggan gently kept it in his sleeve. He thanked Liu Zhimao. Indeed. Island Master Liu, you're too kind. Liu Zhimao smiled. 3 things have happened recently that have shaken the Zhuiying dynasty and all the vassal states. The first is that the level 9 sword cultivator who was hiding in the Scroll Lake was chased by a green-clothed woman and a white-clothed youth for more than 1,000 miles before finally killing him together. The woman in green was the nameless cultivator who destroyed the ancestral hall of Furong Mountain during the Alliance meeting on Gongliu Island. Rumor has it that her identity is Dallas' henchman. As for the young man in white who appeared out of nowhere, his Dharma spells were heaven-defying and his Dharma treasures were dazzling. The chase was like a walk in the park. The level 9 sword cultivator was in a sorry state. Liu Zhimao looked at Chen Pinggan with a smile. Chen Pinggan asked, "What about Huangyong Island?" Liu Zhimao said, after the Earth Immortal couple from Huangyong Island heard the news, they visited Tan Yuani on the same day and asked for protection. They've completely surrendered to Dali. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "That's good news." Liu Zhimao continued, "The second thing is that the Supreme General Su Gaoshan announced that before the Lantern Festival of the first lunar month this year, the capital of Shihao Kingdom will be breached. Those who don't want to be buried with the Han family of Shihao Kingdom only need to put up the 2 statues of Dalis door gods Yuan and Cao on their doors during the first lunar month. If the Dali cavalry breached the city, the doors of the noble families who didn't put up the door gods will be regarded as the sinners of the Han family. Within 3 days after the city is breached, put up Dalis door gods in the streets and alleys, and they'll be spared from all the attacks. After 3 days, All the houses that don't have Dallas door gods will be recorded in a book for future punishment. Chen Pingan said softly, the temple has to be calculated first, and the heart has to be attacked first. Liu Zhimao had a playful look in his eyes. As for the third thing, if it's a peaceful era, it's not a small movement. But now, it's not that conspicuous. The most favored prince of Shahao Kingdom, Han Jingxian, died suddenly in the wilderness. His body was incomplete, and the imperial consecrator, Mr. Zheng, went missing. The #1 martial artist of Shahao Kingdom, Hu Han, was also beheaded. It's said that Xu Maro, who wrote poems with a horizontal lance, offered his 2 heads to Dallas Supreme General Su Gaoshan on a snowy night. He was promoted to a 4th-rank official in the Dali dynasty, Qianwu Ox General. It can be said that he reached the sky in one step. Now, it's not easy to gain military merits in Dali. Liu Zhimao took out 2 wine bowls and placed them on the table. Chen Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and smiled. Liu Zhimao kept one of the wine bowls. He knew that the bookkeeper would not use his wine bowl, but he still had to follow the rules. Chen Pingan poured a bowl of wine for Liu Zhimao and drank from the blade-strengthening gourd. Chen Pingan took a sip of wine and said slowly, Island Master Liu, you don't have to doubt me. I killed him. As for the 2 heads, they were taken by Xu Mao. I didn't kill Xu Mao, and he helped me block the disaster. We both got what we needed. So that's how it is. Liu Zhimao laughed heartily. Shahao Kingdom is not big, but it's not small either. To be able to bump into the tip of Mr. Chen's sword, Han Jingxian must be destined to be an emperor. But to be honest, among the princes, Han Jingxian was the one with the highest hopes. He was also the most shrewd. Originally, he was the one with the best luck. It's a pity that the little guy chose to die. There's nothing we can do about it. Chen Pingan asked, Island Master Liu, there's one thing I don't understand. Including Shahao Kingdom, there are so many vassal states under the Zhuang dynasty. Why did they all choose to fight to the death with the Dali cavalry? In the Aquarius continent, as vassal states under the Great Dynasty, they shouldn't have been so resolute. There shouldn't be so little opposition in the court. Starting from the Great Sui Kingdom's vassal Huangting Kingdom to the north of Lakeview Academy, the entire northern territory of the Aquarius continent, Chen Pingan tapped on the table with his finger. Only here. It doesn't make sense. Liu Zhimao hesitated for a moment, then raised his bowl and took a sip of wine. He said slowly, the 100 schools of thought have their own bets. Though the Aquarius continent is small, Dali was able to get the support of the School of Mo, the School of Yin and Yang, and the military school led by Marshall Mountain. They all chose the Song clan. Then, as the most powerful kingdom in the central part of the Aquarius continent, it makes sense that the Zhuang dynasty would have the support of the 100 schools of thought. From what I know, they have the support of the Nong family, Yarrow family, Shong family, Zongheng family, and many others. Zhuang dynasty has a lot of sword cultivators, and it's very lucky. It's also close to Lakeview Academy. It's not strange that Dallas cavalry would be stopped here. Chen Pingan was enlightened. He raised his blade-strengthening gourd and Liu Zhimao raised his bowl. Then, they both drank. Liu Zhimao was dressed in plain white clothes. He looked simple, like a hermit living in the mountains. However, if one looked closely, he had the air of an immortal. Chen Pingan suddenly sighed. I almost forgot that Island Master Liu is a nascent soul stage cultivator. Liu Zhimao drank slowly and looked at the window. The roof outside was still covered in snow. He smiled. I almost forgot that Mr. Chen came from Clay Bottle Alley. Chen Pingan suddenly leaned forward and passed the blade-strengthening gourd to Liu Zhimao. Liu Zhimao was stunned for a moment, then gently clinked his bowl with Chen Pingan's. Chen Pingan drank a mouthful of wine and said seriously, I was wrong. You and I can be considered as close friends. It has nothing to do with whether we're friends or foes. Liu Zhimao took back his bowl. He was not in a hurry to drink. He stared at the young man in the green cotton robe. His body and spirit were getting more and more haggard. Only a pair of eyes that used to be very clear and bright were getting more and more distant. However, they were not as turbid as before. They were not as shrewd as before. Liu Zhimao drank the wine in his bowl and stood up. I won't delay Mr. Chen's business. If the matter at Calligraphy Lake can be resolved, there's no need for us to be friends anymore. I only hope that when we meet again in the future, we'll have a chance to sit down and drink. After drinking, we'll part ways and chat for a while. Chen Pinggan shook his head. After we part at Calligraphy Lake, once Island Master Liu enters the upper 5 realms, you'll have a whole new world. You may not have the same state of mind as you do now. Liu Zhimao smiled. Mr. Chen, you're improving by leaps and bounds. By then, you may not have the same state of mind as you do now. Both of them said in unison, we're close friends. After Liu Zhimao left, Ma Duyi and Seng Yi came over and sat down with trepidation. Liu Zhimao did not use the earth deity's abhina to isolate himself from the world. When Chen Pinggan talked to him, he did not deliberately hide anything. Therefore, Ma Duyi and Seng Yi could still vaguely hear the conversation. Ma Duyi had a complicated look in her eyes. Seng Yi was puzzled. Chen Pinggan did not explain much. He only asked about some key issues in Seng Yi's cultivation. He explained everything to the young man thoroughly. Other than being detailed, he would occasionally point out the problem and explain it to him from an advantageous position. Although Ma Duyi and Seng Yi helped each other and could even answer Seng Yi's questions, she was still lacking compared to Chen Pinggan. At least, that was what Chen Pinggan felt. However, those words that Chen Pinggan thought were ordinary and uninteresting fell into the ears of Ma Duyi, who was more talented than Seng Yi. Everything became clear. It was as if an immortal was guiding the waterfall. She and Seng Yi could only stand under the waterfall and drink water to quench their thirst. After Ma Duyi and Seng Yi left, Chen Pinggan opened the restrictions on Dallas cloud-draping mountain flying sword. This was unexpected news. A Song clan's assistant minister from the Ministry of Rights had personally come to Longquan County. Other than inspecting Longquan County's Wunwu temple, he secretly paid a visit to the mountain god, Wei Pai, and proposed a new suggestion. Dali Imperial Court had recently redeemed many mountains that the immortal forces had given up. They planned to use this to make a big deal with Chen Pinggan. Dali owed Chen Pinggan the remaining gold and copper coins. Chen Pinggan could use this to buy those mature mountains that even immortal residences had been established and had ready-made embryos for mountain protection formations. Once Chen Pinggan agreed to this matter, in addition to the existing mountains like Luopa Mountain and Zhengzhou Mountain, Chen Pinggan would occupy nearly 30% of the mountain territory in the west of Longquan County in one go. Not to mention the amount of spiritual energy in the mountains, just in terms of scale, Chen Pinggan, this big landlord, was almost comparable to Saint Wan Jiao. In the secret letter, Wei Bian had frankly stated that this was an extremely good thing, but there were many hidden dangers hidden within. The entanglement between Chen Pinggan and the Song clan of the Great Li would only grow deeper and deeper. In the future, if Chen Pinggan wanted to distance himself from the Song clan, it would not be as easy as the Shu clan of the Clear Breeze City to casually sell their mountain to others when they saw that the situation was not good. Dali Imperial Court had also stated that once Chen Pinggan possessed such a large territory as Longquan County that had been downgraded from a heavenly abode to a blessed land, he would need to sign a special contract at that time. With the northern mountain padding Cloud Mountain as the Mountain Alliance target, the Dali Imperial Court, Wei Pai, and Chen Pinggan would jointly sign a mountain alliance that belonged to the second highest rank in the dynasty. The highest mountain alliance was when the 5 mountain gods appeared at the same time and also required Emperor Dallas' imperial seal to form an alliance with a certain cultivator. However, only a cultivator of the 5 upper realms that involved the Song clan's national throne could make Dali mobilize so many people. Wei Pai said frankly, "Do you trust me, Wei Pai? Whether or not I sign this mountain alliance with you, Chen Pinggan, can be considered as one of the considerations, but the weight cannot be too heavy. When it involved the Great Tao, one must be extremely careful." At the end of the secret letter, Wei Pai also said that this matter was not urgent. He could help to delay it for half a year to a year and slowly think about it. Even if the situation of the Aquarius continent was clear by then, the Song clan had broken through the Zhuang dynasty and continued south. At that time, whether it was Wei Pai, the middleman, or Chen Pinggan, the buyer, they would just be shameless and shamelessly sign the contract with Dali. On the mountain and under the mountain, doing business should be like this, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Chen Pinggan opened the small wooden box and used his flying sword to send a message to Liu Jimao's exclusive sword mound. With the help of the island master, Liu Jimao could send a message to Mount Pai Yunshan. All he needed to do was reply with a single word, okay. After Chen Pinggan finished, he went to the window. Stone Hair Country's long-lance military general Xu Maro was an ambitious and ruthless person, and in this chaotic world, the possibility of him rising up was very high. Once Dali was able to take down the Zhuiying dynasty and continue south, Xu Maro, who was already a middle-level military official in Dali, would be able to command a group of Dalis elite cavalry. It would be like adding wings to a tiger. When the army went south, there would be a large amount of military achievements waiting for him to seize. The crucial point was Xu Mao's temperament and methods, which far surpassed Prince Han Jingxin. Xu Maro was only lacking in his innate status. Su Gaoshan, it was said that he was also from a cold family at the border, and this was the same as Xu Maro of the Stone Hair Country. It was believed that the reason why Xu Maro was able to be promoted was related to this. If it was the main general of another great army, Cao Gui, Xu Maro would also be rewarded. However, he would definitely be promoted to a fourth-ranked general. Perhaps in the future, he would still be put in an important position. However, Xu Mao's speed of climbing up the ranks of the military and official would definitely be much slower. This time, Chen Pinggan passed by many prefectures, counties, and cities. The cavalry under Su Gaoshan's command naturally could not say that they did not commit any crimes, but many rules of the Dali border army could still be vaguely seen. For example, in the city where Junyan's hometown was, there was a fierce conflict where the righteous Stone Hair Country risked their lives to assassinate a secretary. After that, Dali quickly mobilized a troop of elite cavalry to reinforce the city, and together with the cultivators accompanying the army, the main culprits were all arrested and executed on the spot, and their heads were hung on the city wall. The accomplices in the city, including the provincial governor and several high-ranking local officials of the Stone Hair Country, were all imprisoned and awaited punishment. Their family members were grounded in their mansions, but there was no unnecessary involvement. During this period, something happened that made Chen Pinggan and Su Gaoshan the most surprised. That was, on a snowy night, a young man sneaked up the city wall and stole the head of his master. As a result, the Dali soldiers on the city wall discovered it, and the young man escaped, but was quickly intercepted by two military secretaries. This matter could be serious or not, and it was also an isolated case on the way to the south. It was reported to various levels, and finally, it alarmed the general Su Gaoshan. Su Gaoshan ordered people to bring the young man to the commander-in-chief's tent. After a discussion, he threw a large bag of silver to the young man and allowed him to bury his master's body. However, the only condition was that the young man should know that the real culprit was Su Gaoshan, and that he should not cause trouble for the Dali border army, especially the civil officials. If he wanted revenge, he should come directly to Su Gaoshan in the future. This matter was widely spread among the officials and Jianghu in the central hinterland of the Stone Hair Nation. Then, it was the first major event that Liu Jimao mentioned. The woman in green and the young man in white. Chen Pinggan smiled. With a thought, he leaped onto the windowsill. With a light tap of his toes, he leaped onto the roof ridge. He walked slowly and aimlessly, taking a stroll on the rooftops. The blade-strengthening gourd was still on the table. He did not bring the bamboo blade and the great imitation canal yellow sword with him. He followed his heart and did not overstep the rules. The world was vast, and he could go anywhere. In the end, Chen Pinggan stopped and stood on the roof ridge. He closed his eyes and began to practice the sword furnace stance. However, he soon stopped and listened attentively. There seemed to be the sound of snow melting between heaven and earth. One was the secretary of Dalis military who was stationed in this city. The other was a military cultivator who came from an unknown mountain in Dali. Of course, it was also possible that he came from Mount Shunwu, one of the ancestral halls of the military school. It was a young man in light armor. He also walked on the roof ridge. He had nothing to do today, and he was not considered to be in the military. He carried a pot of wine that had been boiled on the stove in the house. He stopped at the roof ridge dozens of steps away and reminded with a smile, "It's fine to admire the scenery. It's fine even if you want to go to the top of the city. I just happened to be out for a walk, so I can accompany you." This was a very kind and polite remark. With the momentum of the Dali cavalry, under the trampling of the horse hooves, everyone who was not from Dali was naturally an outsider. They were all vassals. However, the young cultivator's words were also a warning. Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. "There's no need. I'll go back immediately." The young cultivator was stunned. Then, he laughed and raised the wine pot high. It turned out that the young man in the green cotton robe was actually speaking in the most fluent Dali official language. Thus, the secretary of the military, who was young but had been in the military for nearly 10 years, loudly said, "Yi province's Yunzai County, Guaniran." Chen Pinggan's expression was hesitant. It was not suitable for him to announce his name, so he could only cup his hands and smile apologetically. Guaniran laughed and said, "In the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can find our Dali cavalry. Wherever the horse hooves go, it's all Dali territory." Chen Pinggan's expression was absent-minded. He did not know how to answer. After that, on the third day of the first month, Chen Pinggan's group of 3 left the city and continued north, approaching the northern border of Stonehair country. The snow melted. The spring light urged the willows to turn green, and the sun shone with smoke. Along the way, Sengyi picked up a lot of good things, such as a seal of the Stonehair country's chief military officer engraved with the words Li Cao made. Many antiques were thrown on the side of the road like bottles and jars. Most of them were big weapons and pocket-sized items. They were not big or small and were not suitable for carrying. They were probably picked up by the refugees. In fact, they were all expensive items that were worth dozens or hundreds of gold during peaceful times, but now they were abandoned. There were also some precious calligraphy, paintings, and copybooks that had long been soaked in mud and were almost completely destroyed, or treasured items that were sold cheaply to pawnshops in counties that were not affected by the war. He did not expect Ma Duyi to be a moneygrubber, and Sengyi was even more so. Every time they set up a local porridge and medicine shop, the two of them would go there whenever they had free time. They had already borrowed money from Chen Pinggan twice. There was not much immortal money, only 12 pieces of snow in total. However, it was not easy to exchange it for gold and silver from the secular dynasty. They had to go to the Immortals Ferry or the Immortals Inn. Fortunately, one of the female otherworldly items in the fox skin charm paper came from a first-rate Immortals cave in Stonehair country, but it was not considered a top Immortals cave. After Chen Pinggan fulfilled the wish of the female otherworldly item, he exchanged the immortal money with the Immortals' money and gave it to Ma Duyi and Sengyi to deal with. For this reason, Ma Duyi especially pestered Chen Pinggan to make a large bamboo box specifically to store the gold and silver. Chen Pinggan had no objection to this. As long as it did not interfere with their own cultivation and business, he would let them do as they pleased. This day, in a small county near the border, after Chen Pinggan took the lead with the local government, Sengyi and Ma Duyi, who were familiar with the place, began to busy themselves with the establishment of the kanji and medicine shops. They did not dare to be careless about this. Only after finishing their daily duties did they dare to happily go to the pawnshops to pick up scraps. This was because although Mr. Chen did not interfere in the specific matters, and almost never spoke, the two had been with this accountant for so long that they had long known Mr. Chen's style of doing things. Mr. Chen would see everything in his eyes, and he would see even further than they did. As for the money they earned from Mr. Chen's accounts and the antiques they picked up from the pawnshops, they were temporarily deposited with Mr. Chen's personal belongings. This was due to Ma Duyi's family background. When he was alive, he was a small steward of the House of Treasures on the island where she lived. His eyesight was good, far beyond that of the young Sengyi. Later, Chen Pinggan was worried that Ma Duyi would make an error in judgment. After all, the items they bought were mostly miscellaneous. They came from the rich families of the Shuahao kingdom and wandered among the common people. Therefore, He invited the ghost of a cultivator of the Middle Five Realms who lived in the replica of the glazed pavilion to help Ma Duyi and Seng Yi take a look. As a result, the otherworldly item refined by Ma Yuanji of the Zhuxian mansion into a ghost general guarding the well became addicted. First, it belittled the items that Ma Duyi and Seng Yi picked up as worthless. Then, it insisted on leaving the replica of the glazed pavilion in person to help Ma Duyi and Seng Yi, these two idiots, to buy the real good stuff. For this reason, it did not hesitate to show up in the face of a woman with fox skin talisman paper. An old man with a cultivation of sea-viewing realm before his death could make such a big sacrifice. It seemed that Chen Ping'an's record in the account book was not false. He was indeed a fool who was addicted to collecting books like antiques. There was also a comment from an Earth Immortal cultivator in the early years, saying that if this sea-viewing realm cultivator had not spent too much on those items, he might have already entered the Dragon Gate realm. Chen Ping'an also let the old cultivator do whatever he wanted. Every day in front of them, the old cultivator had a graceful and beautiful appearance, but he would sit in a bold and unrestrained posture. Anyway, it was not like Chen Ping'an had never seen such a scene. To be honest, the scene at that time was a Du Marrow who was coy all day long. When he walked, his slender waist twisted and turned, which was actually more disgusting. That evening, Zheng Yi and his two ghosts went to the big pawnshops in the city to pick up scraps. In fact, it was impossible to walk by the river without staining one's shoes. An item that could catch the eye of an old ghost in the viewing sea realm would certainly tempt the ordinary cultivators. Even the immortal library master would specially go to the war-torn countries to see it as a rare opportunity to earn money. Among the family heirlooms of the rich and powerful families, there were indeed a few spiritual weapons that contained spiritual qi but were ignored by the family. Once they came across such spiritual weapons, it was possible to earn a few dozen or even hundreds of snowflakes. Therefore, Zheng Yi and his companions would also meet cultivators of the same path. Previously, in a big city, they almost had a conflict. The other party was a few immortal library masters from a top cave residence in the Stonehair Kingdom. Both sides said that they were in the right and no one could say that they were in the wrong. In the end, it was Chen Ping'an who cleaned up the mess and forced Zheng Yi and his companions to give up the spiritual weapon. The other party also took a step back and invited the wild cultivator Mr. Ping'an to drink. They had a good chat, but Ma Duyi still secretly complained about Chen Ping'an for a long time. Chen Ping'an went to a dog meat shop in the market. This was his second time here. In fact, Chen Ping'an did not like to eat dog meat, or rather, he had never eaten dog meat before. However, the shop also sold other kinds of food. As a foreigner who did not eat dog meat, he sat alone at a table and did not drink. He spoke in unfamiliar official language of the Stonehair Kingdom. On the table next to him, there was a steaming hot pot of dog meat stew. He was eating and drinking. This young man in a green cotton robe was more eye-catching. Fortunately, the shop was a century-old shop that had been passed down for several generations and was not snobbish. The old man was the shopkeeper at the front desk, the son was a cook, and the grandson of Meng Shui was said to be a famous scholar in the nearby streets. Therefore, customers often teased the shop about how it would continue to operate in the future. The humorous old man and the dull man only said that it was fate and nothing else. But even the simple and honest man, when he heard such teasing, there would be some pride on his face. At home, smoke was rising from the ancestral grave. Finally, there was a promising scholar who had the potential to pass the imperial examinations. No matter how chaotic the world was, there would always be a day when it was not chaotic. The dog meat shop in the shabby alley was still full of customers tonight. Business was quite good. In the middle of summer last year, although the Dali barbarians had broken into the city, there were not many casualties. The army continued to move south, leaving only a few Dali barbarians who were said to be very proficient in the official language of the Stonehair Kingdom. They guarded the governor's residence and did not show their faces in public. This was thanks to the governor's fear of death. He had already taken the gold and silver and ran away. It was said that he did not even take the official seal with him. He changed into a green scholar's robe and quietly left the city in the middle of the night when the horse hooves of Dali were still far away. He went all the way south under the escort of his personal retinue. Obviously, he had no intention of returning to the imperial court to be an official. In the shop, there was a mute young man with dark skin. He was thin and dry. He was responsible for serving customers and serving tea. He was not clever at all. Hearing that he was a refugee who had escaped from the border, the old shopkeeper was kind and took him in as a shop assistant. More than half a year later, he was still an unlikable young man. The regular customers of the shop did not like to deal with him. In the twilight, there were fewer customers, but the smell of dog meat was still wafting in the shop. Chen Pinggan ordered a pot of local wine from the prefecture city and sat near the door. The old shopkeeper was drinking with a regular customer. He was drunk and his face was red. When he talked about his precious grandson, the old shopkeeper, who could only hold half a kilo of wine, could drink 2 or 3 kilos. As he drank, he did not forget to tell himself that he could not charge less if he drank too much. The world was not peaceful now. Whether it was in the prefecture city or the nearby villages, it was difficult to go out and buy dogs. The customers were not as good as before, and the money in the customers' pockets was also far less than before. Therefore, he had to be more careful. The expenses of his grandson's education were high. He could not be too tight on everything and let his child's classmates look down on him. Scholars all wanted that kind of face. The thin and dark young man was still busy cleaning up the mess of wine and meat on the table. His back was facing Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan ate the dishes and 2 bowls of rice. He also ordered a few dishes to go with the wine. He did not drink much and his chopsticks did not stop. The dishes were almost empty. Chen Pinggan suddenly shouted the young man's name and then asked, "I have to entertain a customer later. In addition to the local chickens, are there any freshly caught river carps in the water tank in the backyard of the shop?" The young man nodded indifferently. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Then go and tell the cook that the dishes are ready. When the dishes are ready, my friend can come to the table. Oh right, add a portion of pork with bamboo shoots." The young man still nodded and went to the backyard. He gestured with the man who was resting in the kitchen. The man, who had just been able to catch his breath, laughed and cursed. He shook his head and stood up to kill the chicken and cut the fish. He had to be busy again. It was just a business. Who would be willing to have a hard time with money? The young man looked at the back of the man who was looking at the water tank. His eyes were complicated. Finally, he silently left the kitchen and went to the chicken coop to catch the biggest one. As a result, the man laughed and scolded him, saying that it was for his son to nourish his body and that he should change it. The young man went to the chicken coop and changed it. He simply chose the smallest one. The man was still not satisfied. He said that the customer could not tell the size of the dishes at the same price. However, as a businessman, he still had to be honest. The man simply went to the chicken coop and picked a bigger one and gave it to the young man. The young man was quite familiar with killing the chicken. The man himself went to catch a lively river carp. The young man glanced at the dog cage in the corner and quickly withdrew his gaze. The first pot of braised river carp was served. The young man found that the customer's friend had not yet arrived. Chen Pinggan only said to wait for the second dish to be served. When the braised pork with bamboo shoots and onion and ginger chicken were all served, the young man found that the customer's friend still had not arrived. The young man was about to leave. But the sickly cotton-robed man suddenly laughed and said, "The dishes are all served. We are just waiting for you to take a seat." The young man was at a loss. There was only one table of customers left in the dog meat shop. The old shopkeeper was already inarticulate and was still trying to persuade them to drink. Of course, he drank a lot himself. Looking at the situation, the idea of not giving a discount for this meal had already been thrown to the back of his mind. Chen Pinggan said to the young man, "Presumably, you already know that I have guessed your identity. And you have also guessed that I am a cultivator. Otherwise, you would not have intentionally or unintentionally bypassed me and deliberately avoided looking at me when you brought the dishes to the table last time. In that case, it is not a big deal for me to invite you to a meal. The food and wine were all served by you. I should be afraid and worried." What are you afraid of? The young man hesitated. Chen Pinggan looked at the table in the distance and said with a smile, "Don't worry. The old shopkeeper is already drunk. The guests at that table are ordinary people. They can't hear the words between you and me." The young man sat opposite Chen Pinggan, but did not take the chopsticks. Chen Pinggan picked up a piece of river carp with his chopsticks, leaned forward, and put it in the bowl in front of the young man. He also picked up some dried pork with bamboo shoots and braised chicken and put them in the young man's bowl. The young man frowned and stared at this strange foreign guest. Only then did Chen Pinggan pick up some food with his chopsticks and eat a mouthful of rice. He chewed and swallowed slowly, then asked, "How many people do you plan to kill?" "The man with the spoon will definitely die. The old shopkeeper who has the unique skill of touching dogs will definitely die. I don't know how many dogs he has bought from shops or stolen from the countryside. What about the child who is in school? Do you want to kill him? How many of these familiar customers who are used to eating dog meat in this dog meat shop do you remember? Do you want to kill them too?" The young man put his hands on his knees and clenched his fists. His eyes were cold. He lowered his voice and said hoarsely, "You want to stop me?" Chen Pinggan asked back, "What will happen if I stop you? What will happen if I don't stop you?" The young man said in a low voice, "If you dare to stop me, I dare to kill you." Chen Pinggan held the chopsticks with one hand and reached out his free hand with a smile, indicating to the young man to eat first. "Let's not talk about whether you can kill me with your insignificant skills. Why don't we eat first and drink to our heart's content, then we can try to fight to the death. This table of dishes, according to the current market price, should be 7 or 8 taels of silver. This is still the price of this dog meat shop. If it were those restaurants in the prefecture city that opened in the downtown area, it would probably be 1 or 2 taels of silver. They would dare to offer a price. Eat if you don't want to, get lost if you don't have the money." The young man stared into the young man's eyes. After a moment, he began to bury his head and eat. He didn't miss out on the dishes. If he really killed the demon for this cultivator in front of him today, he would at least have a full meal. The young man began to eat. Chen Pinggan put down his chopsticks and poured the last bit of wine in the wine pot. He sipped the wine and picked up the few peanuts left on the plate with 2 fingers. Chen Pinggan finished drinking the wine and eating the dishes. He sat there with his hands folded in his sleeves. The young man wiped his mouth and put down the bowl and chopsticks. Chen Pinggan said slowly, "You want to kill the dog when you see the shop and the customers eat the meat. I can understand, but I don't accept." The young man sneered. Chen Pinggan continued, "Because you have your reasons and you're even willing to pay the price with your life. But I hope you know more about this world. For example, you've eaten river carp, chicken, and pork for this meal. In the future, when you embark on the path of cultivation, you will eat more delicacies. As half an immortal on the mountain, as long as you don't die, you will have this kind of banquet and wine. You may be a guest, you may be the host. In any case, other than dog meat, you won't have to worry about fish and meat for the rest of your life. Am I right?" The young man's face was blank. Chen Pinggan said slowly, "As long as you take this step today, even if I don't stop you, you will be hunted down by the Dali army cultivators who are monitoring the whole city. You will definitely die. Even if you successfully escape from this prefecture city, how many people will you kill to eat the dog meat? You killed 10 or dozens tonight, and 100 or 1,000 in the future. Anyway, if you die, you won't regret it, right?" The young man lowered his head. Chen Pinggan said, "Since I've seen it, I won't let you kill people here. Maybe you think I'm unreasonable and I'm bullying you. It doesn't matter. In this world, being reasonable is a very complicated and unpleasant thing. In fact, it's all the same. In your eyes, the dog meat shop, the old shopkeeper and his son, the customers who died inexplicably, and the children who may survive in the end but can no longer study, they will all think you're unreasonable, too unreasonable. You should know this small truth before you kill people." The young man raised his head. The man seemed to really care about that little money. Seeing that he didn't eat, he began to pick up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat stir-fried with bamboo shoots. After eating, he picked up a piece of braised river carp and then said, The reason why I'm doing this and telling you this is that I see hesitation and struggle in you. You also think that the old shopkeeper and the cook, who deserve to die, actually have a good side. You have to know that I have met many, many people. Even if they are humans, they are even less like humans than you who have worked so hard to become humans. They are not even as good as you, far inferior. So I'm willing to treat you to this meal, and Chen Pingan smiled and took out a piece of broken silver and put it on the table. Then he took out a small piece of money and put it on the table. With a flick of his finger, it slid just near the young man's bowl. I'll tell you a possibility. This small piece of money is a loan from me. It's up to you whether you want to return it or not. You can return it to me in 10 or 100 years. For example, you can first become a mountain immortal in the eyes of the county magistrate of a small county and help him deal with some ghosts and ghosts. After all, in a small place, you won't meet an unreasonable cultivator like me. You can deal with those ghosts and ghosts. So you can take the opportunity to tell the county magistrate that the selling of dog meat in the territory is not allowed. You can also become a rich tycoon and buy all the dogs in a county or a state at a high price, causing many dog meat shops to have to change their business. You can also cultivate diligently and create your own mountain. Within 100 or 1,000 miles of the territory, you can set the rules, and one of them is to treat dogs well. The young man asked, "Why do you want to do this?" Chen Pingan thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Although I'm very disappointed in this world and myself, I also suddenly realized that no matter how high the price of being reasonable is, I still have to be reasonable." The young man asked again, "Sir, are you a Confucian student?" Chen Pingan was silent for a moment and shook his head. "Not for the time being. But I'm a swordsman." The young man was slightly stunned. "If you don't have enough money, you can borrow from me again. But after that, we have to settle the accounts clearly." Chen Pingan slowly stood up. "Think about it more. I don't want you to pay me back so quickly. Even if you're a little smarter, you can change to a county far away. As long as I can't hear or see you, it's fine. But if you can change your path, I'll be very happy to treat you to a meal. I didn't spend money in vain." Chen Pingan walked out of the dog meat shop and walked alone in the alley. The young man suddenly ran out of the shop and followed Chen Pingan. He asked, "Sir, you said that I can borrow money from you in the future, but you didn't tell me your name or your place of origin. If I run out of money, how can I find you?" "So it's like that." Chen Pingan stood in place and scratched his head. "I'm just being polite to you and saying some polite words that don't cost money." The young man smiled brightly. This was the first time he had laughed so heartily since he transformed into a human. Chen Pingan reached out and patted the young man's head. "My name is Chen Pingan. I'm now wandering in Stonehair country. Later, I'll return to Qingxia Island in Bookslip Lake. Cultivate well." Chen Pingan continued walking. The young man shouted, "Mr. Chen, the old shopkeeper and his family are actually good people. So, I will give them a very, very high price first, so that they can't refuse to sell the shop to me. Then, their grandson and son will be able to study properly. They will have their own school and library, and they will be able to hire very good teachers. After that, I'll return to the mountain and cultivate well." The man in the cotton robe who claimed to be a swordsman raised his arm high with his back facing the young man and gave him a thumbs up. The young man finally shouted, "Sir, where's your sword?" The man just strode forward. "It's in my heart." After a short pause, the young swordsman laughed and walked away. There was another addition. In the night, only 3 words echoed softly in the shabby alley. "Very fast." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.